gain friendship and commitment. Qin Yun looked Kasareth in the eye, his tone steady. Humanity will form an alliance with the Usve Arc to jointly resist the great enemy of chaos until the galaxy is restored to peace. Kasareth fell silent, weighing Qin Yun's words. Cooperation between humans and Eldar was one thing. Transferring knowledge and technology was another. Alliances could not last forever. Once the threat of chaos receded, old enmities would likely resurface. Seeing Kasareth hesitate, Qin Yun pressed on, blending reason with urgency. Since the Great Rift opened, the warp winds have intensified 100-fold. Mutants and psychers keep appearing. If we cannot stop the incursions and invasions of chaos, how can humanity hope to win? Helping humanity is helping the Eldar, he continued. The Prince of Pleasure is ceaselessly trying to corrupt your race. If humanity falls, who will stand with you? Is it the orcs who revel in war? The soulless Necrons? The tyrannids who would devour the galaxy? At last, Kasareth nodded. All right, you have convinced me. We will help you train psychers and teach you how to wield that power properly, Kasareth promised. Let your psychers master the techniques and knowledge to fight chaos, so pivotal human worlds will no longer fall. Thank you, Qin Yun said with a sincere smile. The friendship between humanity and the Usve Arc will endure. Kasareth's people spoke for themselves. The Eldar were fractured into craft worlds, Exodites, Dark Eldar, and Harlequins. The Usve Arc support did not mean the entire Eldar race was allied with humanity. Dark Eldar raids continued. Qin Yun could promise friendship only with the Usve Arc. Other Eldar factions would have to be handled case by case. If any chose war, he would not shy from responding in kind. Kasareth's expression shifted. When we arrived in the Calixis sector, the Harlequins passed us a warning, he said. They asked me to warn you. The treacherous Changer plans to target you. The dark forces of the sector will weave conspiracies to bind you until you are utterly defeated. The first blow will fall on the Menagerie, a root of corruption in the Calixis sector. If it is not stopped, it is likely to undo all your efforts. The Menagerie? Kaiden frowned, repeating the blasphemous name. Does the Inquisition have anything on it? Qin Yun nodded to Kaiden. The Inquisition had indeed gathered information. Kaiden stepped forward, issued orders, and a servant quickly fetched the relevant bioseal data. Soon, Inquisition operatives entered carrying documents and data slates. The slates fed into the projection rig, while printed records were distributed. As the projection refreshed, an introduction to the Menagerie filled the hall. Of all the threats in the Calixis sector, the Menagerie was among the most malignant and elusive. Despite vast inquisitorial effort, its true form had never been confirmed. Many dismissed it as myth, but the Inquisition's own investigations concluded otherwise. The Menagerie likely existed as a terrifying region somewhere in the warp, a tangle of secrets, conspiracies, and horrors. Those it chose were drawn in by incomprehensible means. It then showed them a twisted truth, the warp's reality, forcing them to confront the essence of the universe. The revelation shattered mind, body, and soul. Most went mad. Survivors were irrevocably changed into fanatics. The most recent documented case was a foundry worker who had entered a year before and returned claiming to have seen the universe's truth. He preached that humans are monkeys, goats, elephants, endlessly variable. The word human is meaningless. The Emperor is a liar. The Imperium is a greater lie. Only by destroying the Imperium and killing the Emperor can humanity be saved. Before his arrest, he zealously promoted the doctrine of change, that survival required adaptation to constant flux. He died under interrogation. Those he had influenced were marked for excommunication. Some were physically eliminated, others had their memories purged and were turned into servitors. Those at the periphery of the hall, high-level players and warband commanders like Xiao Pang, selected little alpaca of God, and the others, passed the Inquisition files among themselves. Qin Yun had never forced players to attend, but as senior commanders, they always had the right to be present and speak. I'm pretty sure Tsinches opened a zoo, Xiao Pang said, half-joking as he thumbed through the data. It reads like a rule-based horror, a set of methods to twist minds and corrupt souls. Selected little alpaca of God nodded. This game has everything. Maybe someday we'll see some Cthulhu-type stuff. Deep ones? Blood Pigeon laughed. Cthulhu would be hard to find, but deep ones are common. The Coronis Expanse has them in spades. Maybe when we've cleared the Calixis sector and push outward, we'll run into them, Xiaopang mused. When that happens, we'll catch a few for Guan Bao. He wanted a Thulu last time. Blood Pigeon grinned mischievously. Xiaopang raised an eyebrow and returned the look. You too. Little Alpaca rolled his eyes. Even the Slanesh demons aren't as twisted as you two. The subdued laughter and whispers around the table reflected the mood. The Inquisition's information had once been tightly guarded, but with the Great Rift open and demons running rampant, the danger was too great to keep secrets. Officials now needed access. The menagerie's backers will probably try to exploit instability in the sector to sow corruption that erupts at a decisive moment, Qin Yun said. He could already picture the pattern: small, subtle infiltrations, then a sudden, catastrophic spread. Tzeentch is cunning beyond measure. Kasareth agreed. If they set their sights on you, it will be a web of conspiracies. You must be prepared, Saint of the Emperor. I will be, Qin Yun replied, but I still hope you can help us root out these unstable factors. That's why we came, Kasareth said. How do you want us to assist? Can you find a way to send people into the menagerie? Qin Yun asked, his face alight with anticipation. Kasareth blinked. It was an unexpected request. He had thought Qin Yun would ask how to sever the menagerie's connection to Terra, or to cleanse corrupted agents. Who would suggest sending people in? Was Qin Yun proposing a deliberate tactic to expose people to Tzeentch? It is possible, but I do not recommend it, Kasareth said at once. Even the devout sent there will be thoroughly warped. The Eldar's psychic vision was profound, their priests and seers versed in the warp's nuances. What mortals found unfathomable, the menagerie's so-called tyrant star and other horrors could be parsed by them. Sending ordinary people in would be a death sentence of soul. Naturally, we wouldn't send ordinary people, Qin Yun said with a grin. The God chosen are shielded by the Emperor's power. They can resist the menagerie's corruption. Kasareth's pupils narrowed with interest. When the God chosen had first appeared before the Eldar, they had been subjected to divinations. The seers had found a blank in their fates, a void implying protection by the Emperor and some other mysterious force. The odds of them succumbing were negligible. If anyone could stand against the menagerie's influence, it would be beings under such protection. Perhaps it is feasible, Kasareth murmured. If the God chosen can be sent in, the Emperor's power might affect the menagerie. The more he considered it, the more the plan seemed brilliant. Let the menagerie become a battleground between Tzeentch and the Lord of Humanity. The architect behind it would be driven to fury. We can do it, he said, but it will take preparation. A week. Thank you, Seer, Qin Yun said, relief and excitement in his voice. New gameplay ideas flashed through his mind. How could a proper game not have dungeons? The menagerie could be the first. Xiaopang's voice brightened. This feels like new gameplay is coming out. The menagerie isn't the hack-and-slash type, Xiaopang added, eyes gleaming as he read the projection. It'll be about outsmarting Tzeentch inside his own domain. Blood Pigeon agreed. A real dungeon, and the Eldar are helping. Maybe we'll even get Eldar relics. Sounds great, but can the new mode be pure hack-and-slash? I don't do strategy well. Little Alpaca looked worried. Then what are you good at? Seduction? Xiaopang teased. Little Alpaca lunged, grabbed Xiaopang's collar, and, with an athletic motion, drove a knee into his abdomen. Xiaopang doubled over, flushed and stunned, collapsing like a cut shrimp. Little Alpaca clapped his hands. I'm better at hitting people. Want a rematch? No thanks, I've had enough, Xiaopang panted, slowly pushing himself upright, legs trembling. It would have been perfect if Korn had blessed you, Blood Pigeon murmured with a grin. Xiaopang leaned against the wall, rubbing his bruised stomach. You know who the strongest chess saint of the Han dynasty was? Who? Blood Pigeon asked. It was Emperor Jing of Han, Liu Qi. They called him the chess saint because he used the board to beat opponents to death. When the opponent died, he won the game. The move was called Liu Qi's sure-win chess method. Warhammer OL boasts of being 100% realistic, Xiaopang went on. That means players can come up with entirely new ways to clear content, not just following one script. Someone could use a sure-win method too. Little Alpaca's eyes lit up. He clenched his fists. So that means if I just kill the menagerie's boss, It counts as clearing it? 122. The war will continue to burn. After the discussion about the menagerie, Qin Yun turned his attention to other legends and heretics in the Calixis sector, names like the Jagged Question Mark, Tyrant Star, and Soul-Stealing Realm. He planned to turn each of those dark legends into dungeons for the players to explore. He wondered what would happen when those cruel, cunning heretics met the even more cruel and cunning Fourth Great Calamity. Given the players' moral limits, Qin Yun quietly pitied the heretics in advance. Once chaos and heresy were covered, the meeting's main focus returned to the rebellion sweeping the sector. The recapture of the Scintilla Hive world had bolstered the morale of loyalist forces scattered across the sector. Counterattacks followed one after another, throwing the rebels into disarray. Battles erupted on numerous worlds. Many systems were dragged deep into war. The most consequential fight was for the Loss Forge world. Loss lay in the Malfi subsector and was the sector's most important forge world. Grand Marshal Drusus had permanently granted it to the Adeptus Mechanicus during the Angevin Crusade to bind Mars to the newly formed sector. Loss consisted of 3 planets on irregular orbits. Whenever their paths intersected, gravitational changes triggered a production frenzy, smelting rare metals and alloys and enabling massive output. After the Colin family ignited the rebellion, many factions reacted. Some members of the Adeptus Mechanicus even betrayed the Omnissiah and joined the rebels. At first, the rebels held the advantage, and the loyalists were nearly defeated. But after Scintilla was retaken, loyalist morale surged. They counterattacked, pushed the rebels back, and recaptured large swathes of territory. The fighting evened out. Then word came that the capital of the Malfi subsector, the Malfi Hive world, intended to send forces to reinforce the rebels, hoping to seize Loss and ramp up weapon and equipment production. "We must prevent that," Qin Yun said. "Loss is an essential production world. If the rebels seize it, their power will grow significantly. I'll send a team of God-chosen and diplomatic envoys to assess the situation on Loss and at the same time prepare for an expeditionary force," he announced. Qin Yun outlined a new campaign: retake the Loss Forge world and cripple the rebels there to break their morale further. He assigned tasks across departments: propaganda, logistical mobilization, insisting that provisions be ready before the army moved. With those orders given, the meeting ended. Afterward, Qin Yun handed a data panel to Prophet Kassereth. "I'm granting you mission publishing authority. If you need tasks done, publish missions for the God-chosen. Give appropriate rewards. Identity won't matter to them. Also, when you teach them, collect a reasonable amount of contribution points. You can do it for free if you want, but I don't recommend it." Kassereth hesitated a little, then accepted and followed Qin Yun's instructions. The reorganized Ministry of Internal Affairs moved with surprising efficiency. Officials at every level coordinated closely, methodically preparing war material. Cargo ships hauled goods from surface factories to the ports, where workers loaded them onto Imperial warships. Scintilla's reconstruction progressed quickly. Foundries and agricultural factories were coming online, producing vast quantities of equipment and food daily. The ministry mobilized mining guilds to exploit resources from asteroid belts, feral planets, and gas giants to feed the insatiable industrial machine. The riches of a star system were almost unimaginable. What humans were extracting at Scintilla was not even 0.01% of the system's total. Starships arrived at Scintilla one after another. Lone scout craft, damaged warships, shattered fleets, scattered Imperial Navy and Astra Militarum detachments, survivors, refugees. Hearing that a saint had taken station at Scintilla, many risked the warp storm to follow the Imperial Glory's beacon. Qin Yun ordered food be prepared for the refugees and troops, and had them elect representatives to meet with him. A scarred barge called Voidport was guided into berth by the control tower. When its hatch opened, tens of thousands of Astra Militarum poured out like a tide. The waiting guards quickly organized the new arrivals, ordering them to line up, surrender weapons, and undergo medical inspections. A few conflicts flared during intake but were swiftly suppressed. Pierce and Harry stood in that line, dejected, exhausted, disheveled, hollowed out by months of retreat. Their bodies, unwashed for days, smelled sour. Command had collapsed after the rebellion began. They had been routed from one battlefield to another, abandoning comrades and losing hope. Orders had been contradictory: attack, withdraw, hold, retreat. Frontline officers had been forced to choose between dying for glory or retreating to preserve soldiers who could still serve the emperor. In the end, their superiors abandoned pointless attrition and sent the survivors to Scintilla. After half a month in cramped, crowded holds, they disembarked. Pierce eyed the patrol guards' exoskeletal armor with envy. Overhead drones followed the guards, scanning arrivals with red and green beams. Compared to the Ragnalm regiment's carapace armor and lasguns, the difference was like night and day. Pierce and Harry were veterans of Ragnalm, a dust-poor mining world whose regiment specialized in close-quarters tunnel warfare and light infantry tactics. The world could only offer the Imperium manpower and ore. The Departamento Munitorum supplied only mediocre gear. "Move up, don't dawdle," someone barked. Slowcomers were shoved and whipped forward. Pierce muttered about how rough the treatment was. They registered with clerks and were told to strip for disinfection. "All of it?" Harry asked weakly. 35 from his community had enlisted. Now only he remained. He had watched shells reduce his friends to unrecognizable remains. "Yes, all of it," the administrator said. Harry complied, wincing as his las rifle, slung across his shoulder, brushed a fresh wound. Months of rations and non-stop fighting had left him skin and bone. His ribs showed through his uniform. Suddenly, a murmur rippled through the crowd. "It's the Saint. The Saint is here." Pierce and Harry turned and saw a sight they would never forget. A towering figure in immaculate power armor, a pure white pair of wings on his back, strode out of an ornate building and into the crowd. "By the Emperor's teeth, could that be a Primarch?" Pierce whispered, voice shaking. A spark of hope lit Harry's hollow eyes. The Saint's noble visage made it instinctive to kneel and swear allegiance. Qin Yun didn't linger. He passed through, nodded to the hopeful faces, then walked on. That brief gesture was enough. Many refugees and soldiers wept. In a time of darkness and despair, the Saint was a lighthouse in the night, proof that hope still existed. Harry cried, young and worn but not yet deadened. The sight recharged something in him. "Crying just because you saw a big shot? Pathetic," Pierce teased. Harry pointed out that the old soldier's eyes were wet too, and Pierce pretended it was only sand in his eyes. The little exchange dissolved into the crowd's larger relief. After the checks finished, the refugees received hot water and proper food. Pierce and Harry ate like men reborn, and then found their assigned beds. Sleep came easily. After so much hell, a few hours of peace felt like paradise. In the reception room, fleet commanders, Astra Militarum officers, arch-confessors, red-robed Adeptus Mechanicus priests, administratum officials, and refugee representatives waited. Conversations hummed until Qin Yun entered. They all bowed. "No need to bow," he said. "Time is short. We don't have time for formalities." He stepped toward the nearest man. "Your name?" "Quintus," the man replied. "Colonel, MacBain Household Guard. I represent 250,000 troops, at your command." Others rose in turn and introduced themselves, each pledging to submit command to Qin Yun. "Very good," Qin Yun said, smiling. "I'll re-equip you, reorganize your chains of command, and then we return to the fight." The meeting was brief. Qin Yun's orders were simple: reorganize, rearm, and go back to the front. The fires of war would keep burning until the traitors were ground to ashes. 123. Guilliman's Pilgrimage to Terra. After a few days' rest, Pierce and Harry received a notification to collect their equipment from the quartermaster. Confused but obedient, they went and found the man checking a long inventory list. When he finished, he waved for 2 crates to be brought forward. "This is for us?" Pierce asked, staring at the bulky exoskeleton armor before him as if he had misheard. The suit was far beyond the usual issue. Shoulder-mounted cannons with an automatic targeting module, an advanced life support package for hostile environments, and integrated medical systems for emergencies. Men of their rank typically received little more than flak armor and a laughably weak laser rifle, a flashlight, as they called it. "Yes, standard issue," the quartermaster said bluntly. "Every soldier gets one." He shoved a handful of Aquila coins and vouchers at them. 2 months' pay in coin for now. The coffers are tight, the rest in vouchers. Any back pay will be sorted later. Now it belongs to you. Wear it and fling your lives onto the battlefield. The quartermaster's brusque manner didn't offend Pierce. If anything, it exhilarated him. He ran his hands over the plating as if it were a lover's robe. "With this, killing those traitors will be like swatting rat pups," he murmured, eyes bright and eager. Pierce, suddenly earnest, let the old cynicism fall away. "I put my life in the living saint's hands. Where he says to go, I go. Who he says to point my gun at, I will point it at." Harry glanced at the coins and vouchers and nodded. If the petty bureaucrats' orders ever conflicted with the living saints, they would dismiss the former and carry out the latter without hesitation. On Atoma Planet, military factories never slept. Cargo ships streamed supplies to low orbit, where they were loaded onto larger transports bound for the front. Alongside ammunition and conventional weapons, this run included a fresh batch of Hound-class AI mechs, cheap, expendable machines designed as cannon fodder. Priest Tina had overseen their design and production. Simple wetware control cores, reception ports so TechGuard could override them if needed, and nothing more than adequate sensors and weapons. Row after row of Hound mechs were marched into the holds of transports, shut down, and salted into hibernation until they reached the front. At Dora Workshop's orbital shipyards, 10-kilometer frigates sat in the docks. After the natural selection's successful trials, Dora had ordered mass production. These 10 frigates were the fruits of that decision. Atoma already had a complete shipbuilding sector, and after the players optimized production lines, added thinkers, and increased automation, output had skyrocketed. Dora and the other players calculated that with a few more void factories and further optimization, the yard could churn out warships faster than any enemy could match. Casca the Sage inspected and inscribed gear marks across the new hulls, laying down machine blessings. Once signed off, the ships would be turned over to the Imperial Navy, though Dora sold to anyone with the coin, players included. Dora's modifications reduced crew requirements and added automated systems, trading the Imperial Navy's high-end resilience and warp hardening for affordability. For many players, a ship that could fly, fire, and put up a shield was sufficient. Macragge buzzed with a different energy. A magnificent fleet had gathered. Robout Guilliman had decided to make the pilgrimage to Terra, and he would take an escort of elite ultramarines. Sicarius, with his long list of legendary deeds, stood among them. Grandmaster Woldays of the Grey Knights had brought the Third Brotherhood. Successor chapters of the Ultramarines answered the muster. The Emperor's champion Amaric, the living Saint Celestine, Inquisitor Greyfax, and High Lord of Terra Cor all sought to join the expeditionary force. The Ynnari chose this moment to depart. They would rendezvous with Eldrad Ulthran, Incarn, and other high-ranking Eldari, and travel to worlds that still held intact obsidian monoliths. Their mission, to protect those devices from falling into enemy hands. Guilliman took a brief, formal moment to bid farewell to Yvraine, the Ynnari emissary. "I wish you a smooth journey," he said. "May you teach our common enemy a lesson or two." "And I wish prosperity to your martial path, Robut Guilliman," Yvraine replied, bowing. "One day, our destinies will cross again. Until then, do not die." Around them, a handful of players watched and commented aloud, the tone slipping from reverent to irreverent in an instant. Bald Donkey, an old player with an irreverent streak, grinned. "The regent's wife is leaving so soon? Newlyweds should stay longer, at least a few days more." Jutu Chang, an early entrant to the game, chuckled. "Honeymoon novelty wears off fast. A little separation, and the reunion will taste even sweeter." Chu Guanto shook his head. "Maybe Guilliman is off to see the Emperor. They had to part for duty." Bald Donkey's imagination had already run away with him. Think about it. Years later, the Emperor wakes, learns of Guilliman and Yvraine, and flies into a jealous rage. He sends the custodians to bring her before him and hurls a pile of land deeds her way. "Take 500 planets," he roars. "Leave my son." Yvraine refuses. Guilliman rushes in, stands between them and the Emperor, declares their love. The Emperor disowns him. A tearful note, an elopement. Then, to comfort the grieving father, Slaanesh appears and wraps an arm around the Emperor. The mother arrives unseen, glimpses Slaanesh with the Emperor, and explodes in fury, charging at the daemon. Bald Donkey spun the melodrama with relish. The nearby players leaned in, half scandalized, half entertained. Juto Chiang wagged a finger. No book deals, no catalogs. Choguanto scolded. If the Emperor wakes, you'll be out of line with Abaddon himself. That's heresy. Guilliman watched them bicker and laugh and knew them well enough to ignore it. After being around them for so long, their antics had become as predictable as a sunrise, and far less worrying than the day they suddenly went quiet. Days after the Pilgrimage Crusade was announced, the massive Imperial fleet left Macragge. Engines ignited into a chorus, hulls slipped out into black. The warp answered in kind, gods took notice, and the storms flared. Tzeentch's winds churned with unusual fury. Each jump put the fleet at risk. Reports of vanished ships trickled in. Still, despite unprecedented trials, the pilgrimage pushed on toward Terra. Far across the galaxy, events were shaping a confrontation. After the Battle of Fenris, Magnus had completed a ritual fueled by the deaths of 1 billion souls. He tore the planet of sorcerers from the Eye of Terror and flung it into the star system that had once been home to Prospero. Around it, more than a dozen nascent demon worlds coalesced, clustered like rotten fruit circling the core. Those worlds bristled with corruption factories, some gifts from the Dark Mechanicum, some plucked through the warp from burned forge worlds. They spewed siege demon engines in waves, black smoke roiling into the poisoned skies. In Tisca, the City of Light, Magnus the Red, the demon Primarch, watched the mounting pilgrimage and smiled. The proud Guilliman, he thought, would make an amusing plaything. Elsewhere, a world bled beneath the claws of Khorne. Demonic forces left nothing alive. Rivers of blood carved through ruined cities, the cries of the dying torn and whistled into the wind. Angron had originally intended to destroy the Pharos lighthouse, a light that gnawed at his fury, but the blood god's will rearranged his priorities. The brass citadel's master hungered for slaughter on Terra. Guilliman presented the perfect quarry. Angron gathered his host and gave chase, and in the shifting realms of the warp, whispers told of Guilliman's voyage to Fulgrim. The Primarch smiled a cold, knowing smile, licked the edge of his blade, and vowed in a voice like ice, "Guilliman, you will pay for your insult. You will not reach our father." 124. Titus arrives, after meeting with representatives of the armies and the refugees who had retreated to the Scintilla Hive world. Qin Yun sent Shieling to fetch Topi, whose player handle read like a joke. "Midnight Lord, do you want a scalp massage?" and ordered him to come see him. When Topi learned the guide had summoned him, he nearly burst with excitement. He convinced himself he must have maxed out the guide's favor and unlocked a special quest that would net him an Eagle Medal, the highest honor in the game. To date, only War Master had ever received one. War Master had been awarded the Golden Eagle after, while acting as a diplomatic envoy in Tyrian Hive City, stumbling upon information about a star god fragment. Tupi strode in and snapped to attention before Qin Yun. "Guide, you called for me?" Qin Yun cleared his throat. "I have a mission for you." Tupi's response was instant and theatrical, as if any hesitation might cause the quest to vanish. "Send me where you will, esteemed guide. My life and soul belong to you. I would brave any danger without question. Give the command, and even if I must raise my blade against the gods, I will not hesitate." Qin Yun stared. These players were getting more creative with their flattery. He meant to rebuke such excess, to say that such praise was unnecessary, but the words never came. It felt unexpectedly pleasant to be fawned over like this. No doubt Slaanesh was to blame, he thought, and allowed himself a faint smile. He opened a data projection showing the Las Forge world. Las is the most important forge world in the Calixis sector, and it is our next strategic objective. We have already gathered forces and plan to seize it for the Imperium. However, the world is full of rebels and heavily armed. A rash assault would cost us dearly. I need someone to infiltrate, gather intelligence, and when the main army strikes, create chaos and panic in the enemy rear. Can you complete this mission? In the name of the Emperor, I can complete any mission you assign. 2P replied with the iron certainty of an Astartes. Very good. You may choose appropriate teammates to form a squad. Shieling will issue individual orders, and then you depart. Qin Yun clapped 2P on the shoulder. Don't disappoint me. Never, 2P promised solemnly, and hurried off to recruit. He quickly assembled a small team: Hawkeye, Raven Guard, Batman, Midnight Lord, Ling Linky Alpha, and Joker Alpha. Each member specialized in disguise, infiltration, and penetration. Following Qin Yun's instructions, Shieling assigned their missions. Their orders were straightforward: infiltrate Lost Forge world. Mission details: the Loyalist faction on Mal's world had lost orbital control and scattered across Lass. Locate and inform these Loyalists that aid was coming. Investigate rebel movements and establish contact with Loyalists. When the Imperial forces arrive, sabotage and destroy key enemy positions. The more destruction, the greater the rewards. Basic rewards: 50,000 contribution points, 15,000 honor points, 3,000 faith points, with bonus payouts depending on performance. As captain, 2P would receive an additional 15% on top of the base reward. The 5 players wasted no time. Disguised as refugees, they boarded a merchant ship bound for Mal's world. There they were captured by rebel soldiers, pressed into servitude aboard a slave ship, and shipped to Lost Forge world as indentured labor. The infiltration proceeded perfectly. War had created a massive demand for labor on Laz. Although 2P and the others were Astartes, without power armor, they were only a little over 2 meters tall, height not uncommon among Hive City gangs or bio-augmented fanatics, so they did not draw undue attention. The rebels cared little about the slaves' pasts. They needed bodies to feed the gears of the war. With war mobilization, factories hungrily consumed refugees for production. Mining guilds expanded void operations into the belt, and farming-type players contracted factories in the Scintilla Hive world. MC Myth, on an official business trip with companions, pooled contribution points to contract several Forge World factories. They merged them into MC Dynasty and began stockpiling resources for a grand project. He had joined Dora Workshop only to get seed money. Once he finished the mission to modify the Exemplar St. Fist battleship, he planned to leave and run his own factory. As the factories came online, MC Legend, MC Epic, and other Dynasty players took their posts and pushed new military products fast. Dora Workshop had started producing exoskeleton armor and mechs, so MC Dynasty avoided direct competition by focusing on drones. MC Dynasty gathered top talent across industries, many specialists who had joined to build wonders. These experts converged on Holy Terra, offering advice and technical support, and from existing tech and materials, they designed a novel drone swarm. To publicize it, they invited Qin Yun military generals and players to witness the demonstration of MC Dynasty's first drone, the Tianshu X1. "This is our Tianshu X1 drone swarm," MC Legend announced. It has a streamlined teardrop design and an adaptive color-changing nano-coating for camouflage. Its modular architecture allows disassembly into multiple units for easy, affordable maintenance. An anti-gravity suspension uses quantum fields for silent hovering and instant acceleration. It carries a Thinker intelligent control module that can synchronize with an operator's consciousness through a neural interface. A phase pulse emitter alternates between a penetrating scan mode and a destructive armor-piercing mode. It can be fitted with multi-barreled bolt guns, laser emitters, melt-a-beam emitters, and more. The swarm can be coordinated by a wetware-equipped mothership and deployed for suicide bomb strikes. Most importantly, the cost is low. For mass production, one unit costs just 2,500 Eagle medals. 2,500 Eagle medals per unit is indeed cheap, Colonel Quintus said. For reference, an Imperial Guardsman's monthly wage was around 3,000 to 4,000, rising to 5,000 with allowances. Whether it was actually paid was another matter. Still, the price drew attention. "This is blasphemy against the Omnissiah," an Adeptus Mechanicus member snapped. "These technologies are unverified and risk heresy." "Who is the messenger of the Omnissiah here?" someone murmured, pointing at Qin Yun in the crowd. "None of this has been sanctioned by the sacred cog," the tech priest insisted. "Using it rashly could cause unimaginable catastrophes." "We are not members of the Adeptus Mechanicus," MC Legend shot back. "Imperial law does not grant you the right to unilaterally condemn us. Besides, these drones are equipped with wetware and possess immortal souls. I think their wetware rivals yours." The Omnissiah does not reject truth. Progress has never been his intent to deny. Qin Yun supported the players. Imperial technology needs careful innovation as well. Several conservative Mechanicus members showed displeasure. They balked at the idea of the God-chosen altering the Omnissiah's works. But with Qin Yun's public backing, they had no effective recourse. In truth, the The rebellion led by the Colin family had inadvertently helped Qin Yun. It had weakened the Adeptus Mechanicus's iron grip over the Calixis sector. Otherwise, his attempts to push technological reform would likely have met with forceful resistance from conservative Martian dogmatists. In reality, many among the Mechanicus clung to restriction to protect their own interests, even as they pursued clandestine research into xenos and heretical tech. Thanks to Qin Yun's endorsement, the Tian Shu X-1 swarm received military trial orders, a promising start. If the drones proved reliable, demand would explode. After the demonstration, Qin Yun returned to the strategic room with Losa, Ainge, and others to issue new directives. He criticized the old tactics that wasted lives in pursuit of victory, stressing the need to combine force with technology. The enemy has almost certainly planted agents on the Scintilla Hive world to monitor us, he said. They will try to draw us into a defeat on loss to bleed our effective forces. Strategically, we can expose and publicize their weaknesses. Tactically, we must treat them seriously and fight each engagement well. All units must integrate new equipment and develop new tactics. We cannot be as rigid and ossified as before. Every soldier is the Emperor's currency. No waste is allowed. I am not forbidding sacrifice, only insisting that any sacrifice must be meaningful. Quintus and the others listened in silence. None dared argue. Your immediate task is to familiarize yourselves with and integrate into units equipped with new gear. I don't want any poor performance when we seize loss. No sooner had Qin Yun finished than a messenger arrived at the strategic room door. After the guards permitted him in, he entered and gave the Aquila salute. Report. Saint, we have received communication from a battle barge, the messenger said. They claim to be Deathwatch and request our assistance. Did they give a name? Qin Yun asked. They say their kill team captain is Nurus. Qin Yun's eyes widened. Nurus? That alias belonged to Titus when he served in the Deathwatch warband. Long time no see, brother. A strike barge bearing the Inquisition's emblem docked at the Void Port under the control tower's orders. 3 fully armed squads of stormtroopers disembarked, flanked by 5 Astartes in black power armor. The silver shoulder plates of the 5 bore the Inquisition sigil. Stormtroopers, black power armor, Inquisition emblems. This must be a Deathwatch kill team, Shi Si Lang said at once, having just stepped off the exemplar Saint Fist battleship. He recognized them at a glance. The Deathwatch had been formed after the Beast War as a specialized force for the Inquisition's Ordo Xenos. During the 32nd millennium, while the Imperial Fist's warband was carrying out a routine purge, they discovered the aliens they'd been exterminating. The Krorks were fleeing from something. Toward the end of the mission, a mechanical satellite appeared over the battlefield, tearing the Imperial fleet in low orbit apart. Countless orcs descended to the surface and wiped out nearly the entire Imperial Fist's warband. Only Kurland escaped. Terra had learned of the catastrophe, and panic followed. Intelligence identified an unprecedented walk. Orcs had ballooned to immense size, and their leader, the Beast, was no mere beast, but a living gargant-like monster. To stop the tide, Kurland enacted the High Wall Protocol. Imperial Fist's successor warbands gathered on Terra, and the Legion structure was temporarily restored. After halting the Orc offensive, Kurland proposed a special force to combat Xenos threats across the galaxy. Veterans from many warbands formed the Deathwatch, and the Inquisition established the Ordo Xenos. Together, they struck decisive blows at alien threats. The Deathwatch maintained outposts and fortresses across the stars. Stormtroopers, for their part, were elite mortal troops raised in the Schola Progenium and trained for the hardest special missions, loyal to the Empire. Deathwatch? Why are they here? Ningba Ren asked, curious. Maybe they have a fortress in the Calixis sector, Shi Si Lang guessed, rubbing his chin. Ningba Ren slapped his forehead. Another new storyline. There have been so many lately. Shi Si Lang's expression turned thoughtful. A while back, the guide spoke to an Eldari NPC and mentioned players should clear special chaos zones like the Menagerie and the Soul-Stealing Chamber. Now the Deathwatch, who deal with Xenos, have come to see the guide, Ningba Ren said. Maybe the new storyline and gameplay are tied to the Inquisition. Or maybe we'll become an Inquisition kill team, carrying out missions across the galaxy, rooting out heretics and Xenos. Shi Si Lang added, it'd be a lot more interesting. Ningbaren agreed. Voidport, reception room. Qin Yun and Kaiden, accompanied by other Inquisition officers, received the Deathwatch kill team. Saint, I am Nerulus, captain of this kill team. I come seeking counsel and aid, announced the lead black-armored warrior as he entered, removed his helmet, and bowed to Qin Yun. The man's face was set and resolute. No need for the formalities, Qin Yun replied, studying him. The captain had introduced himself as Nerulus, but Qin Yun recognized the soldier's true identity, Demetrian Titus. Titus had been born on the agri-world Tarntus, the only son of a poor family. Recruited by a warband scout in his teens, he rose to become an honored warrior of the Ultramarines' 2nd Battle Company. After the First Tyranid War, the Ultramarines' 1st Company had been destroyed. A Jimin, who had commanded the 2nd Company, was promoted to rebuild the 1st Company. Senior Sergeant Tura became captain of the 2nd Company, and Titus his adjutant. Later, Tura was killed in an ambush by Bieltan Eldari, and Titus eventually rose to captain of the 2nd. At the Battle of Forge World Greel, Titus was accused of heresy by a comrade, and Inquisitor Crixus opened an investigation. To preserve the Ultramarines' honor, Titus submitted to the inquiry. Commander Calgar petitioned for Titus's release, but the Inquisition, involved in its own matters, did not respond. During operations, Inquisitor Crixus became demon-possessed and met a tragic end at the hands of the Grey Knights. When the Red Hunters were ordered to search Crixus's former strongholds, they found numerous Space Marines, Titus among them, held in stasis fields as part of ongoing investigations. These rescued Marines were transferred to a Deathwatch fortress awaiting disposition by their home warbands. Titus languished in internment for over a century without rescue. Believing he had shamed his brothers, he assumed they had abandoned him. Disillusioned, he adopted the name Nerulus and joined the Deathwatch. "Why don't you use your real name, Titus?" Qin Yun asked. Titus's eyes widened. He had thought his name long forgotten. Hearing it spoken by the saint surprised and delighted him. He had feared his past shame was known. "Does the captain have another name?" Baron, one of the kill team, asked. "Titus sounds fine, but why does he know it and we don't?" Darius frowned. "Feels like the captain's hiding a lot." Titus's face darkened. "That name is a symbol of shame. I am Nerulus now." "It's not shameful, Titus," Qin Yun said. "Your name is a symbol of honor. I've seen your statue in the Ultramarines' Hall of Honor. You've been searched for 100 years by Commander Calgar, but the Inquisition never disclosed Inquisitor Crixus's whereabouts, so he couldn't find you," Qin Yun continued. "Your brothers believed you had given your life. The base of your statue even reads, 'A hero who gave his life for the Emperor, Demetrian Titus.'" Titus stared, disbelieving. "Is that true?" "Of course," Qin Yun said. "And one more thing. Your Primarch, Robut Gilliman, has been resurrected. If you have time, you should return and see him." Qin Yun put a hand on Titus's shoulder. "What happened in the past was a misunderstanding. Your warband didn't abandon you. Go back to your brothers." Relief and gratitude washed Titus's face. He'd long thought himself an exile with no home. Now he realized he'd been mistaken. Calgar had never given up seeking him. He simply hadn't found him. "Thank you for clearing that up. If it weren't for you, I'd still be in the dark." "Now that your personal affairs are settled," Qin Yun said, "let us discuss why you're here." "As Deathwatch, our duty is to purge Xenos," Titus replied. "But this is related to Xenos. We were acting under orders from the Purge the Outer Sect to investigate Xenos and corruption in the Calixis sector. Some time ago, the Purge the Outer Sect uncovered evidence that the Forever Consortium was colluding with Xenos. It's a loose coalition of merchant captains and outpost traders, secretly backed by the Worm People from the Coronis Expanse. These Xenos support proxy groups whose aim is to raise and enslave humans. The Purge the Outer Sect found an anomaly on the Josian world at the sector's edge and sent us to investigate. What we found was worse than we expected. The Forever Consortium was assisting the Worm People in raising the local human population. Across the system, over 1.5 billion people had been enslaved. The Worm People treated them as food, feeding on their souls. When we arrived, most had lost their minds and become puppets. We had no choice but to execute exterminatus on that world. As we planned to purge the Forever Consortium more widely, the Colin family rebelled. The Forever Consortium backs them. They've raised an unimaginable army on the Haxel world. The Death Watch units in the Calixis sector alone can't handle them. We've come to ask for the Inquisition's help. Qin Yun pulled up a projected star map and pointed out the Josian world and the Haxel hive cities, both at the periphery of the Calixis sector. Clearly, the corruption had been ongoing for a long time. It seems the Collin family hasn't just built a sector-spanning network of interests, Qin Yun said. They've secretly colluded with heretics and multiple Xenos races. I will help, Qin Yun continued, but not yet. With the Forever Consortium and the Collin family colluding, simply sending troops to the Haxel world may be futile. The rebels will find ways to reinforce their Xenos allies. Then strike at the rebels' vitals first, Qin Yun suggested. We're about to attack the Lost Forge world. Join us there first. Titus hesitated, then consulted his team. Finally, he nodded. All right, we will fight with you. The warp's fury was beyond imagining, but the Pilgrimage Crusade fleet forged ahead through the thorns. Whenever the fleet emerged from the warp, Guilliman summoned his astropaths to collect messages, astropathic cries that described the galaxy's ruin. Supernatural disasters swept sectors, daemon incursions and raging plagues multiplied. Mutants and psychers proliferated at unheard-of rates. Terrifying, insane phenomena erupted. Loyal servants of the Imperium turned into shrieking cultists. Xenos armies, born on warp tides, swarmed worlds. Requests for aid came like snow, and countless Imperial worlds bled. The weight of those messages pressed on everyone aboard the pilgrimage fleet. Long-term tension and exposure to warp pressure made crew and attendants sick, vomiting, diarrhea, depression, some falling gravely ill. At the maelstrom's edge, an etheric storm swelled. The navigators howled, astropaths convulsed under warp pressure, and the Astronomican's beacon flickered nearly to nothing. The pilgrimage fleet was forced to drop back into real space, only to fly into a long-planned ambush. A voice crackled over the fleet's comnet. Long time no see, my brother. Guilliman's face tightened. The voice belonged to his traitorous brother, Magnus. He barked orders desperately, trying to change the fleet's disposition, but Magnus had arranged this trap. Macro-cannon salvos tore through Loyalist ships. Runes carved into torpedoes homed in with lethal precision, and warp fire turned bridges and magazines into conflagrations. In the moment of greatest peril, Bald Donkey stepped forward. Primarch, we request permission to board the Revenge of Tisca. If we can get Cyclone torpedo warheads into that flagship, we can cripple it and give the fleet a chance to withdraw. Guilliman looked at the god chosen before him. Despite their usual irreverence, they could be counted on when it mattered. Do it, he said. The players' faces lit up, but then they hesitated, waiting. Guilliman remembered Qin Yun's instructions and hurriedly opened the operation interface to post the mission. Mission: Desperate Struggle. The Pilgrimage Crusade fleet has been ambushed by the treacherous Primarch Magnus. The Chaos Warband has placed the fleet in mortal peril. Volunteers are needed to strike at Magnus's flagship and cripple it so the Crusade fleet can escape. Loyal Primarch Guilliman seeks heroes willing to risk everything. Basic reward: 150,000 contribution points, 10,000 honor points, a sacred relic of the Ultramarines warband. There's a sacred relic, even better. I knew volunteering paid off, Bald Donkey grinned. Brothers, prepare for boarding. Let's teach that sunburnt, one-eyed Ogren a lesson. P.S. Sorry, I've missed updates and haven't managed to keep up 10,000 words per day. I'm 4 chapters behind and will add more when I can. This is the Worm People. 126. Space Wolves versus Magnus. The Pilgrimage Expeditionary Force was facing an unprecedented crisis. Beyond the overwhelming Thousand Suns fleet, Magnus's sorcery had filled the void with despair. Tzeentch's power warped the entire region. Tendrils of etheric energy were as deadly as the claws and fangs of primeval beasts. Ships tore apart or were crushed into scrap. Some were hurled directly into the raging warp storm. It was a massacre. Concentrate fire. Punch a hole in the enemy flagship's shields, Guilliman ordered. The command echoed through the fleet and steadied many shaken hearts. All guns turned to Tisca's revenge. Magnus perceived the change in focus at once. He assumed Guilliman meant to concentrate everything to destroy his flagship. He dismissed the move as naive. Guilliman, you cannot escape the trap I have set for you, he murmured. Guilliman forced himself calm and parsed the battlefield with superhuman precision, searching for the flagship's weakness. Under a synchronized barrage, Magnus's psychic shield finally cracked, leaving an opening. On Makraj's honor, 50 players, among them Bald Donkey of the Space Wolves, newly awakened to the runic path, Zhu To Qiang of the Dark Angels, Jua Zhen Bao of the Raven Guard, a Tech Marine, Krieg of the Blood Angels, and Dozong of the White Scars. Player ID, Duzong Eats Beans, waited on the teleport platform. They were split into 5 squads, each bearing a Cyclone torpedo warhead, ready to teleport aboard Magnus's flagship. To improve their odds, Guilliman authorized them to don Terminator armor with integrated force fields. Terminator power armor was precious, often reserved for chapter masters or captains, but if the expeditionary force was to be wiped out here, such valuables meant nothing. Even if many suits were lost, they could be remade should Terra be reached. The tech priests had implanted powerful self-destruct charges in the suits and fitted remote detonators for the god-chosen to trigger the Cyclone torpedoes. The ship shuddered, alarms screamed, conduction tubes sparked and guttered. A stretch of scaffolding fell from a tangle of pillars and pipes with a heavy crash. Still the crew went on, red-robed tech personnel and servitors clearing debris and replacing damaged modules with practiced calm until the deck looked as if nothing had happened. It was easy to overlook the warships exploding outside, but reality remained. The Loyalists were desperate. This catastrophe had not been of their making. The enemy flagship's shield has been breached. At that announcement, everyone froze and then looked reverently at the god-chosen standing on the teleport das. They were being sent on a suicide mission. Bald Donkey felt the need to say something. If the officials ever uploaded footage, it would be a bland affair without a stirring speech. He hefted his axe, and his deep voice came through the loudspeakers. "We are the Emperor's shining sword, the Empire's iron fist. United in purpose, we never give up. May our broken bodies return the Emperor's light to the galaxy, for humanity, for the Emperor." Silence fell for a beat. Then everyone shouted in unison, "For humanity, for the Emperor." From the bridge, Guilliman watched through the monitors and felt gratitude for Qin Yun's hand in shaping this band of God-chosen. He stared through the viewport at Tizca's revenge, eyes burning. The Chaos Gods would not always have the last word. One day, humanity would strike back, cleanse the warp, and burn its enemies to ash. Under the grim gaze of the Loyalists, the teleport platforms roared to life and flung the players aboard Tizca's revenge. The slaughter began. The 5 squads arrived in different sectors: engine room, bridge, ammo magazines, each landing where they could do the most damage. Zhu To Qiang's squad materialized in the engine room and were met by immediate resistance. Clad in Terminator armor, they charged like battering rams. Mortals who had bartered their souls to the warp were ground into bloody pulp. Cries of despair and triumph echoed as Thousand Sun sorcerers and red-letter warriors were ripped apart or blasted to ash. Screaming daemons of Tsinch were shredded by roaring chainswords. "For the lion, traitors!" Zhu To Qiang bellowed, punching a Thousand Sun sorcerer and blowing his head apart before spitting a long burst from his arm-mounted heavy bolter, pulverizing 2 red-letter warriors. No wonder Abaddon always wears Terminator armor. This firepower is insane. Slaughter! Slaughter! Who else wants to see despair? Come and feel it. The players reveled in the slaughter, their armor shrugging off fire as they carved a bloody path toward the engine room. Cultists, horned beasts, daemons of fear fell beneath them. The deck became a slick of blood, shattered bodies, and steaming flesh. As they closed on the engine complex, a monstrous construct loomed, a soul grinder. 6 piston-driven armored legs carried the hulking machine, each step shuddering steel and trailing oil and rust. Smoke and steam poured from every joint. Welded to the armored hull was a blue-skinned giant, its limbs fused with machinery, its head a mass of branching horns, and its hands monstrous pincers that sparked with every crushing motion. The players muttered, half in shock, half in gallows humor. "Is that a soul grinder?" one asked. "Look at that resentful face. Must be a soul grinder who took out a high-interest loan and had to sell himself to a chaos blacksmith," another quipped. Soul grinders wore shells of warped metal and were protected by immaterial energies. Only the most powerful anti-tank weapons could harm them. Their armaments breathed warp fire and warped reality itself. With its arrival came a surge of thousand suns and red-letter warriors and howling daemons, cutting off any retreat. "This is where we die, but the engine's close enough," someone said. "Detonate here and we take the engine room with us." "Charge for MVP!" Zhu Chang roared. They set the warhead's detonation sequences and poured into the fray. Zhu Chang leapt at the soul grinder, chainsword screaming. The rotating blade rang on armored plating. The soul grinder's piston claw slammed him, tearing through Terminator armor as if it were paper. Crimson poured and organs spilled. With his last strength, he thrust his chainsword into the creature's blue chest, opening a fatal wound. "I can't win, but neither will you," Zhu Chang grinned. The bomb in his suit detonated. A blinding light consumed the chamber. Nearby cultists and daemons were vaporized into ash. Elsewhere, the other squads fought on, one by one detonating their charges and erupting into fire. The cyclone torpedoes' timed explosions followed, each blast shredding bulkheads and ripping out critical systems. Flames and shockwaves consumed whole sections of the battleship. Bald Donkey stood on his own platform, his chain axe dripping gore in one hand and arcs of violent lightning in the other. As a rune priest of the Space Wolves, his psychic power was formidable, if not as great as Shishi Lang's, still among the elite players. He called down a torrent of lightning, his great Buddha heavenly thunder, that turned foes to scattered charcoal. Around him, his comrades fell upon enemies, leaving the platform smeared with dismembered limbs. Ahead loomed a massive steel gate. "This is the throne room. Magnus is inside," someone reported. Bald Donkey's voice was steady. The players beside him were battered, the cyclone torpedoes hidden and counting down. His HUD showed other teams already dead, and their torpedoes detonating in sequence, crippling the battleship. Bald Donkey addressed his brothers in arms. "This is our first super boss fight, brothers. Don't expect to beat Magnus. Study him. Learn his attack patterns for future assaults on this demon Primarch. Kill, kill, kill. Kill Magnus, the red-skinned, one-eyed ogre. For victory, for glory." The steel gate opened and the battered players filed into the throne room. Only a few thousand suns sorcerers and a massive red giant with long hair and a scepter awaited them. Magnus turned. His face was twisted with fury. He had thought this play was flawless, that he could toy with Gilliman. That his flagship had been boarded by such unpredictable, unbound fools was an unbearable humiliation. "Do you dare face me, one-eyed ogre?" Bald Donkey taunted, planting his axe. The nearby sorcerers stared. Was this a Khorne devotee? What mad audacity let him challenge a demigod? Magnus's eyes chilled and his outrage flared. Bald Donkey charged, and the others followed. An arcane radiance burst from Magnus, casting them to the floor. Bald Donkey, dazed, was seized and slammed down onto an armored knee. The crack of a breaking spine echoed through the chamber. Fuck! That was all Bald Donkey had time to think. He could not rise. Magnus looked down and spoke coldly. "Your remaining life will be filled with torment." When the other players surged forward, Magnus unleashed surging psychic flames that consumed them, turning them to ashes. Even the force of their self-detonations was swallowed by his power, rendered null. In this universe, only a Primarch could best a Primarch. "Magnus, you're just a one-eyed ogre," Bald Donkey rasped. "No, my mistake. Your brain's worse than an ogre's." Magnus raised his scepter and drove its blade into Bald Donkey's abdomen. Blood fountained. Bald Donkey coughed, and with the last of his strength, gave a middle finger. "Is that all you've got?" "No need to rush," Magnus said, amusement in his voice. "I have all the time to make you suffer." "Not necessarily." Bald Donkey's grin was horrific. A deafening series of explosions rocked the throne room. The cyclone warheads that had been embedded elsewhere aboard the ship detonated. A roaring shockwave and searing fire reached them. Magnus's face went white. These players had no threads of fate to read. He had not foreseen their preset bombs. He threw up a psychic shield to hold back the blast, buying a fraction of a second. Bald Donkey seized that moment and triggered the self-destruct in his suit. The second explosion tore the throne room apart. When the smoke cleared, Bald Donkey and the others were ash. Only charred fragments of Terminator armor remained. Magnus reached for Bald Donkey's soul and found nothing. "The Imperium has counterattacked," a servant observed. Magnus peered out of the throne room and saw Macragge's honor on a killing spree, scything through the Thousand Suns fleet. Piece by piece, their ships became fireworks in the void. "Damn it!" Magnus howled. He tried to stem Guilliman's assault, but his flagship had been gravely damaged. The cyclone detonations had destroyed large swathes and killed many servants. Psychic energy surged as the ship attempted to repair itself, but repairs took time, and the Loyalists were gaining a window. Guilliman, after dealing grievous damage, began issuing retreat orders. They could not linger for the enemy to recover. "You won't escape, Guilliman," Magnus roared at the sky as the Imperial fleet opened a warp rift and fled. He raged as if on the edge of madness. The plan had held a fatal flaw. The Loyalists were larger and more resilient than he'd calculated. "You won't escape me." In low orbit above the Scintilla Hive world, the Imperial glory lay moored at an empty berth. Workships and supply tenders moved past its spires like worker bees tending a swollen queen. In the lighthouse control room of Imperial Strategic, Qin Yun established a scheduled link with 2P, who was covert on Lost Forge world. The quantum engine hummed, and 2P's projection filled the room with remarkable clarity, as if the two were sitting face to face. Their mission parameters were simple. One player would contact Loyalists on Lost Forge world to warn them reinforcements were imminent and to avoid needless sacrifice. The others would spread out to gather intelligence and prepare for sabotage. "You say the rebels are working on something called the Paradox Engine?" Qin Yun asked the projection. "Yes, guide," Topi answered. "Legend says it's an artifact from the Dark Age of technology, part human, part xenotech. It's incredibly potent. Not only could it guide ships through the warp, but it could let beings consume and control warp energy, ascend." Tupai relayed everything he'd learned. The crucial point was clear. If the rebels completed the Paradox Engine, they believed they could secure victory. "I understand. You've done well," Qin Yun said. "Keep low and find a way to infiltrate them. These rebels aren't just rebelling. They're colluding with Xenos. We need precise intelligence to act." "Understood, guide. I will complete the mission," 2P vowed. "Good. If you bring back full rebel intelligence and name the Xenos, I will personally welcome you home." Qin Yun's promise made Topi's projection brighten. "A personal welcome, perhaps even an award, beat any medal. I will go through fire and water for you," he swore. The link shut down. Qin Yun rose to leave when a golden mission screen flickered into being before him. Mission: acquire the Paradox Engine. This warp engine was created by a deranged human scientist using ancient xenotechnology. Once activated, it grants incredible power, enabling sublimation of flesh and soul. Integrating it into lighthouse technology is ideal. Reward: large amount of faith points. Lighthouse 2.0, players and nearby allies can dispel negative statuses and gradually restore health when near the lighthouse. "Good heavens, turning the lighthouse into a fountain, are they?" Qin Yun muttered, half amused. "A healing fountain would make combat far more forgiving. If you died, teleport back, heal, and rejoin the fight." It was almost like the Necron's cheap resurrection trick. With detailed intelligence from 2P confirmed and the players in contact with local Loyalists, Qin Yun issued his command. "Let the enemy's blood flow into the void. In the Emperor's light, Lost Forge world will return to the Imperium." 127. Is the Living Saint planning a rebellion? A steel-forged behemoth, its freight cars sagging with cargo, thundered along the tracks into the port's loading yard. Servitors and workers piloting SCV-like industrial mechs shifted crates from the train to waiting trucks, which hauled them out to the docked vessels. The unloaded train pulled away to make room for the next fully laden convoy. Masses of military supplies streamed from ground and orbital factories. Alongside the material, trains kept delivering soldiers, line after line of troops, uniform in exoskeleton armor with their Legion emblems painted on the pauldrons and the double-headed eagle stamped on their chests. Pierce and Harry were among them. They no longer wore the despondent faces of their first muster. Now they brimmed with anticipation. Since joining the army, they had never seen such an array of firepower. Brand new equipment, tanks, artillery, missile carriers, and air vehicles. The support was luxurious by any standard. "We'll make those idiots pay. Let their brains splatter on the deck." Not one of them spared. Not one. The soldiers shouted and laughed, eager to march on Lost Forge world. The last battles had left them frustrated and bereft of brothers. With this level of gear, failure was intolerable. Qin Yun had placed Titus and his Deathwatch kill team aboard the Imperial Glory in case Xenos appeared. It allowed him to consult them instantly. The players took the opportunity to spar with the hardened Deathwatch veterans. Titus, nicknamed the God-chosen Old K, drew challengers in an endless stream. He beat them all. The challenger who lasted the longest was War Master. Most of his combat skills had reached Master or Grandmaster levels, and his two-handed sword was only a hair's breadth from the Hall of Fame rank, a rare mastery across the galaxy. At that level, taking on top entities like Yvrain would be feasible. Your talent is excellent. Given more time, I'd be hard-pressed to keep up, Titus told War Master, meaning it as the highest praise. After another round of exploits and exhausting the contribution points the God-chosen had been paid, the kill team veterans finally caught a break. When the Living Saint had told them to collect contribution points from players who came to spar, they'd been puzzled. Now they understood. Contribution points were protection. The God-chosen trained constantly in every spare moment. If left unchecked, they'd challenge for 24 tera-hours straight. "This is harder than my training," Baron groaned, rubbing a sore arm. "These contribution points add up to tens of thousands a day. But what do you spend them on?" "You set tasks for the God-chosen," Darius said with a chuckle. "Want to see?" He posted a task on his data slate, asking someone to take his chainsword for maintenance. Within minutes, a God-chosen had run over and accepted. "It works?" Baron's eyes went wide. "In the future, send them on missions," Darius said. "Pay enough contribution points, and they'll take satchel charges and board Tyranid hive ships without batting an eye." Baron laughed. "Useful." "Look, Astartes on the ramparts," Celtic called, drawing the kill team to the viewport. Through the thick viewport glass, Titus could see Astartes assembled on the tarmac in square formations, 13 by 13, each block roughly 169 warriors. 13 formations made a regiment. 3 regiments stood assembled. "There must be over 6,000 Astartes," Ulfa breathed. Most warbands numbered 1,000, with a few hundred in reserve. The Living Saints' forces alone were an army, over 6,000 Astartes in line formation, and far more if reserves were counted. "I've never seen an Astartes force this size," Baron said. "Nor have I heard the Imperium permitting warbands to expand like this." "Treating the Codex as optional," Darius muttered. Titus frowned. Over 6,000 Astartes could sweep this entire sector. Had the Living Saint designs for another great crusade? A second Imperium? Titus smothered the thought. If anyone had built a second Imperium, it wasn't his concern, and even then it wouldn't be the same as Old Terra's first, but that was a private quirk of his conscience. "Wait, why is there an Ogren in the formation?" Baron pointed. "There's an Ogren among the God-chosen? Why is he holding a force staff? Can he—" Darius's voice trailed. Titus looked and his jaw dropped. Among the armored Ogrens stood one in heavy plate wielding a force staff, casually releasing arcs of psychic light. Even battle-hardened veterans beside him gaped. They'd seen almost everything in the galaxy, but never an Ogren manifesting psychic powers. "It feels unreal," Baron said, half laughing, half cursing. "An Ogren doing psychic work? This universe has gone mad." "This is neither imperial nor scientific," Darius complained. The players destined for war continued to arrive from Yatoma World. After the final reinforcements and supplies were aboard, Qin Yun ordered departure. War horns sounded. Civilians watched as the punitive fleet slipped its moorings. Ports, shipyards, and factory warehouses were stripped clean. Troops filled transport holds. The bustling docks fell abruptly quiet. The fleet reached Mandeville Point and opened a warp gate for Lost Forge World. Lost Forge World burned. Void factories, orbital spires, weapon platforms, and research institutes dotted the system. Loyalist and rebel forces clashing across 1,000 battlefields. 3 planets bore visible scars, their skies swollen with black smoke visible from orbit. After the Collin family's rebellion, hidden insurgents at Los had seized the Forge world. Corruption had already eaten the system's core. Political leaders had been distracted with interfaction conflicts and failed to notice the rot. Rebels executed the regime. Bodies of the slain hung as warnings above factory spines. With senior officials purged, Lower ranks were left in chaos, and the Loyalists were initially weak. But Loyalist leaders emerged. News of the recapture of Scintilla Hive World rallied morale. Loyalists slowly steadied, and the rebels panicked. The insurgents massed forces from many sources and leaned on numerical superiority to crush the Loyalists. The St. Hao factory hung in the void like a disc-shaped megastructure at the system's heart. 7 giant cable-like conduits connected surrounding stations and satellite workshops. Feeder lines crisscrossed the gap as a vast circulatory system. Parts went in at the rim. Assembled systems emerged at the core. The machinery roared. The air smelled faintly of incense. Filters pulsed carbon dioxide and argon to mimic Martian atmosphere. Galamond, a 6-meter-tall renegade adept of the Adeptus Mechanicus, strode the assembly lines flanked by his tech guard. Servitors and miserable slaves labored under brutal supervision. Those who collapsed were whipped back to work or beaten until dead, their bodies dragged away for recycling. Tens of billions had been reduced to factory fodder. Replacements were endless. Production never stopped. Not only sanctioned war material, but intelligence-controlled mechs and forbidden weapons. In another wing, nutrient tanks nurtured twisted bioweapons that still bore traces of human faces, the result of human-alien gene splicing. Galamond's Adeptus Mechanicus statutes and imperial law meant nothing. He forged dark legions and planned to seize the world. In a massive control chamber displaying thousands of battle nodes, Galamond called representatives of the rebel coalition in. Holograms flickered to life. Wes for the Martian reinforcements, Ms. Bosi of the Forever Consortium, Aloe of the Jagged Question Mark, and leaders of cults and pirate bands, the Pale Horde, the Height Pilgrims, the Void Jackals. The Collin family's rebellion had been a rallying point. Galamond had promised the factions access to Laz's material reserves if they helped take the Forge World, and everyone had come to claim their share. Spy reports from Scintilla say the Living Saints loyalists are gathering forces to retake Las, Galamonde said. Fleeing Imperial armies are forming under his command. If they counterattack, we could lose this world. The coalition murmured. Ms. Bosi stepped forward first. The Forever Consortium can increase aid. My masters pledge direct intervention at critical moments. In return, upon victory, you must provide my masters with human stock via artificial womb, slaves for our consumption. Galamond's logic matrix analyzed the deal. It was profitable. The terms are acceptable. New reinforcements are already on the way, Wes said flatly. Several worlds have scraped all able-bodied young adults. It needn't be only young adults, Ms. Bosi purred. Children over 10 make useful servitors and cannon fodder. She chuckled, hand over mouth. We will discuss logistics, Wes answered without emotion. Other factions pledged more troops in exchange for later plunder. Galamond agreed to all, unconcerned by the looming debt this would saddle Las with. Only the Collin family's representative, Colin, had not yet spoken. He stood in a naval uniform, his arrogance a carved mask. He expected to be the new noble house of the Calixus sector if the Loyalists were expelled. He began, the Collin family will naturally, his words were cut off by noise, a transmission distress from the void. Swore low. Damn it, the Imperial Loyalist fleet has arrived. Faces in the room went ashen. On comms across the system, alarms climbed. Prepare broadsides. Lock on enemy warships. Accelerate 50%. Deploy interceptors. Launch missiles and torpedoes. Cut their approach. Lance batteries charging. Dahai stood on the exemplar St. Fist's bridge, calm and focused as he barked commands. The training he'd just completed had earned him a captain's medal and the right to command the exemplar St. Fist of the Emperor Numa battle group. The cruiser under his command had just destroyed an enemy cruiser. Years of study and drills were paying off. Void combat shared many tactics with naval warfare. What he'd learned applied here. I never thought my first real combat would be in a game, he murmured, half to himself and half to the ship's augment. He smiled, wry and proud. Close on them. Prepare boarding parties for the MVP, Shi Si Lang said from the side. Dahai's auxiliary brain calculated enemy speed and firepower to find a boarding window. In about 5 minutes, there'll be an opportunity to graze their Heaven's Fire battleship. I'll open a breach with a broadside salvo. Excellent. Shi Si Lang nodded and went to ready his team. Dahai grinned. Now it's hunting time. The Imperial glory was a terror of void warfare. Its shields took lance strikes meant for other ships, and its lance batteries tore cruisers apart. In seconds, a lunar-class cruiser marked Gorgon had its shields shattered, was hit by a torpedo from the Imperial Glory, and disintegrated into a cloud of debris. The Imperial Glory swept over the wrecks and fired again, operating with the lethality of an Astartes in power armor against primitives armed with rocks. A rebel battleship commander who just scored a kill bellowed, "Let me be your opponent." He wanted the glory of taking down the Imperial Glory. He paid for that hubris swiftly. The Imperial Glory angled in ways he hadn't imagined, dodged broadside fire, circled above, and plunged down. Astringent lance strikes disabled the battleship's shields, and the ship's prow smashed the Dawn's light in two. Shia at the tactical console watched his kill count tick up. The Imperial Glory moved like a beast, impossible to predict and deadly beyond measure. After the slaughter, enemy forces fell back to their main defensive line, orbital platforms and fortified strongholds. Their firepower was concentrated. A full assault would be costly. Qin Yun made his choice: send players and the newly formed Astartes warband to board and capture the enemy strongholds. The War Master, who had just been given the order, stood conveniently beside Titus and turned to him. "Want to fight at my side?" he asked. "You're not here to fight alongside us, are you? You're here to challenge me, aren't you?" the War Master asked. "However, I'll give you this chance. As an exception, I won't charge you any contribution points this time," he added. "If you win, I'll even hand over a sum of contribution points." Titus studied him, reading the War Master's little scheme, and then smiled. The challenge reminded him of the years he'd served with the Ultramarines battle group, over a century ago, when he'd enjoyed testing himself against veterans to hone his skills. The War Master's grin widened, exactly what he'd hoped for. A moment later, a mission pinged into the War Master's log. Mission, challenge, accepted by specified God-chosen Second Empire War Master. Titus is about to perform a boarding action and has issued a challenge to you. If you can defeat him, you will receive a generous reward. Go find him to accept the mission now. Reward, 50,000 contribution points, 400 honor points. The War Master blinked. He hadn't expected Titus to issue a formal challenge mission. Had their favorability reached its maximum? "Don't make that face," Titus said. "You'll only get the reward if you beat me." Titus extended his fist. The War Master hesitated a heartbeat, then bumped it lightly. They both laughed, an easy, genuine camaraderie between warriors. The War Master accepted the challenge mission. Titus didn't act like a simple NPC assembled from algorithms. He moved like a living man, with moods and wit and the kind of stubborn honor that made the War Master sometimes wish he were truly flesh and blood. They would have made fine brothers in another life. Above the battlefield, gun platforms hung in the void under a hail of artillery. Countless shells, missiles, energy lances, and laser pulses slashed through the dark. Explosions painted the blackness in brief, white-orange bursts. The Imperial Glory pushed on through the storm, its violet void shield rippling under the pounding blows like a king's cloak in a gale. Behind it, battleships and battlecruisers with Nova cannon arrays synchronized their fire. The Nova rounds, over 50 meters in diameter, longer than some fighters, were accelerated by gravity arrays toward relativistic speeds. Each struck like a meteor, shredding shields and vaporizing medium and light warships in towering conflagrations. Gun platforms and void stations were torn open. A cascade of gravity bombs and runaway torpedoes followed, producing chains of secondary detonations. "Concentrate fire on Sector Y-145. Break their shields," Natsume Hikari said coolly, watching the tactical projection. Little icons signifying friendly craft flickered and vanished at random. Destroyed, disintegrated, blown into the void. Tens of thousands of Imperial loyalists would be thrown into space or consumed by the explosions. A handful might be recovered. Most would join the Emperor on his throne. In these wars, deaths turned into cold statistics. War was a balance of wagers. Sacrifice was one of the chips. No one shrank from duty. Once you boarded a ship, you were prepared to die. But sacrifice had its purpose. Each blown vessel nudged the Imperial fleet closer to the enemy. Relying on attrition and firepower, the fleet pried open the rebel defense line and cracked their shields. Then came the boarding. Thunderhawks, Stormbirds, assault boats, attack craft, boarding torpedoes, and raptors poured out like a steel storm, bearing killers and doom. Humanity had long since forgotten the terror of full-scale Astartes operations. Lost Forge World was about to relearn it. A stormhawk screamed through a fortress's atmosphere to a landing pad. A violet shield bloomed over its belly and deflected incoming fire as its pilot encouraged the machine spirit into a frenzy. Dense volleys of bolter rounds and energy beams hammered the deck. Hundreds of rebels died instantly. Heavy autocannons near the pad were wrecked. The hatch unsealed. The War Master, Titus, and their squad spilled out, firing into the mob. Bolt guns barked, casings fell, and the air filled with smoke. Projectiles tore bodies apart. Killing intent coiled like a living thing around the veterans. Only slaughter mattered. Slaves and Adeptus Mechanicus attendants swarmed the pad, refueling fighters, restocking munitions. The War Master and Titus poured fire into them. Limbs and torsos were shredded, blood and metal raining down. Screams and scattered bodies answered the onslaught. A red-robed Mechanicus overseer intoned mechanical commands and cracked his whip, cursing and shooting fleeing slaves to force them back so the defenders could exhaust the attackers' ammunition. "Die," the War Master said, and put a bolter round into the overseer's head. The body fell. Broken cables sparked. Tech guards, brass-limbed, gray metal automata with glowing optic lenses, patrolled forward, their speakers emitting clipped protocols. Target confirmed, executing purification protocol. But the War Master, Titus, and their kill team were faster. By the time the tech guards completed tactical cycles and issued commands, the Astartes were already on top of them. Lost Forge World's troops had been heavily augmented. What organic tissue remained was hermetically encased in armor. Yet in a knife fight, they were no match for veteran Astartes. The War Master's chainsword shrieked. A tech guard raised a laser rifle, and the blade cleanly severed the barrel and tore open the construct's cranial housing. Brains and circuitry mixed on the deck. Titus and the War Master moved through lines of defenders like slaughtering blades. The chainswords chewed through metal limbs with terrifying ease. "Even with steel bones, they're useless," Celtic from the kill team said cheerfully. "They're soulless puppets, controlled by the mastermind behind this rebellion," Baron added. "You talk too much," Titus replied over the comms. "Silence speeds up the kills. Keep up. Don't let the God-chosen outpace you." "Boss, are you doubting us?" Baron asked in mock innocence. "God-chosen learn fast, but we're still better at this stage." "Arrogance invites defeat," Titus shot back. "Focus on the slaughter, Baron." "All right," came the reply. In breaths, the tech guard squad that tried to reinforce the pad was cut down. The War Master's team disabled the mount and torched the control consoles, severing ammo feeds and destroying servo motors so the emplacement couldn't be reused. Other Astartes squads cleared strongholds in the same brutal rhythm, blood and fire in every corridor. Where defenders tried to mass, Astartes' brutality shredded coherence. Where they fled, soldiers were taken prisoner and processed. The Imperial standard flew again inside those ruined void structures. On the transport barges, younger or less experienced players watched the live feeds and the war scoreboard hunger in their chests. "Why haven't we been thrown into the fight yet?" one muttered in the player comms. "How long will the orbital battle last? I want to fight, want to slaughter." Xiaopang scrolled through chat and rankings, tempted. "Why don't we suit up and join the assault?" Chong Tianbian suggested. Tempting, but Xiaopang shook his head. "We follow the guide's orders. We'll earn battle points anyway, just fewer than those Astartes." Over 6,000 Astartes had been deployed in the operation, an obscene concentration. Even wearing exoskeletons wouldn't net them comparable points. "Better to reserve strength for the ground phase," said September 9th. "Remember, we're fighting a Forge World. Rebel Titan legions and night houses will be involved. Those are the hard nuts only we can crack. Don't chase MVPs. Who knows what could flip the rankings?" He remembered the Scintilla campaign, how the Hunter Demon battle group had snatched first and left them furious. That memory still stung. With the orbital defenses broken, the Imperial fleet pressed forward. The Imperial Glory's reputation alone caused the rebels to flinch. Where she prowled, enemy ships instinctively backed away. Astartes cleared stations and platforms. Remaining rebel craft skulked toward the system's edge like frightened hounds. Blockades sealed off Had, Hesh, and Hurt. On the secure comms, a loyalist connection requested access to Qin Yun. He accepted. The projection showed an Adeptus Mechanicus priest in humble tones. I am Moryu the Sage, head of the Oculum Forge Factory. I greet the saint, the priest intoned. Thank you for your loyalty, Qin Yun said. The enemy's void defense is broken. We're about to strike. Any suggestions? Saint, concentrate on the Rastibi Forge spire, Moryu the Sage said. Archmagos Galamon, the traitor, keeps his dark experiments there. Qin Yun nodded. Then we strike. In the Emperor's name, let the rebels be punished. We will fully support you and deploy our Titan legions and night houses, Moryu replied. The war horns sounded. Loyalist Titans and night houses moved like mountains, accompanied by tech guard detachments. Artillery hammered them. Void shields trembled. Imperial orbital forces coordinated with ground loyalists for a single objective: seize the Rastibi Forge spire and deny Galamond the Paradox engine. Galamond had concentrated his forces there in a last-ditch bid to activate the artifact he believed would grant sublimation and eternal ascension, knowledge over all. Titans and renegade night houses guarded the spire. The ground boiled with artillery and flame. The landscape became scorched earth under the thunder of colossal war engines. Qin Yun joined the fray personally. He soared over the field on white wings, spear in hand, a vision of victory. Loyalist troops cheered. He dodged artillery and psychic blasts, then set his sights on a Warhound-class Titan rampaging below. To challenge a Titan with a flesh-and-blood body was lunacy, but Qin Yun plunged into the attack. Psychic surges erupted from him. His spear blazed like a sun. It punched through the Warhound's armor and conduits. Lightning and warp fire lanced along the hull. The Titan's pilot screamed. The massive war machine buckled and fell, kneeling as it burned. Titus, who had just cut down a mutated creature moments before, watched the scene and his eyes widened in disbelief. He stared at Qin Yun, then at the ruined Titan, and shouted, incredulous, "What the hell? Tearing a Titan apart with bare hands!" Meanwhile, in orbit, Colin watched the destruction of his fleet with a face drained of color and eyes rimmed in red. This flag belonged to him, the instrument that had made him feared as a naval genius across the Calixis sector. He had crushed loyalists who defied the Colin family and carved a path of domination with this fleet. Now it was being shredded. He tasted rage and the tang of defeat. "I will kill them. I'll kill them all," roared, and his operators flinched under the fury. Elo, the jagged question mark's representative, stepped forward. "We must withdraw," she said quietly, studying the projections. "The tide has turned." "No," shouted. "We'll not run." "Look at this," Elo said, playing back footage. Astartes warbands had poured through a fortress and slaughtered tech guard and laborers in moments. "They are not immortal, but if we win in the void, we can burn them down with lance beams. The issue is their number. I estimate at least 3,000 Astartes, 3 full-strength warbands, are engaged," Elo said. Urz's eyes widened. 3 full warbands don't belong in Calixis. Impossible. "Yet it has happened," Elo said. "I don't know how their saint mobilized them, but Lost Forge World is doomed. Before full collapse, retreat and preserve what we can." Snarled. He turned to where Chaos Sorcerers had gathered, their foreheads branded with the 8-pointed star. "Have you any advice?" he demanded. The sorcerers shook their heads. Even their gods would struggle to contest the Imperial fleet in the void. Realized reality had outrun his fury. "I will remember this blood debt," he said coldly. "The Colin family will be repaid. Order all units to prepare for evacuation," he ordered. "Get ready to withdraw." Archmagos Galamond reacted with furious protest. "To retreat now is cowardice. The Paradox engine will give us sublimation and victory over the Empire. We have no choice. If we stay, we are annihilated," replied. "Disassemble the Paradox engine. Continue your research elsewhere." Galamond's voice cracked like a machine. "I will never leave. The Paradox engine is the key. Without it, we will be forever shackled to the Empire. I can hold out in the Rastibi Forge spire. My calculations give us a 75.412% chance if we can secure supplies for another half-month." Almost laughed. "Half a month? If he could hold one more day, that would be a miracle." He ordered the retreat. Galamond refused. They cut the connection. Galamond, furious, prepared to move everything to the ground spire and hold it. He evacuated supplies, factories, and slaves to the surface and prepared for a last stand. But Urza's fleet collapsed faster than predicted. The Imperial fleet seized low orbit, and the Loyalists counterattacked. Many rebel units were stranded on planets or in stations as the void fell away from them. The Loyalist surge choked off any hope of relief. Galamon's Paradox engine had become the rebels' last lifeline. On the ground, Titans and Knights clashed in a cathedral of fire and metal. Loyalist machines pushed forward, pounding at the spire's defenses, while the Imperial orbital forces tightened the noose. Qin Yun, blazing in the sky, moved to hasten the enemy's defeat, cutting down a Titan and driving fear into the rebel ranks. The Paradox engine's protection was failing. Galamon's men fought to buy time, but the spire's defenses buckled under combined pressure from ground and space. Amid the ruins and the endless thunder of war, veterans and rookies alike pushed forward. The Empire reclaimed lost ground with a fury made of steel and faith. And above the burning battlefield, one image seared itself into the minds of those who watched. A Titan brought low by a single, impossible assault, an act that even hardened Astartes like Titus found hard to believe. 129, mission completed, Imperial glory upgraded again. Not only Titus was stunned, every member of his kill team stood frozen, unable to believe what they had just seen. The Warhound-class Titan was a scout Titan, but it was still a true god engine. Yet it had been felled with a single strike. For a moment, the world felt unreal. With that kind of firepower, he'd just tear through orcs, Baron muttered, wiping blood from his chainsword after blasting a tech guard nearer to them to pieces. Ordinary orcs wouldn't even be a contest. Only beast-level ones could stand against a living saint, Kale said, watching the shredded carcass of a mutant beast fall to pieces under Baron's blade. It's a pity the warp storm's raging so hard. If it weren't, we'd send this footage to Baal. Those bloodsuckers would go wild. Baron grinned. It's easy for a living saint to disguise himself and fool those little angels, Kale added wryly. Very imperial, but not at all scientific. You should tell that to the warp demons. Darius rolled his eyes. Moryu the Sage, loyalist leader of Lost Forge World, watched the scene through the alpha-level shared vision and felt his logic core come close to overload. By every calculation in his cogitators, a flesh-and-blood man could never destroy a Warhound-class Titan. Yet before him, a living saint had done exactly that. Gears and hammers, this must be the Omnissiah's power, he whispered after a long pause. Every impossible thing fell into the category of omniscient miracle. Victory will be ours, for the Omnissiah. The tech priests beside him performed the gear ritual in unison, faces as stunned as the sages. Among the adepts of Lost Forge World, there had been long-held suspicions about the Imperial Living Saint. He flouted the tenets of the Mechanicus, defiled sacred constructs. But now those doubts evaporated. This kind of power could only be the Omnissiah's blessing. From the pilot's throne of the warlord-class Titan Wrath of Lass, Kale felt the Titan's divine perception supplant his own senses. His eyes were shut as optic conduits fed the battlefield's every detail into his mind. He had watched the living saint descend like a god, spear in hand, and with a single blow reduce a warhound to burning wreckage. Pilots in neighboring Titans and night houses sat equally silent, disbelief etched on their faces. Flesh. How could flesh contend with a god engine? Yet the living saint had done it. Across the field, war horns sounded, a solemn, world-shaking chorus that cheered the living saint and blared the enemy's dirge. At the city walls, masses of Zaku mechs formed phalanxes and advanced under a curtain of artillery. Xiao Pang, watching, was no longer surprised. The guide had fought a Khorne Greater Daemon to aid Makraj before. Tearing a warhound apart by hand merely confirmed what they had suspected. Doesn't this just show our feeding program worked? Chong Tianbian said with a teasing, false humility. Remember when he first started? The guide was being chased by monsters. The harder we worked, the stronger the guide became, September 9th replied cheerfully over the comms. Pianga snorted. This shouldn't be Warhammer OL. It should be the Imperial Living Saints Cultivation Plan. Rename accepted, Xiao Pang laughed. Regional chat flooded as well. Shilang, when will I be half as awesome as the guide? Then I can beat Ahriman black and blue. Zhonga, not in this life. Maybe reincarnate in the Himalayas lab. The guide's diary is just one word. Cheating. Careful, Joe Shuren might come complain. What does Joshuren have to do with this? I'm speechless. Qin Yun's sword, spear raised, bathed in golden light as skills were high, and Emperor's light detonated around him. He became like the sun itself. Imperial troops surged into a frenzy, rallied to his banner and charged. The rebels, seeing such a figure, found their courage drain away. They stared into the face of legend and saw only defeat. Only beings like the Primarchs, spoken of in dusty myths, held power to rival a god engine. Imperial artillery intensified, and the attackers pressed the advantage. Enemy morale collapsed. Soldiers abandoned armor and fled. With the ground forces routed, the enemy Titans found themselves isolated, assaulted by allied Titans and harried by ground units. One by one, they were reduced to burning husks. With the outer lines cleared, the Imperials threw themselves at the Rastibi Forge spire. Rastibi was a city-made foundry, grand workshops stacked upon grand workshops, forges and casting halls running at overdrive, pumping shells and war machines into the world. High walls girded the city. A massive void shield arched over the spire like a dome, blunting the worst of the Imperial barrage. Hold at all costs, Moryu ordered. He needed time to finish research on the Paradox engine. He hoped to buy every second. It was naive. Inside an energy node control room of the main reactor, mechanical priest Nesagath monitored fluctuating power readings. The wall-mounted thinkers ticked. Holographic displays updated constantly. Imperial bombardments pounded the hive cities. Every allocation of energy had to be precise. Plus warning, error at node plus. A servitor stuttered. L44CV7V4, go check it. Nesagath snapped at a red-robed tech priest. The tech priest obeyed, then in moments went offline. Nesagath tried to ping the servitor, but got no response. The lumen lamps began to flicker. The entire room fell into darkness. A strange laugh echoed. Detecting abnormal life sign, an armed servitor whirred. The three servitors beside it echoed the signal. These machines had been modified beyond normal limits. They rotated and moved with uncanny speed. Who's there? Nesagath's bionic optics swept the gloom and found nothing. A voice slithered out of the dark, low and mocking. I am the Emperor's wrath. I am the Midnight Lord. I am the Punisher. I have come for you. Nesagath's servitors acquired targets and activated. Bolters spat. Ejected casings clattered. The bullets did not find enemy silhouettes. They tore into the servitors, slaves, and techs that happened to be in the line of fire. The control room erupted in screams and confusion. The servitor kept strafing, blasting calculating machines to shards. Nessig scanned the shattered fields and saw no intruder. It was as if his enemy were a phantom. Stop, Nesagath ordered. Plus receiving command. Terminate kill protocol. Awaiting new orders. The servitor paused. Nesagath breathed. He moved amongst the corpses, scanning for a clue. You're annoying. If you hadn't made them stop firing, I'd have spent less time cleaning this lot up. The voice was right behind him. Nesagath spun. Two crimson eyes glowed in the dark. Before he could reply, claws ripped through his chest and destroyed his cogitator. He died mid-plea. It's a pity I don't follow the no-kill rule, the intruder said, withdrawing. The control room systems flashed a new message. Controller deceased. Kill protocol reactivated. The armed servitor, leaderless, resumed firing into the room until the intruder, moving like shadow, tore it apart. When the last shriek faded, the figure stepped to the console, inserted a data-chipped virus, then vanished. Error codes cascaded across the hollows. Moments later, a terrible explosion shook the spire. An overcharged energy node blew like a bomb, demolishing structures for miles. Several void shields collapsed. This was only one of many sabotage points. In the main information control room, hundreds of millions of data lines converged. Servitors linked their brains to the databases, endlessly reciting commands as scribes and conduits hummed. Then armed servitors twitched, their circuitry overloaded. Sparks flew and their bodies slumped. Only a handful remained untouched. The rest had been infected with a virus designed to wreck electro-organic constructs. This is blasphemy against the machine. An Adeptus Mechanicus tech priest roared and issued commands through the neural network. You are to check for intruders, he transmitted. One armed servitor did not move. The priest threatened it with a melting and reforging. The servitor turned its melt-a-gun, indifferent, and answered in a voice that sounded uncomfortably human. Sorry, unable to modify. Eyes widened. Who are you? "I am Alpha Arius," it said, and then grinned with a human smile. The melta-beam burned the priest's torso away. "You can also call me Joker." Joker planted his charges, hummed a tune, and left. From a safe distance, he detonated the room. The main network fell. Backup relays blinked into life, but precious minutes of chaos had already passed. The infiltration team's blows left the defense fragmented. Imperial forces seized the gaps. Thousands of space marines, millions of Astra Militarum troopers, titans and night houses, swarms of drones and Warhound-class automatons poured through broken walls like a tidal wave. Rebel slaves rose, turned stolen arms on their masters. The Rostibi Forge spire was overrun. "This does not match logical predictions. You shouldn't have broken through this fast," the War Master screamed as he found himself in Galamon's laboratory. He flailed, but weapons were severed, systems killed. He was subdued and captured, alive, not because it was mercy, but because prisoners were worth more. News of the Forge Spire's fall crashed through the rebel lines. The Lost Forge world's last great hope had been extinguished, void rights stripped, any chance to reverse their fate gone. Despair took them. Qin Yun and Shieling entered the Paradox Engine laboratory. The complex sprawled like a city of machines, mountains of equipment, coils of cables like serpents winding across the floor. At the center stood a silver platform. Above it hung a house-sized black sphere. Light, strange and paradoxic, seethed through the sphere's fissures as if a sun burned inside. "Shieling, analyze this paradox engine," Qin Yun ordered. "Right away, Master." Shieling worked fast and produced a detailed readout. The paradox engine could project a warp light column like a beacon, guiding ships through the warp. It could also siphon warp energy continuously, enabling the controller, or the species, to undergo sublimation. Ancient alien races had attempted to use such devices to ascend into higher dimensions. All had failed and been consumed by the warp. Humanity's colonists in the Golden Age had unearthed similar devices and tried to perfect them, with no success. Later, when the human empire consolidated the Calixis sector, the adepts of Lost Forge world had dug up this relic and secretly studied it. Draw energy from the warp, achieve a life-level sublimation, become a higher dimensional being? Qin Yun frowned. The paradox engine resembled an ether phase engine, only far too small. If scaled to stellar dimensions, perhaps it could work. A golden banner of text rippled in his mind. "Mission, obtain paradox engine, completed. Reward has been issued." A flood of knowledge poured into him. The schematics for Lighthouse version 2.0. Qin Yun smiled. It was time to upgrade the Imperial Glory. Using the resources of Lost Forge world, he would transform the Imperial Glory into a heavy battleship and elevate the Lighthouse to version 2.0. P.S. 11,000 words. This counts as today's update. Any more, and I truly can't update. Chapter 130. Brand new version 3.0 update. There's a fountain of life. Upgrading the Imperial Glory was Qin Yun's top priority. He ordered Lost Forge world to inventory its metal reserves and route them to Shieling for consumption. At first, the Adeptus Mechanicus, including Moryu the Sage, objected strongly. They viewed Xealing as heretical technology and, as servants of the Omnissiah, insisted on caution. But when Qin Yun credited Shieling with the Pharos lighthouse technology and Gauss rifle designs and promised more innovations to come, their objections evaporated. They declared that Shieling, too, contained a sacred machine spirit and should not be excluded. Warehouses across Lost Forge world disgorged cartload after cartload of metal. Transport ships shuttled the ore to the Imperial Glory in near orbit. The raw materials went into the roaring furnace core to be consumed by sealing. Misty radiance raced along cables and girders, reshaping alloys and recalibrating structural bonds. The whole vessel was transmuted. After its previous upgrade, the Imperial Glory had been a 12-kilometer battleship. With Lost Forge world's infusions, it expanded into a 24-kilometer war leviathan, rivaling a Gloriana-class vessel. At 25 kilometers per hour, it would take a cyclist almost an hour to ride its length from bow to stern. As the hull grew, so did the ship's armaments and systems. Macro cannon batteries along the flanks increased in size and number. The largest macro cannon was absurdly massive, its bore large enough to swallow a small frigate. The ramming prow thickened into a reinforced beak that at full cruise could cleave an enemy ship in two. The Nova cannon and lance arrays in the forward section were enhanced to punch clean through the shields of light battleships. A blade-like structure extended from the belly, bristling with secondary main guns and torpedo tubes, and a spaceport at the keel serviced escort frigates and fighter wings. Internally, fire control and augury arrays were overhauled. Firepower could be assigned with far greater precision. Detection ranges and sensor modalities expanded. Most consequentially, the lighthouse was upgraded to version 2.0. Players could now benefit from healing and negative status dispels provided by the lighthouse. Its coverage and concurrency were greatly improved. Version 1.0 had been 1-to-1, able to point at a single planet at a time. Version 2.0 could target multiple locations simultaneously. With this upgrade, a single lighthouse could broadcast Xiiling's will across the Calixis sector and reach into the Coronis expanse, Scaris sector, Exoniad sector, even the fringes of the Halo stars. Players' activity radii expanded enormously. With a handful more lighthouses distributed around the galaxy, players could traverse nearly any region freely, and lighthouse-to-lighthouse connections would allow real-time communication regardless of time, space, or warp storms. Moryu the Sage and many priests watched the Imperial Glory's transformation with stunned faces. "I thought my years in the Hall of Truth had prepared me for everything," Moryu muttered, his logic core nearly overloaded. "Only now do I see the scope of the Omnissiah's might. This must be his power." Representatives from Titan warbands, night houses, the Imperial Navy, and the Ecclesiarchy shared their awe. On the expedition's Eldar side, Kasareth the Prophet and his retinue watched in equal astonishment. "The power of the star gods is fearsome," one Farseer said. "By raw materials alone, they've rebuilt a warship in a day." None of the living Eldar had witnessed the mythical wars of the distant past. Their knowledge of the star gods came from lore. The Farseers counseled caution and alliance. "We should stay close to this saint," one advised. "The human lord grows strong, and this saint is aided by the star gods. Humanity's rise is inevitable. When humanity grows too powerful, the chaos gods will not tolerate it," another warned. "A war between them and mankind is certain. When both are exhausted, the Eldar can once again rise, as our ancestors did in the wars with the Old Ones." Kasareth nodded. "Mandela, you're right. We must show goodwill. He entrusted me to find ways to bring the God Chosen into special realms like the Menagerie. Now everything is ready. It's time to prove our value." As the Imperial glory swelled, players flooded the regional chat powered by the lighthouse. The new lighthouse updates made chatting smoother and enabled emojis and images, and the conversation predictably rambled. "The Imperial glory's already 24 kilometers. Next upgrade it'll be 48, then 96. Won't it become a colossus soon?" "A colossus controlled by a star god. Who dare defy it?" "Install planet busters and neutron sweepers while you're at it. Don't forget star destroyers. So many extinction weapons. I vote we hand the ship to me. I'll dedicate myself to peace." "Your idea of peace is terrifying. Look at your ID. Isn't starfish canned food delicious?" "Don't discriminate against P-game players. We love peace too." "You love peace like you love canning starfish?" "Canning starfish is a sacrificial step toward universal peace. Neutron sweepers are just efficient peacemaking. You war criminals, go to Holy Terra and beg the High Lords to judge you." "Emperor, if genocide is a war crime, does that make me top of the list?" "High Lords, Your Majesty, are you rebelling?" The chat derailed into the usual chaos. Qin Yun watched the noise while testing the lighthouse's functions. The regional chat was part of its services, after all. Kasareth found him then. "Saint, I have completed the task you set. What I promised is done." The Eldar had taken a section of space behind the Imperial glory as living quarters and workshop. The moment Qin Yun stepped into the area, he felt the temperature drop. His breath fogged into frost. Warp power flowed here. Kasareth led him into a chamber of carved runes where an arch made of spirit bones stood at the center, its surface covered in dense, ancient glyphs humming with psychic energy. "This is the warp gate to the Menagerie," Kasareth said. "By infusing psychic power, it can be opened." "Is it safe?" Qin Yun asked. Kasareth's face went sober. "It is dangerous. The Menagerie is not the domain of the Lord of Change alone, but it was shaped by many great daemons. If we open the gate, the Menagerie can trace this location and lock onto it, and an endless stream of daemons could pour through. Qin Yun's eyes brightened. Monster farming cage, exactly what he needed. He had worried about keeping players supplied with monsters and combat opportunities as the galaxy opened up. If the menagerie worked as a controlled source of demonic prey, it would solve leveling and faith grind issues for new players without turning the wider galaxy into chaos. "Are you sure you want to activate it?" Kasareth asked again. "Wait a moment. I need a few god-chosen to accompany me," Qin Yun said, and had Shieling post a quest. Limited-time quest, Adventure Guide, and the Eldar Seer from the Usve Arc world have found a way into the menagerie and need god-chosen for company. Brave players who wish to explore the Dark Realm and hunt daemons, sign up now. First come, first served. Limited to 15 players, level 14 plus. Rewards, 35,000 contribution points, 4,000 honor points, 7,500 faith points. Little Alpaca arrived first, bounding in, power armor gleaming, a greatsword slung over her shoulder. Qin Yun had to suppress a smile. With the game spreading, he expected to see more female players like her. After her came the Warmaster Shi Si Lang and members of the Emperor Numa battle group, then the Hammer and Sickle battle group in exosuits, and Old Bird and Wu Mao, bristling with mechanical prosthetics that made them look like a one-man heavy weapons squad. The regional chat buzzed with speculation. Must be a dungeon mode. They're recruiting testers. Official launch soon. Are low-level players not even allowed? Guide said, yes, sorry, you're not qualified. Rage. I demand justice. After Quinn's players assembled, Qin Yun nodded to Kasareth. Ready. Kasareth hesitated. These god-chosen were elite and bore anti-daemon boons. Still, a raid on a daemon lair under the Emperor Saint's banner was a tempting prospect. He produced ancient runes, tossed them into the air, and chanted. The runes suspended, glowed silver, then spun into an intricate pattern. The spirit bone arch ignited, and a pale shimmer opened within. Qin Yun gripped the heavy staff of retribution and stepped through first. Players and Eldar followed. Space and time folded. They arrived in a warped cityscape lit by an eerie red light. A blood-red moon loomed, grinning grotesquely. The streets were desolate and soaked in crimson. Ahead rose a macabre zoo. A crooked sign marked the entrance, Menagerie. Beside it was a cheerfully ominous notice, Welcome to the Menagerie. This place houses countless wondrous creatures. From the birth of the universe to the present, ancient beasts and curiosities gather here. Our park's safety measures are exemplary. Bring your family and visit with peace of mind. Disregard the fearful reviews. They were written by those unwilling to see the truth. Lies are sweet, truth is cruel, but only by seeing the truth can one progress. Welcome to the Menagerie. You will behold the truth and have a marvelous time. It really is a zoo, one player muttered. Even the warp's critters come for enlightenment. This is chaos in a display case, Shi Si Lang grinned. Whatever it is, we charge and kill. They stepped into the menagerie. Around them, displays showed monstrosities, creatures with many eyes stitched across faces, tentacled lower bodies and human torsos, chimeras of octopus and man, laughter bubbling where beasts should scream. The ambient whispers crawled into the skull. The signs' promises of truth seemed to be literal. In the hive below reality, in a cramped district of an imperial hive city, a clerk named Ellie had picked up a flyer about a touring zoo and gone to see exotic animals to pass the time. He wandered through the menagerie with a crowd, paid a fee, and received an entry tag marked 999. At first, the exhibits were marvelous. Then a creeping wrongness set in. The animals became stranger, the light shifted, the whispers reached into him. Faces blurred, a sharp, alien grief rose in his chest. He began to cry as the world tightened. A man in a work uniform with a double-headed eagle on his chest smiled down at him. Ellie reached out blindly. The man extended his hand in friendship, but Ellie realized, too late, that the emblem was not imperial. The two-headed eagle was a monster. The uniformed man's eyes glittered blue and predatory. Then a sister in power armor, greatsword flashing, kicked the imposter to the ground. "How is there a human here? Where's the boss? Where's the boss?" she demanded. The sudden intrusion snapped Ellie back. He clasped a small emperor statuette in his hands and prayed. When he looked up, the menagerie and its staff had vanished. He stood in a dim alley with blasphemous eyes and sigils painted on the wall. He fled screaming. A few minutes later, Inquisition forces cordoned the block. Back in the menagerie, Little Alpaca and the God Chosen were on a rampage. Their shouts echoed, "Where's the boss? Where's the boss?" Malabasi, a gigantic blue bird-headed greater daemon, revealed himself. He was the menagerie's administrator, one of the 7 great demons of Calixus legend and a favored lieutenant of Carlos, the Weaver of Fate. Malabasi loved to ensnare mortals with curiosity, lure them through the exhibits until they cracked and became worshippers of change. Today, seeing the God Chosen trashing his displays, he was furious. The players didn't flinch. "It's a dungeon with a boss," someone yelled. "Charge, first clear." Malabasi unleashed a chorus of incomprehensible incantations, raised his staff, and tried to punish the intruders. But between Qin Yun's blessings, Shiling's warp and reality authority, the Eldar who knew the warp, and a pack of fearless players, the greater daemon was overwhelmed. They pinned him, battered his bird-like visage until feathers and features were torn away. Had he not fled at top speed, he might have been torn apart. The menagerie, as a warp-made realm, would heal and recover. Malabasi would return. But in the short term, the intruders smashed his pride. Carlos, informed of the humiliation, seethed. If he wasn't occupied with his other schemes against Gilliman with Magnus, he would have personally led Tzeentch's legions to teach these pawns a lesson. Qin Yun left a message. He and his players would return, and the group departed with their rewards. Back on the Imperial Glory, he and Xiling set to preparing the version 3.0 update. Version 3.0 update announcement. Dong, dong, dong. With a thunder from the heavens, Xiling makes a dazzling return. We've missed you. Warhammer OL receives a major upgrade. Update details below. 1. Financial system improved. Optimized exchanges between contribution points and Aquila coins. More local currency exchange options added. Personal big data assessment introduced for loan qualification. Everyone must complete more tasks to improve their credit score. 2. War score calculation model optimized to ensure greater fairness. 3. New gameplay. Limited time dungeons. The game will open limited time dungeons irregularly. Players may participate as prompted. Current dungeon, Menagerie, a warp domain shaped by Tzeentch that lures innocents for corruption and bewitchment. Players can form teams to challenge it. The boss is highly intelligent and may flee if beaten excessively. Hurry. 4. Lighthouse function updated. Future lighthouses will have a chance to provide healing and dispel negative effects. Daily thought. Pious faith is our strongest weapon. Qin Yun reviewed the patch notes, uploaded the new content and a few highlight videos from the Menagerie raid, and then pushed the update live. The new patch and the trailer dropped at 6:30 p.m., right when everyone was leaving work. Unsurprisingly, the moment the update hit, threads exploded across forums and chat groups, and the official site staggered under the load. Good news! Warhammer OL just got a major update. Version 3.0 is live. Bad news, pre-registrations have passed 10 million. When are they releasing the 10th wave of closed beta invites? Another update? I still haven't got a closed beta key. My heart, I've been pre-registered forever. Why hasn't the 10th wave opened yet? All these new features, and I missed them all. Wah! Does anyone have the address of the dev studio? It's on the official site. The address says Holy Terra. Is the Emperor coding this thing himself? Could be. He's been immobile for 10,000 years. Plenty of time to write code. Latest, every company that flew to GWHQ to negotiate rights came back empty-handed. Don't be ridiculous. GW's probably on holiday in Bali and forgot to answer. I'll sell my dignity for 1 closed beta slot. Sirs, please, this child cannot take it anymore. Give me one. By the way, why did the East Asia Research Institute suddenly announce a nuclear fusion breakthrough? Commercialization in 5 to 10 years. Someone on my feed said they dreamed of a double helix. Maybe those researchers got their inspiration from gaming. Haha, upstairs is hilarious. Let's stick to the game news. This update is insane. They added a fountain function to the lighthouse. Looks like our identity as warp demons is about to be confirmed. That was already obvious ages ago. Demons can resurrect, so can players. Demons aren't corrupted by other demons. Players aren't corrupted by other chaos gods. Are demons just modeled after players? While the forums caught fire, in-game regional chat was no quieter. Old 13. This update is meaningful. Besides dungeons, it adds lighthouse healing and dispels negative statuses. Warmaster, Old 13 really said a lot and said very little, witty. Shilang, when an Ogren thinks, the warp laughs. Old 13, screw you guys. Gilliman is my son, violated channel rules and was muted for an hour. Little Alpaca, stop bullying Old 13. He's already an Ogren. Leave him alone. Batman, frightened, shaking, cold. Old 13, don't be scared. I'll take you to Arkham later. Dumbo, Old 13 told me to tell you, if you've got guts, meet him in the gladiatorial arena. We'll settle who's superior or who dies. The channel went quiet for a beat. Warmaster, let's test the game mechanics. Who wants me stabbed to see how well the lighthouse heals? Picking a fistfight with an Ogren is not for the sane. An enraged Ogren could smash a Terminator armored Astartes against a wall so hard they'd stick there. Still, Warmaster baited. At one night output Slanesh 10 times, stab me once and we'll see. How about I stab you? Your godfather will be gentle. Little Alpaca, perverts. As boss of our Emperor Numa battle group, are you going to chicken out? King of Mountain Blade, come on, boss. Show face. You can't lose dignity. Ugh, you're doing this trick again, right? I absolutely refuse. I won't be a guinea pig, even if I'm not chapter master anymore. Fine, I'll take the hit. I'll be the sacrificial one. You won't. I will. I have more of a martyr spirit. Players wasted no time putting the new mechanics to the test. In the gladiatorial arena, Warmaster, wearing only a robe, faced members of the Emperor Numa battle group. It's agreed. If I do this, you can't impeach me anymore, he warned. Fine, Shichi Lang said, chest pounding. Others nodded. All right, do it. Warmaster shouted, here we come. Shichi Lang swung and plunged the sword clean through Warmaster's torso. Titus, Baron, and the Deathwatch who had been watching gaped. What kind of stunt was this? The Eldar onlookers widened their eyes. The God-Chosen must be mad, or worse. Warmaster was carried to a medical bed. A moment later, an ethereal glow washed the wound, and it visibly closed. Players oohed and awed. Wow, amazing. It's an AoE effect. This lighthouse is like a fountain of life. That healing is divine. I love it. Warmaster sat up as the wound sealed and wanted to break into a celebratory dance until he saw his contribution points had dropped by 3,000. What the? 3,000 for a small poke? Robbery. It costs contribution points? Monopolies are great. Making money is easier than stealing these days. Juge, the devs saw through you freeloaders. If they didn't charge points, you'd haul your wounded corpses across the galaxy just to mooch off healing. King of Mountain Blade, harsh. We call it efficient resource use. Meanwhile, the newly formed MC Dynasty acted as pragmatists. MC Legend, MC Epic, and others took advantage of the post-battle cleanup to slip onto the Forge World's main planet, Hut, the site of the Lost Covenant's Omegid Sanctuary. The massive sanctuary, once the Adeptus Mechanicus council seat for the Calixis sector, hid below it layers of forbidden black tech and knowledge scavenged from the sector and the Coronis expanse. Under the pretense of purging rebels, MC Dynasty players plugged prepared drives into the database interface and began downloading. Mind Controller emits brainwaves to induce and override neural activity, allowing direct command control, usable on beasts and sentients, MC Legend read. These devices had been widespread in the Golden Age. Ambitious leaders used them to hold vast slave armies. The Imperium banned them and forbade public Mechanicus research. This is a divine artifact. Take it to Catachan and tame the beasts, unstoppable giant beast armies, someone said. Or use it on swarms. I am the swarm. Just thinking about it gets me excited. Void dust makes covered objects almost invisible in dim light. Hard to detect even with tech. Midnight Lord Astartes, who like stealth ops, would pay anything. Camo Net instantly shifts color to match the environment. Perfect camouflage. If stealth power armor becomes real, that's profit. MC Legend's grin grew into a crooked predatory smile. This haul could launch the MC Dynasty into a heavy industry titan. What they called true back in the day, you don't get rich without a little moral ambiguity, he murmured. We're learning from allied tech for the rise of humanity, MC Legend declared loftily when MC Silver whispered guiltily, Isn't this stealing? Grab everything valuable. We'll use it to build megastructures. The warp. Thanks to Bald Donkey and others, the pilgrimage expeditionary fleet had slipped free of Magnus's first intricate snare, but the danger wasn't over. Magnus's machinations were layered and cruel. The pilgrimage had been dragged into a warp region crawled with chaos forces. Traitor ships swarmed and attacked again and again, but the pilgrimage's guns were formidable. Attackers became part of their tally. With the aid of Woldes, a powerful psyker, they finally sighted the Astronomican's glow and began a desperate dash for the exit. Magnus, however, was not done. He intended Guilliman to stay in the warp. The Red Corsairs' leader, Huron, Blackheart King Huron, formerly Luft Huron of the Astral Claws, materialized before them with a massive fleet and a blackstone fortress to block the pilgrimage. "My father, what a shame I could not come to Macragge to pay respects," Huron taunted over the comms, dripping mockery at Guilliman. Once chapter master of the Astral Claws, Huron had been brilliant, expanding and defending his sector, then defying imperial tithes and growing the chapter into his personal domain. The Inquisition and the Imperium rallied many chapters against him in the 11-year Badab War. He fled into the warp, birthed the Red Corsairs, and in a century turned them into a chaos force rivaling the Black Legion. Guilliman could only answer in fury. "You traitor, don't call me father," Huron laughed. "How can you save humanity while clinging to those insects? They'll ruin everything, and anyone who tries to improve things will be labeled a traitor. Join us, Guilliman." "Enough," Guilliman snapped. "You've struck a bargain with my other brother, haven't you? Tell that fool that hiding in the Eye of Terror 10,000 years ago won't save him now." "My brother, you should be the one running," Magnus's smug, arrogant voice echoed in the void. Out of nowhere, the magnificent warbark Revenge of Prospero materialized, and a vast Thousand Suns fleet rode with it. The allied Red Corsairs and Thousand Suns outnumbered the pilgrimage. Magnus was confident. This was a perfect trap. Guilliman would have no escape. Carlos stood close by, satisfied. "Not too late for the party," he said. Then a new voice, syrup-sweet and dangerous, chimed in. Fulgrim's fleet swept in. Artifice and vanity made warship. Magnus and Carlos stiffened. Fulgrim would not let Guilliman go either. The Imperium's hope dimmed. 2 traitor Primarchs and an imposing combined fleet threatened to finish them. Guilliman felt the weight of dread. The situation looked hopeless. He had no opening to win. The players around him argued in muted voices about how the plot would play out. "Given this mess, the guide will probably show up," Bald Donkey said, recovered and serious. "Why?" Zhu Toqiang asked. "You've been at this game too long. The guide is the devs' favorite. He turns up whenever the main storyline needs help," Bald Donkey said. Krieg frowned. "Isn't the original plot Guilliman being captured, Scarbrand's betrayal, then Cypher and the Harlequins helping him escape to Terra for pilgrimage?" Duzong patted Krieg's helmet. "You're dense. This game prides itself on being emergent. With us here, how could it follow the old script exactly? Story missions and NPCs were one-off in older games. Here the world changes with our actions. That's why the devs keep warning not to kill NPCs randomly." Krieg scratched his head. "If that's true, if we had an etheric phase engine and detonated the warp, would that end it all?" "Theoretically," Bald Donkey said. "Maybe it'd turn into open beta." Magnus rose, and though he didn't need to speak aloud, his voice flooded minds. "Surrender, Guilliman. Give yourself up to me and keep some dignity. If you fall to that mad Fulgrim, your fate will be worse than you can imagine." Fulgrim's laughter replied, velvet and poisonous. "Guilliman will not surrender. He'll wage war on us in the name of his father, and this time his sons won't be able to save him." Guilliman's temper flared. He was being humiliated in front of everyone. He was about to declare war when a new roar, older than rage, cut across the battlefield. A roar of eternal fury and slaughter. "Guilliman, I'm here." A Khorne armada appeared, brutal and savage. Every hull was a maw of ramprows and chained skulls. A crimson comet burst ahead of it, a star of destruction with demonic wings. The Red Angel, King of the Red Sands, the Gene Primarch of the 12th Legion. Angron, the World Eaters. Magnus's smile faltered. 3 Primarchs now converged on Guilliman. No matter who secured him, Guilliman would never return to Terra. But then Angron's trajectory intersected the blazing Revenge of Prospero. Without slowing, Angron's monstrous form slammed into Magnus's flagship. The great ship was ripped down the middle. Magnus, Damn it, Angron, I really want to, he began, but words failed him as the ship split. The disaster compounded. Khorne's fleet, trailing Angron, opened fire on the Thousand Suns and roared their savage chorus, blood for the Blood God, skulls for the Skull Throne. The Blood God did not care who bled or why. Guardsman, heretic, Fulgrim's host, Thousand Suns, Primarchs, it was all the same. Only the offering mattered. Blood, blood, and more blood. After the Void battle over Lost Forge World ended in a rout, Urz, following Elo's advice, ordered a strategic withdrawal to Maul's world to regroup and make a last stand. The Corpse Emperor had thousands of Astartes under his control. Astartes excelled at decapitation strikes and small, surgical engagements. If the rebel forces continued to scatter, the Imperial loyalists would pick them off in detail until nothing remained. During the Lost campaign, the Imperial fleet had advanced so fast that many of Urz's troops had been stranded on the surface or in the void, captured or executed. A lucky few had been picked up by Urz's fleet. 2P was one of those survivors. Now, out of the old battle suits and war gear, 2P barely looked like an Astartes at all. He could have been dismissed as a poor, gene-modified imitator, one of the crude, low-grade creations common on the black markets of the Calixis sector. There were always bioengineers who lusted after the might of the Emperor's angels and tried to reproduce it, but without the Emperor's insight or the resources of Khar. Their attempts were patchwork, symptomatic of madmen, ersatz Astartes, copied custodians, even sets of gilded armor sold to fools. Such shoddy modifications were survivable only for players. Suicide and resurrection returned them to their original forms. During the retreat, 2P had shown fierce loyalty, helping his superiors suppress several uprisings. His performance had earned him a promotion to minor overseer, in charge of several cabins. After his patrol one night, he slipped off to a small, hidden chamber. Cold marble and darkness, nothing else. He waited, then activated a tiny mechanism implanted by the heart. It injected stimulants and, more importantly, transmitted his coordinates to the guide. A projection pricked into being above the marble. "Guide," 2P breathed. "You have done excellently, God-chosen Midnight Lord. Does your scalp itch? When you return, I will reward you handsomely." The guide's voice was cool but approving. 2P's face lit up. The guide's words meant a medal. An Aquila medal was within reach. He dared not hope for gold. Silver would have made him ecstatic, and bronze was acceptable. "Serving the Imperium is my highest honor," he replied. "The God Emperor is pleased," Qin Yun said. "Any updates on the rebels?" "There are a few. The rebel fleet is withdrawing to Maul's world to rendezvous with allied forces. There may be Xenos involved." 2P recounted everything he had learned. "I also heard they control a stargate on the fringe of the Calixis sector." Qin Yun considered the news. "Maul's world," he said slowly. "It seems they intend to mass their forces for a decisive battle. That is exactly what we want. These traitors have been hopping about for too long. We must crush them quickly and restore peace to the Calixis sector." 2P listened quietly. Qin Yun looked at him. "Continue your infiltration. Determine their deployments, their hidden forces, and most importantly, find out exactly what's going on with that stargate." "Understood." 2P snapped an Aquila salute. "May the Emperor protect you." The transmission cut. 2P lingered a moment longer in the dark, then left the chamber. 9527, hiding in there again and licking your wounds by yourself, called a burly man in the corridor, his electronic eye gleaming. "Boss." 2P returned the salute. Jonah was a senior supervisor in Urz's fleet. 2P had saved him during the lower-tier uprisings, and Jonah had taken him under his wing. "If you have any trouble, tell me. I've got your back. We're brothers." "Understood, boss," Topi said. On the Imperial Glory, Qin Yun studied the report from Topi and weighed his options. The Colin family had not given up. They were consolidating allies for a counterattack. Good, that made them easier to trap than a scattered force. He would let them gather on Maul's world and then close the noose. He would also open other fronts across the Calixis sector to herd the rebels where he wanted them. A golden interface flickered into being before him. "Congratulations, you have gained experience. LV15, LV16. Skill learned, Soulstorm." Soulstorm, you are the embodiment of the Emperor's divine power, a focal point through which he watches the mortal world. Use this anchor to unleash his supreme might. Hint, This skill can generate a devastating soul storm that expels warp energy from the area. Its potency is determined by faith expended. Skill learned, Faith Frenzy. Faith Frenzy. Faith is humanity's greatest weapon against the warp. Faith in the God Emperor converts into power, flowing into believers to empower them against the foes of the warp. Hint: this skill causes nearby believers to enter a berserk state, granting them comprehensive buffs. The intensity depends on the strength and purity of their faith. Qin Yun smiled wryly at the prompts. Another global buff focused on faith. State church players were about to get a field day. With Soulstorm and Faith Frenzy, faith truly became power. State church players would enjoy stacked battlefield bonuses other players would lack. After reviewing his new skills, Qin Yun turned to administration. His recent victories in the Scintilla and Lost campaigns and the tacit endorsement of Gilliman had raised him to the highest seat of power in Calixis. He used that momentum to begin cautious reforms, streamline bureaucracies, alter profit distribution structures, improve lower-class welfare, fund overdue military pay, replace obsolete equipment, counter extremist state church doctrines, and found academies to teach a new faith blended with reason and science. Reform in the Warhammer universe was a precarious tightrope. The Chaos Gods watched every misstep. Faith was the bulwark against chaos, and the state church could not be abandoned. Still, technology and reason had to advance. The citizens of the Imperium could no longer be kept ignorant. Resistance was inevitable. Planetary governors and wealthy families whose interests were threatened balked. The state church's radicals were a thorn. If Qin Yun were not a living saint, someone would have brought flamers to his doorstep long ago. He continued anyway, patiently and deliberately. The Imperium's rot had not formed overnight. It would not be fixed quickly. He then began to process player applications. Request to streak and perform the Big Bird dance at the celebration, denied. Request to name a warband, Shadowmoon Wolves, approved. Application for player running towards the sea to be Navy Lieutenant Commander, approved. He paused at an application from the MC Dynasty, a mind control device. Qin Yun read the description. The device emitted brainwaves and neural patterns to influence and control living creatures. Originally developed in the Golden Age for taming animals in alien environments, it had later been abused by dictators to enslave people. For that reason, it was forbidden by the Imperium. MC Dynasty, however, proposed a restricted version, frequencies and functions that could not control humans or other highly intelligent beings, only creatures of lower mental capacity. They wanted to control giant beasts, create an army of titans, or give players mounts. Qin Yun considered the risks and benefits. Without regulated mind control, unscrupulous people would resort to other methods. Xenos tech, brainwashing, enslavement implants, the examples were numerous. The Adeptus Mechanicus already exerted absolute control over their tech guard bodies through arcane systems. So rather than ban progress and watch it be misused, he approved the application with strict conditions. Prototypes must be submitted for inspection, and only cleared designs could go to production. He ordered regulatory frameworks for manufacture and use. Except for the Inquisition, which would be granted a tightly controlled quota for using human-directed devices, no organization would be permitted to possess human-controlled tech. Any illegal use would be declared heresy and treason. Families and associates would be investigated and punished. Failure to report knowledge of such devices would be treated as culpable complicity. MC Dynasty erupted into action when the approval reached them. "Begin experiments immediately," MC Myth shouted. The Exemplar St. Fist upgrades had just been completed, and MC Myth had expressed a desire to strike out independently. Dora first tried to persuade him to stay, then relented. People like MC Myth could not be constrained. It was better to part as friends. Under MC Myth's command, the MC Dynasty moved fast. With money and the computing might of the star god Shieling, they bought xenofauna for experiments, issued bounties, and pushed the project forward. They released promotional images of controlled alien reptiles performing simple tasks. The regional chat exploded. "Warmaster, your game and mine seem different." Demo. Regional chat channel forbids singing. "Wait, you guys are doing beast taming?" "Old bird, this game keeps outdoing itself. Damn, you really can do anything." MC Myth, We plan to do beast taming. Mounts will come. Little alpaca. Mounts? Can I catch a sandworm? I'm obsessed with sandworms. Please don't pressure us. Start with a smaller one. Small mounts are cute too. Demo. Regional chat channel forbids dirty jokes. Warmaster. If we could catch mounts, wouldn't it be awesome to tame a tyrant? King of Mountain Blade. Support? I want a tyranid hive ship with a Norn queen and broodmother. Make it huge and glorious. Colonel Datch. Am I the swarm? Qin Yun watched the chat with a thoughtful frown. Players talking about controlling tyrannids. Could such a thing work? The tyrannid hive mind used psychic dominance transmitted through synapse creatures to coordinate the swarm. Most lower tyrannids would go feral without synapse influence unless they were gene stealers or brood telepaths designed for independent operation. Theoretically, if a tyrannid's reception of the hive mind were interrupted, it would revert to feral behavior and could be directed by an external controller. Enslaving a hive tyrant or a hormigaunt might be possible with significant engineering adjustments. Then, the war escalated. Once Angron entered the fight, the Khorne fleet turned the battlefield into a slaughter ground. World Eaters boarded Thousand Suns vessels with blind fury. They roared and hacked with no coherent aim. Reason, pride, and discipline washed away, replaced by an endless appetite for carnage. The noble warhounds and others who faced Angron's return found themselves dying in droves. Angron's followers knew only killing. Spill blood, make the planet scream, brew more wine for the god of blood. Reason could not stand against that tide. Magnus watched the clash and felt a fury so intense it made him want to spit blood. He finally understood why Perturabo had once raged until he vomited on Terra, how infuriating it was to be forced to fight alongside Angron and the World Eaters. Don't they see the bigger picture? Shouldn't they be working together to seize Guilliman first? Fulgrim observed from the distance, stunned. Millennia had not softened Angron. If anything, his madness had sharpened. The butcher's nails had long since shredded whatever sanity remained. Players at the viewport watched in morbid fascination. Bald Donkey tapped at the reinforced glass, sniggering. Look at what loyalty is. This is loyalty. Big brother sits on the golden throne. Second brother sits on the bronze throne. Golden throne and bronze throne. Hearts linked, never sundered, another player intoned. Zhuto Qiang and Krieg just stared blankly. What was that about? Does the Corpse Emperor know this nonsense? On the bridge of Macrage's honor, Guilliman tracked the blood-red comet that was Angron streaking through space toward the Imperial fleet. He knew Angron was coming straight for him. With Angron's physical might and the Khorne fleet's supporting fire, the Imperial forces would take massive losses. Better to move the battlefield where he had advantage. Teleport to that Blackstone fortress, Guilliman ordered. Huron Blackheart knew little of the fortress's core systems. Much had never been fully brought online. Guilliman and a group of players teleported inside with Sicarius and a cadre of guards and slammed into the Red Corsairs. For Guilliman, fire in the hole! Bald Donkey shouted, pulling a Meltabomb pin and hurling it. The blast liquefied ceramite armor on several Corsairs. He flipped his chainsword and charged, grinning. The sword had been a relic traded from an Ultramarines captain of 1,000 years past. Guilliman had collected such relics by swapping his legion's old equipment for modern replacements. The players wore those storied weapons with pride. Guilliman cut a path through the Red Corsairs, the Emperor's sword arced in blazing strokes. Don't stray. Protect the Regent. Ensure the Regent's safety at all costs. Bald Donkey barked orders. The players fought with a ferocity that outshone Sicarius's veteran guards. Sicarius felt a surge of frustration. Whose guard was he? Guilliman approved Bald Donkey's tactics. He was about to face a Primarch. This would be brutal. Regular Astartes were fragile between Primarchs. The players could be repurchased and resurrected. Guilliman's own sons, if slain, were truly dead. Prudence demanded sacrifice be taken where possible. Angron's instincts for slaughter were uncanny. He sensed Guilliman's teleport and adjusted mid-flight, charging the Blackstone fortress instead. Its defensive batteries swiveled to meet him and poured fire upon the descending Primarch, but a blood-red field shimmered around him and negated much of the barrage. Then came a thunderous impact as Angron struck the fortress. Massive concussive force tore a gap in the ancient stonework and ignited hellfire. He roared, called Guilliman's name, and strode into the heart of the fortress. Where Angron walked, carnage followed. He slaughtered indiscriminately, hacked, shouted, trampled, burned. Huron's face went ashen. The Blackstone was his prize. Now both Primarchs had turned it into a battlefield that would rip the fortress apart. He could glare and curse, but there was nothing he could do. Interfering in a duel between Primarchs was tantamount to suicide. Angron. Guilliman's voice was cold steel as he faced his brother. Their last fight had been on Nuceria, the day Lorgar had bound Angron in ceremony, and Guilliman remembered the defeat then, the bitter taste of failure. Angron froze for a heartbeat, stared at him, then let loose a roar and charged. Blades met with a flash. The daemon sword Sanius clashed with the Emperor's sword in a shower of sparks and raw force. The impact threw both combatants back with brilliant light. Players surged forward at the sight of a daemon Primarch exposing a weakness, pressing in to exploit it. Angron swung the Spinegrinder axe in a savage arc, cleaving through several players. Their shredded remains fell, but others took their places. They died again and again to make openings for Guilliman. Meanwhile, aboard Macrage's Honor, Kor was putting the finishing touches on the lighthouse equipment. The quiet quantum engine hummed as he used the schematics Qin Yun had given him. Sealing had adapted the technology into something more human-friendly, but installation still took skill. Now the lights interlaced and the engine formed an emotional, far-reaching field that pulsed across the system. Sealing immediately noticed the activation. Kor? Sealing's voice chimed through the communicator. Omnisci above, it looks like it's working, Kor replied, breathless with a rare excitement. Please inform the guide. The Primarch needs assistance. 133. Report. Guilliman is cheating. Report. Guilliman is cheating. The MC dynasty moved fast. First, they renamed the Mind Controller to the Beast Taming Controller to avoid negative associations. Then they threw manpower and resources into multiple rounds of testing, ironing out the bugs. Finally, they presented Beast Taming Controller 1.0 to Qin Yun for inspection. Qin Yun only began functional testing after confirming the device could not control humans or other highly intelligent species. The test subject was a razor dragon beast captured on an alien world. The creature stood on powerful hind legs like a dinosaur. Its forelimbs ended in razor-sharp arthropod claws that could easily score steel. It had tenacious vitality and was sheathed in a layer of tough biological chitin. The beast taming controller was implanted at the back of its skull, wired into its nervous system. Stand up, Qin Yun commanded. The razor dragon, which had been lying motionless, rose. Sit. Attack. Bite. Qin Yun issued several orders. The beast obeyed them all precisely. This is excellent, Qin Yun said. With this controller, we can add 2 new gameplay styles, beast taming and mounts. That will enrich the game. And bringing beast taming and mounts to the Warhammer universe will hook a lot of players, Sealing's projection added from Qin Yun's side. Qin Yun smiled at the thought of players riding massive beasts. At that moment, Sealing's projection flickered. Master, a new lighthouse has been discovered. Macrage's Honor. Is it finally finished? Qin Yun asked. He connected to the network and confirmed another lighthouse had indeed come online. With the Macrage's Honor complete, the galaxy now had 3 lighthouses. Players could travel between them using faith points, drastically cutting transit times, beast taming, mounts, and teleportation. Qin Yun's grin widened. Include all 3 in the new version. Release the update and launch them simultaneously. Master, I found Kor, Sealing said. He says a Primarch needs your help. The smile froze. Qin Yun had been tracking the pilgrimage expedition fleet through player chatter and forum logs. Bald Donkey had even posted a running log of the entire expedition and had not mentioned any danger. The players had supposedly resolved the Thousand Suns crisis and Magnus. So why was there trouble in the warp? The pilgrimage fleet was searching for a route to Terra within the warp. Given its scale, who could press them into peril? Qin Yun didn't hesitate. He opened a channel and established contact with the Macrage's Honor. As the quantum engine roared, Kor's projection appeared. Saint. Kor bowed, the servos and gears in his massive frame whirring softly. What crisis have you encountered? Qin Yun asked. We encountered traitors, the Thousand Suns Legion and their Primarch. Kor's report came fast. Just as the fleet prepared to leave the warp, Magnus had appeared, and with him Angron and Fulgrim, putting the expedition in dire straits. 3 traitor Primarchs, Qin Yun stared. Angron and Fulgrim too. What were they doing here? We need urgent assistance, Kor said. Otherwise the fleet could be annihilated in the warp. I'll send support. Qin Yun turned to Shieling. Issue a support mission and call in all high-level players. Understood, Master. Qin Yun also sent a message to MC Myth. Do not sell the beast taming controller yet. Wait for the update announcement and launch player teleportation and the mount system together. Moments later, the official site posted, "Congratulations on developing a brand new gameplay, beast taming and mounts. The official requests a postponement of the beast taming controller's release. Please await the update announcement before selling. Reward: the entire MC Dynasty will receive a Silver Eagle medal, an interest-free loan, and each researcher will receive 500 to 2,000 honor points." MC Myth was stunned. A Silver Eagle medal, second only to the War Master's gold, was more than they'd expected, proof that the officials were heavily rewarding and encouraging player-driven innovation. Sealing pushed the support mission as Qin Yun had ordered. Emergency limited-time mission. Support the Pilgrimage Expedition Team. Rowboat Guilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines, is besieged by traitor Primarchs in the warp and urgently needs aid. The guide will descend to the Primarch's side using the Emperor's power, recruiting fearless warriors to assist. Click to register. Requirements: Level 10, job change completed. Base reward: 80,000 contribution points, 5,000 honor points, 10,000 faith points. Additional rewards based on contribution and kills will be distributed after mission completion. The mission pushed to every eligible player. Damo, on the Scintilla Hive world, opened his interface at the prompt. An emergency mission? This one's a must. Just click. He clicked. Space-time blurred. When it cleared, he stood in the vast hall of the Imperial Glory. Players streamed in. Anyone who accepted the mission was recalled by the lighthouse. High-level players gathered aboard the Imperial Glory. The regional chat overflowed. Discriminating against low-level players again? We aren't even cannon fodder? I'm so angry. When will low-level players rise up? I'll rise up when I'm high-level. We're going to support Guilliman. Are we going to Terra? We're already in the warp. Of course we'll go to Terra. Qin Yun consumed faith points and teleported the assembled high-level players into the warp. Blackstone Fortress, adrift in the warp. Guilliman and Angron were still locked in combat. Steel met Daemon Axe, the gauntlet of the Ultramarines gripped against demon blades. Guilliman's voice carried anger and pity. Look at what you've become, Angron. Guilliman had spent long hours in meditation after the Horus Heresy, trying to understand the betrayals. Of all the Primarchs, Angron's fate struck him as the most tragic. Kidnapped and enslaved on Nuceria, betrayed by fate and the Butcher's Nails, a gladiator who lost the empathy the Emperor had given him and was driven to madness. Angron's story was a chain of losses that ended in daemonhood. He had no choice. If he hadn't been bound by the nails and the blood god, he would have died. So Logar and others pushed him toward ascension, and the blood god stole the last of his humanity. Angron did not answer. His face was a mask of pain and fury, the noble gladiator's soul twisted by the nails. They hammered his mind without pause. Rage consumed thought. Only the instinct to kill remained. He swung broad, terrifying blows that began to overwhelm Guilliman. The Primarch faltered under the brutal strength, forced to his knees. Blood for the throne, for the Emperor. Bald Donkey shouted, pouring psychic power into his staff. The staff flared like a small sun and smashed into Angron's head, throwing him back and giving Guilliman a moment to escape. Angron roared and cleaved Bald Donkey in two. Crimson blood and gore spilled. The hall turned grim. Guilliman forced himself to maintain formation. As Angron surged forward once more, thick chains erupted from the ground, snaring the demon and dragging him to his knees. Angron, you've served your course. Guilliman belongs to me, someone intoned, and Magnus descended onto the field in a flash of light. Magnus paused at the sight of the half-body beside Angron. He remembered that face. He would never forget it. Something was wrong, very wrong, but there was no time to dwell on it. Magnus extended his staff toward Angron. Fulgrim glided onto the battlefield too, his serpentine lower body coiling, his narrow eyes glittering with malice. The humiliation he had suffered at Macragge was fresh in his memory. He meant to repay it 100-fold. The surviving players and honor guards clustered around Guilliman. The Primarch's curses filled the air. Angron snapped free and lunged at Magnus in blind fury, an instinctive attack against the one who had made him bow. Magnus had to defend himself. The two demon Primarchs erupted into a savage duel. "Everything is predestined. You belong to me," Fulgrim whispered as 4 warp-imbued swords shimmered into his 4 hands. He moved like a predator. Duzong gripped his chainsword and leapt at Fulgrim. The demon's face darkened. In a blink, Duzong was cut in half. Sicarius tried to step forward, but Guilliman held him back. "Let me handle this," Guilliman said, and moved to confront Fulgrim. "You're ready to die, Guilliman." Fulgrim taunted and struck like a viper. 4 blades whistled. Guilliman met them with the Emperor's sword. The clash churned the air. He used the Hand of Dominion to sweep aside the blades and drove the Emperor's sword through Fulgrim's defenses, tearing across his body. Fulgrim howled and slashed down with his serpentine tail and blades. He pressed Guilliman relentlessly. The Hand of Dominion blocked a furious flurry. The Emperor's sword cut and severed one of Fulgrim's malevolent blades, and then the daemon's hand. Fulgrim emitted a piercing shriek that formed a sonic wave. Guilliman was forced to dodge and retreat. Warp energy poured into Fulgrim, but the blackened wound on his arm did not mend. Rather, a burning pain flared through him. "Father's sword isn't bad, is it?" Guilliman taunted. Pure malice twisted Fulgrim's expression. "I'll kill you." "Just try it," Guilliman replied, and the two clashed again. Fulgrim spun a blade at a strange angle and impaled Guilliman's arm. Toxins flooded Guilliman's body. Pain and vertigo struck in a wave. Fulgrim pressed forward, but a blinding light erupted, and a figure with pure white wings stepped from it, staff in hand, striking Fulgrim's head and forcing him back. Qin Yun, his body shining with radiant light, descended. Blessings and prayers emanated from him as the Emperor's power funneled through him and into Guilliman. The poisoned wound glowed and purged itself. The toxins left, and the Primarch's strength returned. Fulgrim's face went blank for a moment before recognition flared. "It's you," he hissed. "You came just in time. I'll kill both of you." "You're the one who's going to be killed," Guilliman answered. He lunged again, Emperor's sword blazing. Qin Yun wielded the Staff of Retribution beside him. Fulgrim's daemonhood made him formidable, stronger than Guilliman alone, but not stronger than Guilliman augmented by Qin's continuous blessings and buffs. Together they turned the tide. Guilliman roared, "Let's settle a score from 10,000 years ago, Fulgrim." "You who debased yourself as a lackey for a hook-selling chaos god," Guilliman spat. The insult, mocking Fulgrim's patron deity, stung. Fulgrim's fury flared at the slur. Fulgrim darted in, blades flashing. Qin Yun seized the opening. A blinding bolt of lightning, raging thunder, struck Fulgrim, making him scream. Guilliman seized the moment and landed a crushing punch that snapped Fulgrim's head to the side, half his face shattering grotesquely. Guilliman grabbed Fulgrim's horn and pulled him close. Radiance flowed from Guilliman, burning the demon. "This is for that strike 10,000 years ago." Guilliman drove the Emperor's sword forward. The blade pierced Fulgrim's body. The Emperor's flame seared through him. Fulgrim howled, his flesh scorching, and he collapsed, wailing. P.S. Monthly votes exceeded 500 this month. Including the 2 chapters I owed, I now owe 3 total. I'll take a short break and then release them in a burst to repay you. Today is your end, Fulgrim. Pay for your sins. Guilliman roared and stepped forward, eyes burning with the long hunger for vengeance. He wanted to settle a score 10,000 years old, to avenge his father, Ferris, and all those who had died. He moved to strike Fulgrim down. A squall of fire answered him, bolter rounds screaming like shrapnel, streams of plasma, bright melta-beams, and the sickly, gnawing energies of the warp. Noise marines had crept onto the field. They tore into Guilliman with a hail of fire. "Take cover!" Qin Yun shouted. Qin Yun's Staff of Retribution hit the ground. Terrifying psychic power detonated outward, and, in an instant, a golden shield shimmered into being before him and Guilliman, swallowing the incoming barrage. "Protect the Primarch," he ordered. Fulgrim writhed on the ground, screams like glass. The power of his father's strike was destroying the demon Primarch's immortal flesh. At the same time, another force was pouring in, sewing the wounds with warp flesh. The burns and ruptures seared with such pain, the Primarch staggered between agony and an uncanny rapture. Slaanesh's blessings amplified the torment and exhilaration in equal measure, drawing more warp into him. Noise Marines and Slaanesh daemons swarmed, trying to haul the wounded prince away. "For the Emperor, fire!" the War Master shouted. Players under Qin Yun's command returned fire, while others activated the swords and axes in their hands and charged. Bolters barked and melta-blasts lanced. The air became a cacophony of violence. "Fulgrim!" Guilliman bellowed and strode through the chaos toward the demonic prince. The Noise Marines and demons threw themselves at the Primarch in grotesque, jarring howls, buying time for their prize. Guilliman swung the Emperor's sword, cutting foes into fragments. Fulgrim tried to rise and strike back, but the wounds in his abdomen and the loss of a hand burned with intolerable pain. Slaanesh's gifts only made the agony worse, two wills clashing within him, his body the battleground. He could not think clearly. He could barely react. No amount of warp lore could undo the damage inflicted by an Emperor's blade. The heat of pain and the pull of pleasure ate at what remained of his reason. A Noise Marine opened his maw and unleashed an ear-splitting shriek. The sound formed ripples that shredded two nearby players into a spray of crimson. A ripple from Guilliman's protective field damped the wave and neutralized it. The Primarch's blade fell. The Noise Marine was cleaved in half. Daemons and traitors were powerless before Guilliman's wrath. They were torn into fragments, washed aside by the Primarch's fury. Slaanesh's spawn continuously manifested, illusions of seductive maidens that were in truth daemonettes, lanky bodies, claws, and mouths full of fangs. The Seekers rode mounts like a cross between anteaters and raptors, tearing through the field with terrible speed. Wave after wave of Slaanesh daemons poured through the warp and onto the battlefield, willing to sacrifice themselves to recover the Prince of Pleasure's favored son. "These things are really well endowed," Xiao Pang said with his eyes bugging out. "No wonder they're called daemonettes. They certainly know how to tempt." He piloted the exoskeleton armor Kor had modified for him, and its many guns opened up, spewing a hurricane of fire that shredded charging demons. "They're all massive," September 9th muttered. "No wonder everyone wants a piece of Slaanesh. Even I feel tempted just looking at them." "You're thinking too much," Krieg said. "They're hermaphroditic. When some pervert says top your lung, it's probably an insult. When a Slaanesh demon says it, they mean it literally." "That makes it even more interesting," September 9th chuckled. "When will the guide lead us into Slaanesh's domain so we can have a 300-round brawl with those damned well-endowed cows?" A spray of bolter fire blew several daemonettes to pieces. Their lovely illusionary faces dissolved, leaving only charred, twisted corpses. "Gross," Xiao Pang complained. "Pretty when alive, ugly when dead." "Slaanesh's illusions are like a beauty filter," September 9th said, and the players laughed. They had no mercy. They could see the true forms behind the glamour. The bodies were grotesque and lustful in every sense, but warped in ways no one could actually adore. Players had appetites, but they were not fools. Guilliman fought to break through the ring of daemons. No matter how he swung, the tide of Slaanesh spawn kept spilling in. Qin Yun, close beside him, was locked in a bitter duel. The number of daemons swelled. Not only Slaanesh, but also forces of Khorne and Tzeentch poured onto the field. Qin Yun's small command began to feel outmatched. Had all three legions not been at each other's throats as well, their position would have been desperate. "You must go," a voice whispered in the minds of Qin Yun and Guilliman. "Who are you?" Guilliman asked aloud. "I am your ally, Shirlian, a shadow seer of the Mask of the Veiled Path." "Call me Shirlian," came the reply. "There is a path within this Blackstone fortress that will take you from the webway to Holy Terra. I will guide you." Guilliman glanced at Qin Yun for counsel. "You must get to Holy Terra," Qin Yun transmitted into the Primarch's mind. "We can't waste any more time here." The Primarch nodded. He turned his burning eyes toward Fulgrim, who was being hauled away, rage contorting his face, but reason held him. He refused to act as he had 10,000 years ago, charging needlessly for vengeance. Returning to Holy Terra, to his father's side, was paramount. "Sealing, assign 2/3 of the players to cover our retreat. The rest will come with me, Qin Yun communicated mentally to Xiling. Their souls were bound. Distance did not break their link. Understood, Master, came the reply, and a new mission splashed across the player's data logs. Mission: Blockade Withdrawal. The enemy assault has intensified. Continued resistance will lead to total annihilation. Ensuring the Primarch's arrival at Holy Terra is paramount. A portion of players will remain to delay the enemy and buy time for the retreat. The remainder will follow the guide on a perilous journey to protect the Primarch. This mission continues the support objective. Refusal or disobedience will be punished according to losses incurred. The maximum penalty is account suspension and permanent blacklisting. Basic reward: 55,000 contribution points, 5,000 honor points, 10,000 faith points. Bonus reward, calculated based on kills and contribution. Seems I got the blockade mission, Xiaopang said, disappointed. I wanted to see Holy Terra. No rush, September 9th said. Once the guide reaches Holy Terra, a new map will open. September 9th is right, Krieg agreed. The players moved with practiced speed. Those assigned to the blockade took the positions of their departing comrades and held the line against the demonic tide. What about the fleet? Guilliman asked Qin Yun. I'll have Xiling assist. Some god-chosen have already been sent to the Macragge's honor. They will cover the High Lord of Terra's departure. Qin Yun answered. Besides, the demons are hunting you, not the fleet. If you go, the demon Primarchs will pursue. Their fleets will rip into one another in the chaos, and that infighting will give our fleet the opening it needs. The Chaos Gods want dominance. They will turn on each other if given the chance. Commanded properly, the Imperial fleet can break free. If you insist on returning to the fleet yourself, you'll only make yourself the focal point of enemy fire. Guilliman sighed and began the withdrawal. Xiling, ensure the High Lord of Terra's safe retreat. Don't worry, Master. Xiling is omnipotent. Watch Xiling beat up these fools. Xiling replied, almost boastful. Qin Yun mentally gave her a thumbs up. Sicarius and the others fell back as well, leaving the remaining players to hold the breach. They pushed deeper into the Blackstone Fortress. The structure's corridors were vast and intricate. Even the Red Corsairs rarely delved into the core. Gradually, the noise of battle faded. Phantoms of an Eldar warband glided into their path. Space Marines in black power armor with gray robes, bearing the sword and wing insignia, strode among them. Guilliman's eyes narrowed when he saw the leader, a figure with the lion's sword slung on his back. Is that Lord Cypher? Someone asked in the player channel. Isn't it obvious? The lion's sword, the plasma pistol, bolter at his hip, carrying a Primarch's blade and 2 guns that mark fidelity and betrayal. That's Lord Cypher, Shi Lang replied. What's Cypher's aim? Zhuge asked. Is he seeking the Emperor's forgiveness or going to Holy Terra to commit regicide? Are those mutually exclusive? Shi Lang shot back. Zhuge frowned. I don't see how they can be the same. The Emperor is an immortal, an unascended god among us. There is no power in the Warhammer universe that can truly kill a god, certainly not the hands of a fallen angel. For the fallen, regicide isn't simple treason. They dream of forgiveness first, then of a single, purifying stroke that would let the Emperor transcend and return through death. Shi Lang's explanation rang with grim logic. No wonder they're called fallen angels, Wan Lao muttered. Their ideas are abstract. Someone go to Caliban and call the Dark Angels. Tell them the fallen are here, Hashichi said with a grin. Can we borrow a time stone from the Ancient One so we can go back 10,000 years? Another player jibed, and the channel descended into banter, as players always did. An Eldari stepped forward. She bowed to Qin Yun and Guilliman and removed her mask, revealing a refined, beautiful face. Shirlian, the Shadow Seer, offered a formal nod. Thank you for your guidance. Guide Shirlian, Guilliman said. It was my duty. Ensuring your arrival at Holy Terra is the wish of our people as well, Shirlian replied. Are those Dark Angels with you? They are part of fate, Shirlian said, cryptic as ever. Sons of the Lion, what do you wish? Guilliman asked. Take us to Holy Terra, the lead Dark Angel said, and the other veterans echoed the demand. We will assist. To Holy Terra, Guilliman frowned. What are you planning there? It concerns an ancient truth and a secret I cannot reveal, Cypher answered, his voice steady and mysterious. Before Guilliman could respond, Qin Yun cut in. Lord Cypher, now is not the time. Leave. Your presence on Holy Terra now will do you no good. The Dark Angel's posture stiffened. He had not expected to be challenged. We must try, Cypher said. Things cannot be worse than they are. They can, Qin Yun said. Wait until your Gene father returns before you make such decisions. My father? Cypher's tone rose. You know him? Where is he? I cannot speak of that now, Qin Yun replied. Cypher's frustration was visible, like a wound. When the time is right, the Lord of the First Legion will return from that forest to complete his unfinished mission, Qin Yun added more gently. Until then, leave this place and await your Gene father's summons. Don't go to Holy Terra to act on consequences you cannot yet foresee. Cypher fell silent for a long moment, then said, We will meet again, Saint. There are still Imperial loyalists imprisoned ahead, taken by the Black Heart King Huron. Rescue them, and you will earn allies. With that, Cypher turned and strode away. The Fallen followed. Shirley looked at Qin Yun with undisguised surprise. She had not expected the guide to cow Lord Cypher with a few words. The Fallen Angel's ability to enter and exit the webway freely, and the secrets tied to the Eldari creators, left Shirley wary. Footsteps thundered. A squad of red corsairs appeared at the far end of the corridor and opened fire on Qin Yun's group. Players in Sicarius's personal guard answered with a sweep of bolter fire. Beyond that, more red corsairs and daemons surged toward them. We must leave swiftly, Shirley said, moving forward with harlequins near her flank. Qin Yun and Guilliman led the retreat. In the Blackstone Fortress's core, ancient machines still functioned with cold precision, maintaining the path to the webway. Daemons swarmed about them, trying to cut off their escape. To keep Guilliman safe, the daemons chose, for a time, to suspend their internecine conflict and fell upon the pilgrimage party. Blessings cascaded from Qin Yun like a living light. Sanctuary, fanaticism, roar, prayer, faithful frenzy. Light flared and washed over the Imperial loyalists, stacking buffs and sharpening their combat prowess. Guilliman and his companions roared in return and smashed through the enemy ring. During the breakout, they stumbled upon the prisoners Cypher had mentioned. Among them were Imperial heroes, most notably Jubal Khan, chapter master of the White Scars. He was famed across the segmentum for his role in the Third War for Armageddon and the ferocity of his command. To avenge the Red Corsairs' assault on his homeworld, Jubal Khan had led a counterstrike against Blackheart King Huron, destroying many of his ships and stations. He had been captured while detonating a station held by Huron and was meant to be taken deeper into the fortress. Kairos the Fate Weaver's bargain had, however, diverted Huron to intercept Guilliman's pilgrimage fleet. Jubal Khan's imprisonment was part of that cruel calculation. By fortune's hand, they freed him. By the Emperor, I thought I was finished, Jubal Khan said, battered but fierce. Hand me a gun and I'll fight. They gave him weapons. He joined the fray, fighting side by side with the Loyalists against the Red Corsairs and demonic scum. Far from the fortress, in the maelstrom of the void, Sealing had seized control of the Macrage's honor and set her computational might to work. The ship's batteries screamed and lanced. Sealing identified weaknesses in the encircling fleet and carved a path through. The honor's firepower was a storm to rival the greatest. Only Magnus's Tizca's Revenge could truly match it. Using the vessel like a scalpel, Sealing cut and flailed through the enemy. A Khorne warship spiked with bone exploded under Macrage's honor's guns, and in its death spin slammed into a Slaanesh vessel, cleaving it. The fleet followed the honor, aiding its push to break the blockade. Aren't we picking up the Primarch? Amaric asked Sealing anxiously. They are already in the webway, heading straight for Holy Terra, Sealing replied. My task is to bring you to safety and rendezvous with him at the destination. Celestine, aboard the honor, clenched her hands around her sword. The saint is with the Primarch. They will turn misfortune into blessing and arrive. Kor peered at the tactical readouts. Their chance of reaching Holy Terra is 20% higher than ours. We should be concentrating on our survival. Prepare for boarding, Sealing warned. The alarms shrieked as boarding craft slammed into the ship's hull and enemy boarding teams spilled over. Kill in the Emperor's name, Grandmaster Woldes of the Grey Knights thundered. On the decks, a brutal melee exploded. Daemons, Chaos Warriors, and Loyalist Marines clashed in bloody hand-to-hand combat. Back in the Blackstone Fortress, the stalwart players stayed behind to hold the enemy and buy time. "For the Emperor, for glory!" they shouted. Angron's distant roar echoed. His duel with Magnus had paused. The blood god had set him a new prize: hunt the head of his Primarch brother. "Evacuate! Move faster! Don't die lingering in the fight," Qin Yun ordered. "Hold Angron back at all costs." "Now it's our turn, brothers. Fight for glory," the players cried as they made their stand. When they reached the webway gate, Wan Lao and several others were ordered to delay the pursuit. They activated the self-destruct protocols in their power armor and formed a last-ditch defensive cordon, firing as long as their munitions lasted. The explosions shredded demons to ragged pieces, but ammunition was finite. When the clip ran dry, they swung into melee. Wan Lao roared and hefted a chain axe, its teeth screaming as it chewed through bodies. Crimson sprayed. He hacked down demons and took no quarter. The ground trembled. Wan Lao looked up as Angron thundered toward him. "Fighting a Primarch. This game's a joke," he muttered, half-thrilled. "Blood for the blood god," Wan Lao screamed, charging. He met Angron's swing and blocked the first blow, only to be cut to his knees and then split in half by the Daemon Primarch's next swing. His blood spattered Angron, and for a heartbeat, the blood god's air paused. World Eater blood burned images and memories across Angron's mind. Fallen gladiators whispered his name. But the pause was brief. Rage flamed anew, and Angron roared and hunted on, his gaze fixed toward Guilliman's retreat. 135. The Emperor's dream shattered. Qin Yun and the others retreated into the webway. Shirley and the Veilwalker and her companions intoned ancient wards, sealing the tide of sorcery on the far side of the portal. Angron swung his battle axe and demonic blade, but he could not force the webway gate. He raged in impotent fury, and at last, his blinded wrath turned inward. He cut down red corsairs and nearby daemons with frenzied, indiscriminate violence. Chaos erupted again, and it took a long, bloody while for the fighting to subside. Huron, the Blackheart King, arrived after receiving the news. He saw the battlefield, strewn with corpses, torn fortifications, and rivers of blood, and felt his plans collapsing. He had hoped to ambush the Primarch and reap a great prize, but instead he had nothing to show for it and had lost territory he had acquired with difficulty. The loss was crushing. On the void battlefield of the Maelstrom, Macragge's honor and a host of Imperial vessels broke the encirclement and punched through, scoring hard-won victories along the way. Boarding actions aboard the warships ended in success. Under the valor of heroes like Americ, Saint Celestine, Greyfax, and Woldays, the invaders were annihilated. Fateweaver Kairos wished to pursue the fleeing fleet, but the Khorne Armada went berserk, shouting cries of "blood for the blood god," "skulls for the skull throne," and turned on the Slaanesh and Thousand Sons fleets. The three forces tore into each other again until even greater daemons joined, and the whole region became a free-for-all. "Have the Primarchs escaped?" Americ asked when he returned to the bridge. He was scarred and exhausted, but could not rest until he knew. "The Primarch and my master entered the webway. They are safe for now," Sealing replied. She had just finished contacting Qin Yun. She and her master could speak across any distance. As soon as the fighting ended, she had reported the situation. Americ exhaled, relief washing over him. The Grand Marshal of the Black Templars had lived with the guilt of Cadia's fall. He believed he had failed to protect the fortress, failed the Emperor. Escorting Kor to Macragge and keeping pace with the Primarch back to Terra were the pillars of his penance. If the Primarch had died, he could not have forgiven himself. "Then we head to Terra." Kor looked to Woldays. "Grandmaster, can you see the Astronomicon?" "We can now," Woldays answered. "Then let us set sail," Celestine said. "For the God Emperor, for the Primarch, we must reach Terra as soon as possible." "The route has been plotted," Sealing added. "We should reach the solar system within a week." In the webway, the surviving players gathered. After a grim head count, they learned that 90% of their number had died and logged out to await respawn. The slaughter had been horrific. They had narrowly escaped annihilation. "Is this the webway?" Warmaster asked, staring at a corridor awash with golden mist. The webway was vast, wide enough for whole warships to pass, an architecture that looped through dimensions and defied simple geometry. The gilded light dazzled and engulfed everything. From the depths came a deep, rhythmic rumble, like the heartbeat of a colossus. We'll have to build webways ourselves someday, Shisi Lang said. They're so convenient. Everything connects. In this world, we build everything ourselves, even roads, Ningbaren said. So when we build the webway, won't someone have to sit on the throne? Won't it be us? Little Alpaca poked Warmaster. Why don't you ask, Warmaster? See if Guide can sit on the throne. Warmaster froze. You just like the old 13, don't you? They bantered while Shirley approached the Primarch and the Saint. Our scouts have found warriors ahead, clad in golden blue armor. Their sorcery reeks of chaos, marked for Tzinch. Magnus's 1,000 sons, Gilliman said at once. No wonder he did not show himself earlier. He's been hiding in the webway, waiting for me. He likely wants Terra as well, Qin Yun said. There's a webway path that leads straight to the Imperial Palace's throne room on Terra, the starting point of the Emperor's great project. Qin Yun recounted the old history. After naming Horus Warmaster, the Emperor had stepped back from the Great Crusade to build the webway, intending to free humanity from reliance on the warp. He used the Golden Throne as an anchor to build a new segment deep within the Imperial Palace, linking it to the wider webway. Magnus, seeking to warn his father, used Tzinch's power to shatter the barrier the Emperor had constructed, fatally damaging the project. After the heresy ended, the Empire sealed the gate with the most potent arcana. Magnus believed the Primarchs would take that path. The guardians of that gate might admit them, letting him arrive at Terra beside them and enter the throne room. Shirley confirmed Qin Yun's thread. The Lord of Humanity did construct a section of the webway and attempted to connect it to the greater network, she said. Gilliman's face darkened. So Magnus ruined the Emperor's grand vision, then turned on him? Childishness and arrogance. He betrayed us all. If he'd shown more restraint, Qin Yun said flatly, humanity might not have fallen so deep. Gilliman was struck into silence. His father had poured everything into uplifting humanity, uniting Terra, suppressing the Chaos Gods, forging 20 Primarchs, launching the Great Crusade, building the Empire, and then constructing the webway so mankind might transcend dependence on the warp. All of it had been broken. A trusted Warmaster corrupted, Magnus's meddling dismantling a millennia-spanning labor. The Emperor had borne the betrayals and the ruin, then dragged his mangled body onto the Golden Throne to hold back the collapse. Compared to such a sacrifice, Gilliman felt small, angry, and profoundly sorrowful. Magnus cannot come to Terra with us, he said finally. If the demonic tides break through, my father's sacrifice will be wasted. The Primarch worries, Shirley responded, then revealed a secret in a low voice. At our empire's height, we linked the webway to every world, Luna included. That webway is hidden, shielded by illusions. Even the Emperor did not master it. Only we can find it. Luna? Gilliman thought for a moment, then nodded. Then we go to Luna. They set out at once. Shirley led them down corridors that were once the spirit race's own, the race best acquainted with the webway's layout, hidden holographic arches and tucked-away passages that would have been impossible for others to detect opened before them. They passed through dreamlike halls, dark silent tunnels, crystal galleries, and stairways that lived and moved. Without Shirley's guidance, they would have been lost within minutes and trapped forever. After some travel, they arrived at Miracle City. There was no sun here, only a gold halo that suffused everything. Spirit-bone buildings rose and fell like inverted stalactites. Avenues curved toward lost temples, cathedrals, and amphitheaters. Statues of dead gods stood in the mist, and faint, mournful cries drifted through the streets. Shirley and the spirit race members wore expressions of grief. The cries were the language of the dead, old gods wailing for the annihilation of the spirit race and the suffering of its people. Miracle City had been an important battlefield of the Webway War. Imperial Tech Guard forces had shed blood here. Corpses littered the streets, traitors and loyalists both. Some lay as they had fallen, others were dry bones, preserved by the Webway's strange time flows. "It's a Tech Guard helm," the War Master said, picking up a golden helmet cracked across the visor and through an eagle emblem. A single red horsehair hung limp from it. "And a Sister of Silence," Zhongge said, pointing to a severed arm amid a pile of corpses. A golden gauntlet still gripped a long spear carved with ancient runes. Broken servitors and unused munitions lay scattered nearby. "Look at this. He died of exhaustion," Shi Lang said, indicating a kneeling tech guard amid a pile of slain foes, unmarked by fatal wounds but utterly spent. They tested the dried blood from his helmet. There was almost nothing left, only stimulant residue. The idea that a superhuman could burn so completely that he simply ran out of life was chilling. Around them were the hulks of Adeptus Mechanicus servitors, Alpha-class assassins, Starfort automata, and more tech guard remnants. Massive titans lay toppled, cockpits shattered, and full of skeletons. "Vigilance light?" Shi Lang guessed, touching the scarred hull of a Reaver-class frame bearing Adeptus Mechanicus sigils and the marks of the Fire Bee warband. Shirlian confirmed the story. Vigilance Light had been surrounded while rescuing the allied Reaver Black Sky. It had counterattacked and destroyed a Warlord-class Titan, but ultimately failed to escape and fell in the webway. Worse, Black Sky, meant to be its escape, had been possessed by the end of the Empire and turned traitor. Vigilance Light's fall was a single sorrow among countless others. The Webway War was a catastrophe. Loyalists bled and died, only to see their sacrifices undone by treachery and the failures of men. The Horus Heresy, in all its tragedies, felt like the father laying waste to his own sons. "Miracle City's a crossroads," Shirlian said. "Small paths branch off to Mars, Terra, and Luna. We need the one to Luna." They followed the spirit race's directions through the city. At a complex intersection, bolter fire suddenly erupted. Salvos of rounds, laced with warp flame, swept the mist and cut down several players before they could react. From the haze came the rigid silhouettes of red-letter warriors, soulless war constructs that advanced with mechanical efficiency, pouring fire into the pathways as they tightened the noose. They moved slowly and awkwardly, but their suppressive fire was deadly. Cinchian daemons sprang up alongside them, shrieking and brandishing staves and silver blades. The players launched a counterattack. Shattered armor and dust fell as many red-letter warriors were torn apart. Guilliman raised the Hand of Dominion and unleashed a withering blast that slaughtered swathes of the constructs and daemons. "Magnus," he called, his voice ringing with cold steel. "If you have the courage, come out and face me." The webway trembled as old rivalries and ancient sins converged on the path to Luna and to Terra, where the Golden Throne waited and the Emperor's sacrifice hung in the balance. P.S. Recommended by the 18th Wind Vane. I'll start staying up late from today and repay the 3 chapters I owe you on the 18th. 136. Arrival at Luna. "Since you asked to see me, you shall," a thunderous voice rolled across the battlefield. Violent lightning, wrapped in a corrupting aura, struck toward Guilliman. "Shelter." Qin Yun raised the Staff of Divine Retribution and unleashed a surge of psychic power. A golden radiance coalesced into a shield that swallowed the Demon Primarch's lightning, scattering it into nothing. "You found help. I severely underestimated you," Roboot Guilliman. Magnus hovered above the ruin-strewn floor, a monstrous, one-eyed giant whose flesh glowed red and whose wings shimmered with blasphemous light. Thick horns crowned his head, his face twisted with warp energy and jagged fangs. Whatever nobility had been there was long gone, replaced by an animal arrogance. He fixed his single, burning eye on Qin Yun. Coldly, he said, "I cannot see your fate, but I smell my father's aura on you. I am curious what promise that rotting corpse made to you to turn you into his pawn." Qin Yun met him calmly. "Anyone with sense stands with their own kind. The advantages you enjoy are all built on humanity's dominance of the galaxy. Lose that, and you're no better than the groveling forgotten gods." Magnus's eye narrowed. "A humble insect, drunk on a scrap of my father's power, dares to judge me?" "An insect, are you?" Qin Yun shot back. "An insect so stupid it doesn't even know it? Everyone knows about the clever Ogren whose home was burned to ash. He's paraded about, but dared not speak up. He followed his master's orders and helped the very ones who destroyed his world, venting his anger on innocents. That is groveling. That's worse than a stray dog. A dog, at least, snaps back if you kick its den. If it cannot win, it hides, not begging for scraps." A malicious gleam crossed Magnus's face. The veins in his hand bulged around his staff. Rage simmered on the edge. Such venomous speech, but words changed nothing. Qin Yun smiled and lifted the Staff of Divine Retribution. "So now truth is vicious? A one-eyed ingrate, stubborn, selfish and thin-skinned, a giant infant. Guillemot stared at Qin Yun. The man's tongue was like a blade dipped in temple poison, cruel and precise. He recognized the power of words to unnerve an opponent, and he filed the lesson away. Enough. Magnus bellowed and unleashed arcane light, but Qin Yun's shield held. So temperamental, even blessed, you're still a tantruming giant. If it's too much, end it. Ahriman is more measured than you. I said enough, Magnus roared, and his eye flared with devastating radiance. Your words cannot harm me. A mortal cannot comprehend the lore I command. I am immortal, eternal. My wisdom has pierced the secrets of the universe, he intoned. Qin Yun said nothing. He pantomimed lifting someone and slamming them down hard on his knee, then made an exaggerated face of agony. Everyone, come see. There's a one-eyed ogre here, whose spine was cracked by someone, now bragging. Shirley, cleaving its cinched daemon of fear in two, glanced over with surprise. This Emperor's saint and the Imperial warriors were not the same breed. Before steel and sorcery met, Qin Yun had already dealt a round of psychological punishment. Magnus snapped. The staff in his hand erupted. A surge of psychic force shook the webway. Magnus, your foe is me, Guillemot advanced. The air thickened, viscous and oppressive, enough to crush men and paralyze Astartes, but it only slowed Guillemot, forcing him to lean forward like someone walking into a storm. Magnus hurled curses at the loyal Primarch, seeking to sap body and soul, but Guillemot's defenses, bolstered by the Lord of Humanity's power, held. Magnus shifted tactics and sent several azure fire orbs arcing toward Guillemot. The Primarch dodged, bore the psychic backlash, and charged. You are not the only one who commands such power, Qin Yun said, releasing his psychic energy. He shaped it into a spear of light and flung it. The spear lit the battlefield with blinding brightness. Magnus raised his warp-wreathed shield. The spear struck and detonated a storm of tearing energy. Seizing the moment, Guillemot thundered into the Daemon Primarch's range. Magnus vaulted and brought the hand of Dominion, glowing with force, down with a blow that could punch through a lemon rust. The fist smashed into Magnus's face. The impact hurled him backward like a felled mountain. Demonic ichor sprayed from his shredded features, pooling on the webway floor. From that cursed blood, mushrooms, strange alien growths, sprang up in clusters. Magnus struggled to summon warp healing and a shield, but he had misjudged Qin Yun and Guillemot's coordination. Soulstorm, Qin Yun murmured. His voice was a thin, ethereal thing carrying the gravity of the Emperor. With him as an anchor, the Emperor's power erupted as a driving tide that swept through the place, quelling and banishing the warp. Magnus's conjured energies were shredded. Guillemot closed in, the Emperor's blade burning with purifying flame. Magnus countered with his staff, the two weapons clashing with a clang that rang through the webway. Energy cascaded outward, and then Guillemot's force-fielded gauntlet slammed into the Daemon Primarch. Magnus flew like a felled meteor and crashed into broken ruins, blood slicking his ruined wings and armor. He was wounded, vulnerable enough to risk fading away rather than share Fulgrim's fate, and with a flash of psychic light, he vanished. Magnus, coward, come face me, Guillemot roared, scanning the ruins for his brother. There was no trace. We must go. The number of Tzeentch forces is swelling, and Fateweaver Kairos is on his way. If he arrives with reinforcements, we'll be in a desperate situation. Shirley urged restraint. The battlefield had reached fever pitch. Sicarius, Jubal Khan, and other Imperial champions hacked and shot through traitors and daemons, but the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. Even the god-chosen sacrificial detonations did little to stem the tide. Men fell and screamed loyalty to the Imperium. The slaughter was brutal. Guillemot left with a promise. Today is just interest on your sins, Magnus. One day I will collect the principal. Qin Yun whispered into the ether. Shieling. Master, came the instant reply. Tell all players, level 5 and above, to prepare. I'll deploy them to the field. Received. Deceased players had been respawning aboard two ships, the Imperial Glory and the Macrage's Honor. One vessel tore through the warp toward the solar system, the other hung back in the Calixis sector. After Macrage's Honor finished a lighthouse array, Shieling launched a world chat channel layered over the regional feed. Players flooded in, spending contribution points to jabber and boast. Wanlao, I fought Angron for 20 rounds. I feel invincible. It was 20 rounds, yes, but he died in round 2. The next 18 were just beating. After that beating, he probably became meat paste. At Big Cat Blood Battle. Hashi, you slander me. I'll sue you. At least you died battling a Primarch. I was pinned by daemons and ripped apart alive. Chonghyun, a succubus pulled me from my cockpit and tried to. Luckily, the self-destruct triggered quickly. Blood Pigeon. Slaanesh daemons are depraved. They violate enemies right on the battlefield. Then the system announced an urgent mission. The chat went silent as everyone read. Urgent mission, reinforcement. The guide and the Primarch are en route to Holy Terra but are being pursued and intercepted by overwhelming forces and urgently need living support. Players above LV5 not on special missions. Prepare. Resupply weapons and ammo. Replace equipment. Ready for combat. Teleportation in batches. First large-scale teleportation in 15 minutes. Reward, 70,000 contribution points, 10,000 honor points, 20,000 faith points. The players fell silent for a heartbeat, then roared into motion. It's real. Big rewards. Charge. Live for the Emperor. Die for the Emperor. Crash the walls for the Emperor. Chat filled with slogans and bravado. They were beasts of war again. Back in the webway, Magnus, bloodied and enraged, hid in shadow, but his daemons and sorcerers poured into the fight. Despite the valiant efforts of Qin Yun, Guilliman, and the others, they were ground down. The Loyalists were pressed into ruins of broken spirit bone architecture and surrounded. Light flared from Qin Yun's body. The Emperor poured his power through him, anchoring the auguries. Channels fluttered with ghostly whispers. Shadows rose from hellfire and took form. Dark armor and filigreed bone, cursed legions wreathed in etheric flame, manifested at the Primarch's crucial moment. Bullets suffused with the Emperor's wrath swept through the daemon tide. Qin Yun opened the first teleportation. Players streamed through in bursts full of adrenaline. A thunder in the sky. I shine. Angron, fight me again. Wan Lao cried as he charged, chain axe roaring. But he faced sorcerers now, not hordes of clawing demons. Stop the pursuers at all costs, Qin Yun ordered the players. Kill if they block. Kill Magnus if he stands in the way. Charge, capture Magnus alive, and bien Fioft a Marquis of 10,000 stars. Cries and promises spurred them on. With players and the Cursed Legion pressing the flanks, the loyal force punched through the encirclement and drove deeper into the webway. Magnus hovered above the tide, ready to pursue Guilliman, when a mocking shout flew up from the ground. One-eyed Ogren, your grandpa's come! Come down and die! The voice was too familiar. Magnus turned, pupils widening. The insect that should have been crushed had come back swinging, a hulking figure with a battle axe, taunting him. Magnus hesitated, glancing at Guilliman's retreat. Then Bald Donkey bellowed, One-eyed Ogren, get down here! Today I cut off your dog's head! Magnus dove like a thunderbolt to rip the speaker to pieces. But from the flank loomed a mountain of armor, Old 13, who threw a punch that split the air. The impact sent Magnus flying into ruins with a boom. Heavy dust rose. Old 13 laughed in full plate. Trampling daemons and hammering Primarchs, nobody does it like me. Magnus hauled himself up and saw his attacker. He shuddered with rage. Hit by an Ogren, humiliation boiled through him. 2 eyes are better than 1, Bald Donkey crowed. Magnus's single eye flared. A tide of warp pressure gathered, folding toward him like an oncoming storm made of thought. Old 13 charged to disrupt the channeling, but Magnus extended a hand. An invisible, crushing field closed in. The roaring pressure crumpled heavy armor. With a final snap, Old 13 was crushed into a pulp, his plate reduced to scrap. Monster! Give me back my brother! Bald Donkey screamed, rushing forward, and Magnus spat an ancient malediction. Under the curse, the Emperor's blessings on Bald Donkey twisted into combustible taint. He screamed as his flesh flamed, and within a heartbeat, he was ash. Magnus's fury became slaughter. He made no distinction between player and cursed warrior, mowing them down with indiscriminate power. Fateweaver Kairos materialized then with a host of daemons. Damn it! Great daemons to support a one-eyed Ogren? Someone cursed. Players fell in droves, but each death bought the pilgrimage group a few precious seconds. Qin Yun kept summoning batches, each sacrifice holding the line. At last, a rune-sealed teleport gate glimmered before them. Put on your helmets, Shirley ordered. The survivors obeyed. Helmets clicked, respirators engaged. Shirley intoned an old spell and tore open the sealed webway arch. They stepped through. Qin Yun passed into the flickering gate, and the interior matched the outside. Gravity of Holy Terra snapped heavier, an odd doubling that left him faintly unsteady. The space around them warped, the webway illusion fell away, and the abyssal black of deep space and scattered cosmic rays filled their vision. The players felt it. One moment a thin warmth, the next a bone-deep cold and airless vacuum. They stepped onto rolling moon dust. "This is one small step for me, but a giant leap for mankind," War Master quoted, voice amplified on their comms. "That giant leap already happened," Shi Lang replied flatly. "Now your small step is just a small step." "Can't argue with you," War Master said and turned his head. "We made it," Shi Lang breathed. "Brothers fell by the dozen, but we made Luna." "It's not over," Zhuge warned. "Don't think the guides spared us just to let us see Holy Terra. I thought our favorability was high, which is why we weren't sent to plug holes," War Master said. "You're thinking too much," Zhuge answered. "It's for the final strike. Magnus won't give up so easily." No sooner had he said it than the webway gate behind them detonated. The blast knocked back Eldar, sealing the archway. Magnus and Carlos, flanked by red-lettered warriors and cinch daemons, surged through into Holy Terra. 1137, to Holy Terra. The bridge of the Macrage's honor thrummed with tense silence. Grandmaster Emeric of the Black Templars watched the god chosen, the one who had been resurrected in the cathedral, re-equipped and then immediately summoned away with a worried expression. Around the main console, Archmagos Kor, Living Saint Celestine, Grandmaster Woldays of the Grey Knights, and other Imperial luminaries waited for Shirley's report. Magnus is concentrating his forces to encircle and annihilate the Master and the Primarch. They're in a bad way. Shirley's voice came over the comm. A collective tightening swept the bridge. The Cursed Legion and the God Chosen were summoned, and they've helped the Master and the Primarch escape their immediate peril, she continued, and for a moment everyone exhaled. They're retreating toward the webway gate to Luna, but the enemy is in hot pursuit. Fateweaver Kairos has appeared as well. They're butchering the God Chosen and the Cursed Warriors. Silence fell over the chamber. Shirley kept relaying updates. Emotions rose and fell like waves. "The Primarch and the Saint are making for Luna. We need forces to meet them." Wolde stood. "Titan has emergency comms. I'll try to contact them to set sail at once and alert Imperial forces in the system to prepare to receive the Primarch and the Saint." "I'll help," Celestine said. "Good." The two hurried from the bridge to send the emergency message to Titan. Shirley's voice crackled again. They sighted the webway exit, but Magnus and Carlos caught up. "The Master and the Primarch have reached Luna. The Eldari tried to seal the webway entrance." The sealing failed, and Magnus and Carlos charged out with demons and traitors. Shirley's updates painted a frantic, helpless picture. All they could do was pray. On the surface of the moon, a brutal death match raged. The webway exit opened into a deep, circular valley, scattered with abandoned tanks, transports, and rusting spacecraft. The rim of the valley choked the starlight. It was dim and claustrophobic. But the valley floor was brilliantly lit by the interplay of sorcery and artillery, an unnatural day made of flame, frost, and psychic glare. Red-letter warriors marched from the webway in disciplined ranks, firing into the Imperial lines. Daemons of fear howled. Sorcerers on levitating discs rained sorcery, and the Thousand Suns' ritual light shivered across the battlefield. Guilliman ordered a fighting withdrawal toward the valley rim and the webway exit above, a perilous choice that left his troops exposed, but Luna's low gravity let them climb faster than their pursuers could bring them down. Under sustained bombardment, they made the crest, and Guilliman immediately organized the counterattack, seizing the high ground. From above, Imperial fire wove into a lethal net that tore the traitors and soulless to pieces. Explosions overturned charging traitors and shredded screaming demons. Harlequins, led by Shirley, danced into the fight, their shuriken and monofilament ribbons shredding sorcerers and daemon platforms below. But then Magnus began to chant. He spoke words older than humanity. The air around the Thousand Suns and their daemons shimmered with uncanny light. The traitors, once vulnerable, took on psychic shields that absorbed damage and made them hard to kill. They pushed on, heedless of cannonade. Carlos raised his staff and hurled fiery masses and meteors into the loyalist lines. Guilliman was forced to fall back behind rocks and wreckage and to fight for every inch. Through sorcery, Magnus led his legion and the soulless to the summit. Guilliman strode out to meet him. Magnus. Guilliman's voice was a challenge, and he charged. The red letters and daemons fell beneath him like wheat before a scythe. "You're not the only one with help now," Magnus said, his single eye fixed on Guilliman. Winged, gargantuan, he dove like a falling mountain. The staff of the Crimson King swept in an arc, charged with warp power. The Emperor's sword met it, but could not completely blunt the kinetic force. They smashed through rusted vehicles and rolled into dust, yet never ceased fighting, fist against flesh, no quarter given. Qin Yun moved to assist, but Carlos materialized between them. "Best not to disturb their reunion," the two-headed demon intoned, feigning civility. One head hissed, "Two-headed bird." Qin Yun gripped the staff of retribution and slowly drew the holy judgment blade with his free hand. Pitiful soul, deceived by the cursed one. He had no illusions about lying temptations. Carlos crooned with poisonous words, promising knowledge and gates of truth to any who followed. Qin Yun spat back, mocking the demon's lies. Magnus, locked in combat with Guilliman, felt anger flare at the insult from across the field, an old personal wound. Distracted, he left an opening. Guilliman seized it, landing a crushing blow that shattered a freshly restored feature of Magnus's face. Magnus roared. He gathered his staff and hurled Guilliman across the ground with a burst of sorcerous force. He took wing, and the two Primarchs closed again, colliding with the force of Titans. Carlos, meanwhile, tossed rusted tanks into the air toward Qin Yun. Qin Yun leapt and parried, staff and blade flashing. Carlos spat spells and flames. Qin Yun met them with a shield of faith and the Emperor's power. Their duel was a storm, strikes and counterstrikes so fast only after images remained. Psychic tides rippled outward, vaporizing metal and crystallizing rock. Carlos burned with eldritch energy. Every sweep of his staff carried warp sorcery. Qin Yun answered with golden radiance, his strikes fueled by faith and sheer will. He had spent faith to call down the Emperor's strength, enough to stand against a daemon of Tzeentch. Daemons of fear tried to aid Carlos, but Qin Yun cleaved them in half with a single stroke. He struck the great daemon's shoulder. Daemon blood, pure warp malice, splattered and crystallized on the lunar regolith. Carlos roared, unleashing an evil beam that slammed Qin Yun aside, but the two were fighting again moments later. Guilliman searched the dust and smoke for Magnus. His armor alarms were screaming, structural breaches, oxygen leaking, bitter cold creeping through. Only his superhuman endurance kept him alive. "Come out and face me, Magnus," he bellowed through his vox. "Coward and giant baby." "How dare you?" a dark voice answered. Guilliman found Magnus looming. He had grown until he loomed like a warhound titan, crushing in his presence. "You're nothing but a bug," Magnus said coldly. "You're a coward and a giant baby who never takes responsibility," Guilliman shot back. Time with Qin Yun had sharpened his tongue to a knife. "Picked that up from someone I know, have you?" Magnus's staff throbbed with warp energy. "Words are meaningless. I wield true power. You will die here." Then he struck, a tidal, unrestrained force that hurled Guilliman down. Magnus shrank and stamped on him, cracking the armor of fate. Systems wailed. "This is the end, my brother." Sicarius and his battle brothers lunged to cut through the demonic tide to reach Guilliman, but the Thousand Suns and Tzeentch daemons held them at bay. Then a bolt of lightning cut across the scene. "One-eyed Ogren, your opponent is me." Shishi-Lang gathered himself and crashed into Magnus, staff blazing. Magnus paused. He had not expected a pure loyalist Thousand Suns on the field. The aura was unmistakable. He was gene father to this man, yet this man bore no mutation. "You prevented Thousand Suns' mutation. Then why never tell me?" Magnus murmured, wounded more than physically. There had always been bitterness between them. Guilliman surged up and fired the Hand of Dominion. The barrage shredded Magnus and sent him shrieking. Seizing the opening, Shishi-Lang drove his staff into Magnus. For a breath, sorrow flickered in Magnus's single eye. "I am your gene father. You should be loyal to me." "I am loyal to the Emperor, you disgraceful one-eyed ogre," Shi-Lang cried. In the game world, a player might have earned an achievement for this, the first player to wound a Primarch. "Traitor, you betrayed your brothers and your father. Magnus swept and annihilated him with warped force. A traitor accusing others of treachery, how laughable. Guilliman pressed the attack. The duel with Magnus resumed, brutal and unrelenting. On the other front, Qin Yun and Carlos were close to deciding the outcome. Chains of warp energy bound Qin Yun. Carlos teleported in and drove his staff through him. Golden blood spattered and ignited on the lunar surface. Qin Yun staggered, his staff of divine retribution clattering away. He dropped to his knees, unable to stand. "Don't harm the guide," players nearby shouted, surged forward, and tried to protect him. Carlos tore them apart. With a flick of his staff, an invisible psychic scourge rent the charging players to shreds. "Coming!" Zhang Ji roared. The Culexis assassin drove a power dagger into his chest to awaken the nulling shroud of the Culexis class, then charged Carlos with his hunter demon team. Culexis are anti-psychic. Stronger psychers are more completely negated by their presence. Through self-sacrifice, they could heighten that effect. Etheric tendrils reached for Zhang, but dissolved on contact. Carlos howled as his spells died without effect. He abandoned psychic work and fell back to brute force, still monstrously strong as a great daemon. Zhang was struck aside, split open, sent flying. The other players fared no better under Carlos's strikes. As Carlos rampaged, Qin Yun, kneeling and wounded, summoned a last act of will. He drove the Holy Judgment Blade into Carlos's form. The daemon shrieked. Then a thunder rolled through the sky. Blinding pillars of light stabbed down and silver-gray warriors emerged, halberds and hammers swinging, Grey Knights. Psychic power radiated from them, rippling the air. The leading Grey Knight glanced at Qin Yun in surprise. Sanguinius, but there was no time to question. Drop pods followed, hundreds of them, and a vortex in the dust spat forth four custodians, flawless and terrible. They opened fire in unison, a torrent of bolt rounds that swept the traitors and daemons like chaff. The battlefield's balance shifted abruptly. The sorcerers and daemons, confident moments before, found themselves shredded. Even more ships loomed. Pods struck like meteorites and disgorged Imperial fists in yellow armor, supported by tanks and thunderhawks. Reinforcements poured onto the moon. Carlos understood the plan had failed. They could not stop Guilliman's return here, could not kill him on Luna. He ordered a retreat. Magnus, furious and driven back, began to lead his forces into the webway. But the Eldari had one gambit left. Shrilian and her kin chanted old spells and detonated latent wards within the gate. The webway gate sealed with a thunderous conflagration. Magnus's roar was smothered by the explosion. The Daemon Primarch and the Tzeentch Great Daemon were blasted deep into the webway, thrown into the dizzying maze where finding an exit back to the warp would be no simple thing. Fateweaver Kairos and the Crimson King were expelled. The immediate threat collapsed. The comms on the Loyalist side filled with cheers. Traitors and daemons who could not escape were slaughtered. After the last daemon fell, Shrilian stepped forward to the Primarch and Qin Yun. "Our mission ends now that we have placed you here," she said. "We must take our leave." "Thank you," Guilliman said, sincere despite his distrust of the Eldari. "Perhaps we shall meet again." Shrilian bowed, and after gathering the bodies of their fallen, the Eldari slipped back into shadow and vanished. The Primarch's arrival revitalized the Imperial forces. Word of it spread fast. One by one, transport vehicles began to land, units to purify the battlefield, burn traitor corpses, and cleanse lingering warp taint. Diplomats and dignitaries sent from Terra as soon as the news arrived. Archmago Senior General Tura Valoris, Imperial Prime Minister Tyrene, Grand Master Admiral Merida Perez, and other notable figures set sail for Luna. Guilliman and his company would rest briefly on Luna. Technicians repaired scorched and dented armor. Medics tended wounds. The Primarchs and their closest kin prepared to present themselves to the Imperium, whole and strong once more. Qin Yun used the lull as well, contacting Shieling remotely to prepare the 4.0 update for the players and to distribute the 10th batch of closed beta slots. P.S. My procrastination has struck again. Sigh. Chapter 138, Version 4.0, Update 4.0, Version Update Announcement. It's her. It's her. It's her, your friend, Little Zealing. Hello, everyone. Little Zealing is back. Thanks to the hard work of our team, we've fixed many issues discovered during testing and patched existing systems to improve player experience. Today, we're announcing the version 4.0 update. There's a lot of new content, so please read carefully. First, 2 new systems, beast taming and mounts, have been added. The MC Dynasty team has restored old technology to develop the Beast Tamer controller. Beast Tamer controller allows low-intellect Xenos to obey commands after surgical implantation and similar procedures. Scope of use. Experiments have been carried out on powerful Xenos from multiple systems with successful taming. Players are encouraged to explore for more gameplay possibilities. Friendly reminder, all exploration of new systems must comply with morality and law. Violations may result in severe official penalties. Second, lighthouses have been upgraded and the teleportation function is now live. Currently available teleport locations: Sotha, Macragge's Honor, and Imperial Glory. Players can teleport by spending contribution points or faith, greatly reducing travel time. More locations will open as additional lighthouses are constructed. Third, the World Chat channel test has concluded and is now officially active. A single lighthouse covers a regional channel. All lighthouses combined form the World Channel. Sending messages in either channel consumes contribution points to prevent spam. We will introduce GG slots for convenience. Private GGs, insults, instigation, flaming, malicious fraud, and other prohibited behaviors are banned. Violators will be punished, in severe cases with mutes and heavy fines. Repeated violations may prompt the official authorities to take any necessary measures to preserve the chat environment. Fourth, new maps opened. In addition to Ultramar and the Calixis sector, the game now includes the Solar System, the home system of humanity's cradle, Terra. Terra will be central to many major storylines. Players visiting Terra must exercise caution. Indiscriminate killing of NPCs may cause irreversible consequences. Fifth, the mission system has been refined and more quest NPCs will be added. For details, see the official site. The Inquisition and Assassinorum departments will also open soon to offer fresh gameplay. That's all for now. Our team continues to work hard. Thank you for your support. Small preview, we may open Pilgrimage gameplay next. By spending enough contribution points and merits, you can enter Terra and see the Lord of Mankind. Daily thought. Better to die for the Emperor than live for oneself. Shieling moved quickly as always and polished the announcement. Qin Yun read it and nodded in satisfaction. Before the 4.0 announcement went live, he had a direct comm with MC Myth to confirm the Beast Tamer controller rollout. Guide, we have a stockpile of finished units in the warehouse, ready for sale, MC Myth reported, chest puffed, smiling like a man who'd been noticed by the GM himself. He couldn't quite believe the guide messaged him directly. Very good, Qin Yun said. After the trip to Terra, I'll personally award you a medal. Everything at the guide's command, MC Myth replied. Qin Yun then called 2P, who had been infiltrating the rebels in the Calixis sector. 2P had just been promoted to lead the assault squad for outstanding service suppressing uprisings. The Colin family had poured forces into the Mal's world, determined to crush the Imperial loyalists in one final stroke. 2Pi relayed rebel deployments. The fortress defenses on Mal's world lay transparent before Qin Yun, invaluable intelligence for the coming assault. How's the Stargate investigation? Qin Yun asked. Still underway, 2Pi answered. Only a few senior rebel leaders know the exact location. 2Pi named the enemy officers who might have the gate's coordinates. Excellent work, Qin Yun said. After the decisive battle, return and I'll award you a medal. I won't let you down. 2P saluted, voice thick with loyalty. Their comms ended, and 2Pi left the secret room, heading to his workstation. At the training ground, a brutal scene unfolded. Jonah and his crew were torturing a captured man. I know I was wrong, Boss Jonah, the man wailed. I know I was wrong. How dare you collude with the Imperial dogs? Jonah snarled as he pried out the man's teeth with his mechanical hand. He ordered stimulants and other tortures to be administered. Hours later, the man drew his last breath. This is the price of betrayal, Jonah told his followers. Anyone who's an Imperial dog is no brother of mine. The Empire is rotten. Only by uniting under the Colin family will we achieve glory, another shouted. Jonah's gaze landed on 2Pi. I offer my heart to the Colin family and denounce the false emperor. 2P echoed, straightening. In the group, 9527, dim-witted but loyal and effective in crushing rebels, stood out as especially valuable. The others were sharper and suspected of being spies. Jonah would be careful. Back in orbit, Qin Yun set the release time for the update announcement on the official site, 6 in the evening. The Warhammer OL forum erupted. Threads raced across topics. Peerless lion flying head fist. Seems the higher-ups are making big plays. Nuclear fusion, a void fleet, a habitable lunar colony in 20 years. Palu's life is precious. Politicians love to talk big. Purge protocol. Don't take it too seriously. Anyone still believe those promises? Get some 8 walnuts to sharpen your brain. Colonel Datch. Corn. No 8 walnuts, but how about 8 brains? Candlelight Emperor's ambition to vanquish monsters. 8 walnuts isn't enough. Get brain gold. Hey brothers, want some fresh tea? When the update went live, the discussion shifted to the new content. Staff are working so hard, it makes me want to cry. New maps and systems? Amazing. The dev team's really trying. Show me the money. If they were serious, they'd finish closed beta and rake it in. I still don't have a closed beta slot after 7 tries. Bless me, Nurgle. Teleportation's a lifesaver. Warp travel would have been a nightmare. Terra? Finally. Pilgrimages, please let me kneel at the Emperor's feet. Consider your fate if the custodes catch you at the gate. We're at least 50-50 with the custodes. Try not to be wiped in 5 seconds. I'm going online to try mounts. I want a Hydra. Can the Beast Tamer controller work on warp creatures? I want Carlos. You might as well try to catch Angron. Butcher's nails with mounts? MC Dynasty should go study Butcher's nails tech on Mars. Maybe then we can tame a Daemon Primarch. Tsinch, do you think I'm a mount vendor? Korn's brass behemoth would be sweet. Players were bubbling with greed and invention. If mounts could be tamed, why not void whales, star krakens, or high fleet queens? Qin Yun scanned the comments and grinned at how far players' imaginations had leapt, even beyond his own. He checked the 10th batch of players Shieling had submitted for internal testing, 50,000 slots this time. A 2-minute check later, he approved the list and ordered Shieling to distribute the helmets. The forum filled with ecstatic posts from those who'd been chosen and vitriol from those who hadn't. To soothe the disappointed, Qin Yun had Shieling release more unofficial media and a few mini-games. On Scintilla Hive World, the MC Dynasty shop was mobbed as soon as the announcement dropped. Where are the Beast Tamer controllers? Players shouted. MC Myth hired NPC assistants and mechanical priests to handle sales. Pre-produced controllers sold out fast. Many buyers wanted not just a mount, but entire summoned beast squads, thick-skinned behemoths to batter their enemies open in battle. Astute entrepreneurs sniffed opportunity and asked about distribution rights. If Beast Tamer controllers became a hit, MC Dynasty would take a huge step toward their megastructure dream. Alien beasts brought in by merchants were snapped up just as fast. Players wanted to ride and test first, explore later. Qin Yun and the others rested on Luna for a few days. Guilliman used the respite to gather intelligence about Terra. The fall of Cadia and the Eye of Terror's expansion had briefly extinguished the Astronomicon. Departments had managed only to relight it faintly. Worse, the Golden Throne was malfunctioning. Its complexity baffled even the Adeptus Mechanicus. A desperate forging general had bartered with the Dark Eldar of Gomorrah, hundreds of billions of human lives for knowledge to repair the throne. The Dark Eldar, however, stole fragments of the Emperor's wisdom and built a dark golden throne that required a sovereign of eternal power. Only the Lord of Mankind would fit that need. They had planned to clone corrupted clones from the Emperor's blood to seize that power and activate Gomorrah to defend themselves from the warp. The plot was stopped by Inquisitor Klaus and his custodian guard, who destroyed the exchange goods, but the Golden Throne remained at risk. Some components might fail within a century. Guilliman was heavy with worry. Since his awakening, misfortunes had piled up. He sought Qin Yun out, the man who could call the Emperor's will and manifest it in the shrine. Relieved to have a confidant, he asked for counsel. "We still have time," Qin Yun said. "Shieling is a star god. She understands universal principles. We can have her study ancient tech and reverse engineer it. If Gomorrah can attempt a golden throne, so can we. Many species have tried. The Emperor advanced step by step. Plans always have flaws, but we can find and fix them." Qin Yun's words steadied Guilliman. He thanked Shieling for her work. Without her, the expeditionary fleet would would not have escaped the maelstrom intact. Recovered, the Primarch and the High Lords decided to depart for Terra. Terra prepared a grand welcome. Boarding landing craft, Imperial heroes and players, led by Guilliman, rode out from lunar cities. The orbital infrastructure lay in dizzying scale: forge factories, weapon platforms, gravity wells, and centrifugal shafts densely arrayed. Rounding the moon's far side revealed an unimaginable structure. Players cheered. It's the mountain array. Holy cow, it's huge, like a world. Terra, Terra, here we come. Please, officials, accept my knees. How can a game be so amazing? P.S. On the Golden Throne matter, refer to the Terra Subpalace series, which unfolds from an Inquisitor's perspective. GW's timelines can be messy, characters appearing with contradictory accounts. I'm sorting it out. Some plot points will move back or forward. For example, when Guilliman traveled to Terra, there was a faint Astronomican guidance, though in the Subpalace trilogy, it's often described as under repair. The moon's webway is presented as an ancient secret unknown to the Emperor, yet Inquisitors and Mechanicus are shown traveling it repeatedly. 139, I'm going to meet the Emperor. The mountain array was a vast hive city in space, a cathedral suspended in the void. Towering spires and arched bridges intertwined into a dense cluster of architecture. Often described as a ship thousands of kilometers long, triangular in cross-section, its surface bristling with weapons and sensor domes. Its hull was plated in thick armor, and torpedo launchers and lance batteries bristled from its angles. It was a magnificent war fortress, the home world of the Imperial fists, and a symbol of humanity's ancient glory. Now the mountain array hung at the midpoint between Terra and Luna, a sentinel for the throne world, an eagle perched and watching in every direction. Repair platforms and servo arms crawled over its skin, their welding arcs bright like distant stars. The scars from Cadia were shocking. Any one of them could have torn apart a battleship. That so many such scars marked the array spoke to both its power and the ferocity of the Battle of Cadia Fortress. As Guilliman drew closer to Terra, unease tightened in him. The void was strewn with the wreckage of warships, Imperial and traitor alike. Adeptus Mechanicus decontamination barges and salvage tenders scoured the debris fields, driving away broken hulks or melting them down to be reforged. The flames of war had already reached humanity's homeworld. The situation was worse than he had imagined, and other regions would surely be even worse. The landing craft eased into Terra's orbital approach. Players pressed to the portholes, staring down at the throne world. Void fortresses and weapon platforms loomed in high orbit, their dense muzzles promising terrible destructive power. Warships of the Ecclesiarchy, cathedrals in hull form, circled the planet, their exteriors adorned with colossal sculptures of the Emperor and saints. Ever-burning votives lit the dim, chilly interiors of those floating sanctuaries. Within the great halls, fervent believers and flagellants prostrated themselves, whips lashing open wounds in crude displays of devotion to the Emperor's majesty. Surveillance vessels patrolled tirelessly among orbital stations, gun platforms and void ports, an unending hive of vigilance. Shi-Chi Lang exclaimed, "Terra is Terra. Look at those defenses. Those guns are bigger than houses. Why not just build a shield that covers the whole planet?" Zhong Jie asked. "Maybe the power requirements are too great, or it's not cost-effective," Zhu Jie suggested. "The Imperium is vast and ancient, and yet only one megastructure like the mountain array? A shame," the War Master scoffed. "One day, we'll fill Terra's orbit with colossal warships," someone declared. Shi-Chi Lang grinned. The last man who filled Terra's near orbit with warships was called Horus. "You're the War Master, and he was the War Master. Horus was the Emperor's favored son, and you're the Guide's favored player. He wanted a grand birthday celebration. So do you?" Another mocked. Ningba Ren piped up in a conspiratorial tone. "Guide, I woke up and I'm sitting on the golden toilet." "Cut it out," the War Master snapped. Kor, Celestine, and others largely ignored the God-chosen's antics. Their pilgrimage and sacrifices had earned genuine respect. So long as their behavior did not breach fundamental protocols, the veterans let them be. But Senior General Tura, Captain General of the Legio Custodes, frowned. He felt no reverence in these God-chosen. They gaped at Terra like tourists. A few even reached out to wrap their knuckles on custodian armor, curious if it would ring. Some of them carried relics the custodes had long thought lost, and Tura wanted those relics reclaimed. He quietly questioned Sicarius and other ultramarines. What he learned surprised him. The relics had been found amid piles of corpses in Miracle City. The god chosen had an uncanny ability to identify which custodian's body held which item. Sicarius and the ultramarines had been baffled by the carnage. The god chosen spoke names and deeds as if the emperor's will moved through them. "If you want those relics, you'll have to give more," Sicarius warned Tura. "You can't force them with the emperor's authority. They won't hand them over. The favor those chosen have received from the emperor outstrips any of ours. If one day the emperor himself told them to take over palace duty, I wouldn't be surprised." Tura had to swallow his pride and let the matter go, though he quietly refused to believe the last of Sicarius's words. 10,000 years of guarding the imperial palace had hardened the custodes. What could a ragged band of God-chosen possibly do? Terra grew enormous as the landing craft descended. Humanity's homeworld had become a bloated giant, its natural resources long consumed, oceans dried in most places. Beneath a polluted sky, endless cities stretched to the horizons. It was also a planet of light. Waterfalls of illumination poured up from the surface as immense buildings and statues pierced the poisoned atmosphere. Spaceport spires thrust into the dark, guiding satellites, broadcast arrays of the ecclesiarchy, and legions of transport ships. Their pilgrimage party had the highest clearance. The craft dropped through a haze of light pollution and chemical smog, descending slowly along corridors of gold, gray, and brass architecture. "The Eternal Wall spaceport feels oppressive," someone muttered. "No wonder the guide avoided Gothic when rebuilding. People must be architecturally fatigued," another joked. "Gothic fits religion. Heavy, oppressive, it forces solemnity," a third observed. "The density of these blocks is insane. Even dropping a fat man or little boy wouldn't level one," someone said. "Terra is immense. How brutal must the siege of Terra have been to leave this world so broken?" They traded observations as the shuttle touched down on the Eternal Wall. Martial law was in force. An area had been cleared for the Primarch. Before the craft had come fully to rest, Qin Yun had Shieling push a notification across the players' HUDs. "Plot task. Parade. You are about to arrive on Terra. Countless citizens eagerly await the Primarch's return. Please do not act disrespectfully during the welcome ceremony. Reward: 20,000 contribution points, 500 honor points, 1,500 faith points." Those who received the task stared. No one expected to be assigned a plot task the moment they landed. "Basically, it means dress like a human for this sequence," someone guessed. "You've done too many inhuman things in other games. Apparently the devs are panicked." Laughter and barbed jibes about the game team's prudishness rippled through the group, but they accepted the task. When the hatch opened, Guilliman stepped out. A colossal horn blast tore the air like the roar of an ancient beast, reverberating across Terra. Bands of master musicians had been urgently summoned to play for the Primarch, and the air filled with hymns to the Emperor, sung by carefully selected choirs of the ecclesiarchy. Administratum dignitaries and Terra's elite vied forward to bow. Citizens who had come for the spectacle filled every open space, offering the Aquila salute and roaring oaths of loyalty. Scribes in iron-bound palanquins recorded the scene unceasingly. Guilliman pressed the emotions roiling inside him down. It had been 10,000 years since he last stood on Terra. Then it had shone with striving and progress. Now it was a rotting colossus. The grotesque Gothic silhouettes, the monstrous industrial sprawl, the eerie religiosity, all of it ran counter to the Emperor's ideals. Days of rumor had primed Terra for the Primarch's return. The cheering was deafening. Guilliman and his retinue boarded a viewing transport shuttle and began the journey to the Imperial Palace. It was still a long way. Luxury, heavily armored vehicles carried them down the Grand Avenue past endless traffic lines. Statues of Imperial heroes stood on either side of the road, and crowds pressed against barricades. "Look, Sanguinius," someone cried. "Leman Russ, Lord Solar Macarius, Miracle City. That must be Fort Bab." The players jabbered excitedly as more famous Terra landmarks unfurled. On the skyline, the Imperial Palace grew, nestling among the mountains. The most striking feature was the Astronomicon, a column of light that pierced the clouds and the sun itself, vanishing into the warp. The Astronomicon, there it is, a player shouted. Isn't that what lets ships navigate the warp? It makes you feel anchored. Another said, it's part of humanity now. Emperor, we're here. Let us properly oil your bones, someone yelled, earning laughter. Senior General Tura's mouth twitched. These god-chosen, who claimed the Emperor's favor, still gaped like children at the Astronomicon and the palace. The shuttle swept on and arrived beneath the Imperial gates, their portals carved with the image of Sanguinius battling a daemon the moment he repelled the Khorne Greater Demon Karbanda. Survivors had preserved and recarved the scene during reconstruction to commemorate the Primarch's sacrifice. From the palace gate, they would proceed on foot to the throne room. The final battle of the Siege of Terra must have happened here. After this, the duel between the Emperor and Horus, the War Master murmured, looking up at the long, grand staircase. He pictured the final days. Horus's legions broke through the outer defenses. Warfare devolved into 1,000 tiny duels as battle lines fragment. Squads engaged enemy upon enemy, blades locked while traitors surged beyond. Daemons swarmed the sanctum's approaches. The defenders could either hold the walls or defend the sanctum. To shield the Emperor Sanguinius ordered a retreat. The great angel stood at the sanctum's entrance with his spear, shepherding soldiers and fleeing civilians inward. Before the closed gates, he felled Karbanda and then faced his traitorous brother Angron. Wounded and scorched, Sanguinius knew he must not die there. He had a mission beyond that gate. When the heavy doors thudded shut, those left outside were abandoned to traitors and daemons. Guilliman climbed the sky ladder and came to the sanctum gates, the last obstacle for Horus's forces. If the sanctum had fallen, the palace would have been lost. Yet Horus did not take it. Chaos itself fused the avenging spirit with the sanctum in the final battles. When defenders withdrew into the sanctum, the Emperor entrusted the Golden Throne's defense to Makador, and he, with Dorn, Sanguinius, Valdor, and the Custodes, boarded the avenging spirit for that last terrible engagement. In that gory apogee, the Emperor stood inches from godhood. The light he cast filled daemons and traitors alike with terror. He might have slaughtered them all by will alone, but for humanity, he chose to remain a man and to contest the Chaos Gods as one. The result was Horus's demise, the Chaos Gods driven back, and the Emperor's grievous wounding that left him bound to the Golden Throne. The siege ends here, with countless heroes fallen, Shi Lang said softly. Standing at the sanctum's gate brought a weight to the words. Loyalists had no real chance in that fight, continuing to resist only prolonged death. Still they fought to the last breath, resolute, human, unwilling to yield. Resistance in despair, that is their greatest virtue, Juge agreed. Guilliman entered the sanctum. Sicarius, Woldes, Greyfax, and Celestine gathered before the throne room. 20 custodes stood vigil. After the formal exchange of titles, the senior custodian announced the regulation. The Primarch alone might enter the throne room. No, Guilliman objected, and shocked faces turned toward him. The saint will accompany me inside. The leading custodian's posture did not change. Apologies. For the security of the throne room, only you may enter. If not, then go in alone, Qin Yun said quietly. Guilliman shook his head. Qin Yun is the Emperor's messenger. He can read and shoulder more than I alone can. When I last spoke with the Emperor through him, I felt the cost. If I face the Emperor alone, the burden will be too great. I demand you allow this saint to enter with me as regent of the Imperium and the Emperor's son. The custodian's grip on his war axe tightened, his muscles bunched in readiness. Are you prepared to betray the Emperor? Guilliman's words were blunt, and the custodian's face darkened. At the brink of a standoff, Woldes and Senior General Tura exchanged a private signal. Tura's expression softened. He stepped forward and spoke. Comply with the Primarch's wish. Let this saint enter with him. The custodian bowed and slowly stepped back, clearing a path. A distant bell tolled. Under a sea of watchful eyes, the great doors to the throne room opened. A mist of pale fog rolled down the steps like a waterfall. Golden light spilled from within, sanctified and overwhelming. Guilliman and Qin Yun stepped forward together, and there, upon the golden throne, sat the Emperor. 140. Oops, the Emperor is me. Father, I'm back. Guilliman's voice was low as he stood before the golden throne, his face a study in sorrow. This was where all dreams began. and where so many ended. The Imperium was built for this, and it continued because of it. Qin Yun studied the throne with equal curiosity. The apparatus that filled the subterranean palace was immense and bewildering, a labyrinth of ancient machines and arcane machinery that kept the webway suppressed. The Emperor sat on his high dais, propped and held by those machines, his body grievously wounded. Senior General Tura led them past the thrum of engines and the maze of ministrations to the raised platform. Brilliant light poured from the throne. Within it sat a figure, the Lord of Mankind, the Emperor. To Gaemon, he appeared like an eternal sovereign. To Qin Yun, he looked horribly broken. Horus's blows were still plainly visible. Great wounds, a mouth frozen in a silent scream, features corroded by endless torment. Even his armored legs twitched against the metal of the chair. The machinery of the throne room roared incessantly. When Guilliman and Qin Yun entered, the noise rose, and some ancient components, overloaded, crackled and spat brilliant arcs. Soiled, red-robed tech priests scrambled among the consoles, murmuring binary prayers to soothe the machine spirits and swapping out sparking relays. As Qin Yun drew nearer, an indescribable force surged into him. Light flared from his mouth and nostrils like a nascent sun. At that instant, Guilliman saw the Emperor's eyelids part. The golden eyes opened, like twin suns. Their gaze alone felt like a hand clamping Guilliman's throat. The Primarch's face snapped into shock and disbelief. Father, opened his eyes? In 10,000 years, when he had returned with fresh legions, the Emperor had never spoke, had never opened his eyes. The Emperor tried to speak, and a multitude of voices crashed into Guilliman's mind all at once, billions layered upon billions. Even a Primarch groaned under it, pain drawn plain across his features. Beyond the din, an immense will fought to be heard and finally forced itself through. Guilliman, my last loyal son, my pride, my greatest victory, the voice intoned. My second-best tool, another one of my hopes. Guilliman felt the words like knives. The humiliation and hurt were immediate. Second-best tool? Who is first? Am I not your biological son? Even jokingly, this was too much, he thought, but the cacophony of the Emperor's millions of demands and viewpoints continued to sift through his head. Senior General Tura, who had accompanied them, only saw the roaring machines, the glowing of Qin Yun, and the Primarch's sudden distractive pain. He did not see the eyes open. Outside the throne room, the crowd could sense something had changed. Celestine and the sisters fell to their knees in joy. Woldays and the others stared in astonishment. The Lord of Humanity had never so often manifested his presence to mortals. Now they had seen it twice. Qin Yun, however, had not seen the eyes open, nor heard the Emperor's words. He had been yanked into another vision, vast and dizzyingly high above the city. So far away, the grand sprawl of Terra looked like a toy. He realized with shock he was glimpsing the Black Sun's vision. The Black Sun, an avatar of the Emperor in the warp. Was he controlling it? Was he the Emperor now? The thought that the yellow-skinned avatar might be him flashed absurdly through his head. "Hey, brother," he muttered inwardly, "am I human or God?" He was, in a sense, steering the projection. All around him, countless human souls streamed into the Black Sun, flaring into flame, souls riddled with pain, despair, and devotion. Qin Yun remembered Eldrad Ulthran's prophecy. The destruction of humanity would birth the fifth god in the warp. This vision was the clearest proof of that terrible calculus. Images and faces flushed through his mind, devout believers whose threads of faith he could take up and peer through like borrowed eyes. Plans, conspiracies, secret prayers, and rites poured into him. He turned his gaze toward the Calixis sector and saw loyalists and rebels praying for the Emperor's return. Imperial forces, following Guilliman's orders, were striking everywhere, driving the rebels toward the Malabasi system. In the menagerie, several players tried to rig a beast controller device onto the system's core. The great Daemon, who considered himself lord of those things, bristled at the insult. "You would make me a mount? How dare these pawns?" But players at this stage could not hope to overcome a great Daemon, yet an odd thing happened. A player in priest's robes, a state church player, named God Emperor above, Slanesh below, was praying fervently for salvation. The Black Sun's power trickled along the faith thread into his body. Then Qin Yun thought, "Let me give you a hand." Power poured through him and into the player. In a heartbeat, the man was transformed into a torch. In less than a second, he ashened and scattered on the wind. Qin Yun's mind went blank. The menagerie's controller, Malabasi, froze, eyes darting for the cursed one. The player's teammates fled in chaos. "What happened?" someone asked. "He was probably sanctioned for that blasphemous name," another guessed. Qin Yun felt embarrassed and guilty. He had not intended to immolate the man. The Black Sun's power was terrifyingly potent. Even a tiny blessing could become an inferno if not tempered. He resolved to be more careful. Turning his attention back to Terra, Qin Yun saw a spreading crimson shadow crawl across the world's surface, a congealing warp signature. Khorne. Is this an invasion? He wondered, and gathered power to hurl a psychic lance at the source. But in a blink, he was back in the throne room vision, already returned before he had the chance to strike. Mildly annoyed, he grumbled at his own slowness. Next time, he vowed, he would not hesitate. He wanted to show the warp's so-called gods the cost of human wrath. Guilliman didn't notice how long it had lasted. To him it had been minutes, but when his armor's internal chronometer checked out, a full day had passed. "Saint," he said to Qin Yun. "Primarch." Qin Yun nodded. "Is the communion over?" Guilliman fixed him with a half-smile. "Did you hear him?" Qin Yun shook his head. "What I saw might be different." Guilliman started to ask what Qin Yun had seen, then stopped. The Emperor had evidently arranged different intimacies for each of them. "Don't seek answers," he told himself, remembering Magnus's fall. Sometimes answers were meaningless, only deeds mattered. They left the throne room together. The waiting crowd knelt and prayed for enlightenment from both the Primarch and the Saint. Guilliman stepped forward, voice ringing with authority. "Redemption has arrived. A new era will begin." He spoke no more to the masses, but faced Senior General Tura. "Summon all the High Lords," he said. "I have important announcements." Tura nodded and dispatched a custodian. Soon the chamber filled with the Imperium's most powerful ministries and institutions, representatives of the Custodian Guard, Mars, the Administratum, the Astronomicon, the Astropathic Choir, the State Church, the Inquisition, the Navigator Houses, the Adeptus Arbites, the Astra Militarum, the Imperial Navy, the Officio Assassinorum, the Adepta Sororitas, the 12 High Lords of Holy Terra among them. "I will reassume the positions of Supreme Commander of the Imperium and Chairman of the Council," Guilliman declared at the outset. Silence fell like a stone. They were used to serving a silent God-Emperor, not a living Primarch. A ripple of murmurs rose, shock, puzzlement, relief, calculation. Imperial Chancellor Tyrene recovered first, professionalism holding him upright. "By Imperial law, my lord, you possess that authority," he said and turned to the High Lords. "Any objections?" Iltutmish Hitmon of the Administratum was the first to speak. "A millennium has passed since your era, my lord. Everything has changed. The new era needs new methods, perhaps a different role for you." "How about military commander?" he suggested. "Lead the armies, crush chaos and internal rebellion, stay away from politics." A heated debate erupted. Many agreed the Primarch's age had ended. A living Primarch wielding the full authority of the Imperium might destabilize civil institutions. Others were outraged at the suggestion of merely making Guilliman a general. These men would rather use the Primarch as a sword to be sent abroad while they kept Terra's power and comforts. Guilliman studied Iltutmish. The administratum figure was influential, long-serving, and notoriously conservative, one who had counseled austerity and defensive measures even as Cadia fell. Guilliman listened, then spoke quietly. "You are dismissed, Iltutmish." The chamber froze. Faces drained of color as the rules of the game suddenly shifted. "You cannot dismiss me," Iltutmish protested, voice trembling. "I am the son of the Lord of Mankind, a founder of the Imperium. This council was rebuilt by me. My removal is not subject to debate." "Review Imperial law," Guilliman replied coolly. "See if I do not have the authority to relieve you." The color bled from Iltutmish's face. He looked suddenly small, like a ghost. "I," Guilliman's voice hardened. "Escort him out." Custodian enforcement swept in and removed Iltutmish. The message was unambiguous. The Primarch's word carried sanction. Who would object now? No one dared risk instant dismissal. Guilliman's stare cut across them, and his next agenda item landed like iron. "Next, we will issue the Grand Production Edict to secure supplies for an expedition." "An expedition," murmurs rose. "Cadia has fallen," Guilliman said. "Chaos forces spread like rot. The Imperium must strike back." I will marshal all our forces for an expedition against the foe. This expedition will be called Indomitus, humanity's eternal defiance. Questions and whispers hovered, but the plan had been set. The High Lord sat in shocked, uncertain silence. Qin Yun did not concern himself with Guilliman's power struggle. He had his own tasks. When they left the throne room, a golden notification swam into view. Quest, escort core safely back to the solar system. Completed. Rewards. Large amount of faith points. Players may unlock Primaris upgrade after meeting level requirements. The players can finally get their Primaris upgrade, Qin Yun said with a tired smile, reading the reward screen. For mortals to become the Emperor's Angels, Space Marines, they had to undergo 19 surgical implants. The secondary heart, osmodula, biscopia, hemastamen, Laramen's organ, neuroglottis, mucranoid, olytic kidney, succinate membrane, omophagia, multi-lung, oculoby, Lyman's ear, hypno-indoctrination, progenoid glands, melanochrome, Becher's gland, preomnor, and the black carapace. Only after these could a man be called a Space Marine. Primaris Marines required 3 more augmentations beyond those: the sinews of the Primarch, the Magnificat, and the Belisarian furnace, organs that conferred greater vigor, resilience, and regeneration. The Primaris upgrade was a quantum leap in combat power. No sooner had Qin Yun received that reward than another quest appeared. Quest: Stop the Cultists, Khorne Daemonkin. A warp storm gathers. The Blood God seeks to unleash his armies upon Holy Terra, annihilate the cultists on Holy Terra, and intercept the Khorne Daemonkin. Rewards: 1 epic power armor, large amount of faith points. Why didn't it just let me finish that psychic lance? Qin Yun grumbled, thinking about the moment he'd been yanked away. If he'd had another chance, he would have hurled a psychic bomb at each of the warp's great beings. Let them feel human wrath. He set to work. Qin Yun had Shieling issue the new quests to players, directing them to ride with the Grey Knights and the Custodian Guard to purge cults and banish daemons. Since the Blind Days, when the Astronomicon had sputtered and gone dark, Terra's defenses against demonic incursion had been weakened. Daemons slipped in through ritual and prayer, wandering lower hive districts and abandoned warrens to prey on the tormented and lost. Imperial forces and players moved swiftly, but Terra's crisis was severe. Cults sprang up everywhere. Sacrifices and rites proliferated across the planet. On the 8th day after Guilliman's return, disorder reached a fever pitch. The warp storm peaked, and then the Khorne Daemonkin descended upon Holy Terra.